Live on tape
That's
from the
right.
bedroom of all of us. Chapter 6, A Blaze in the Dark, The Murder of Crows. This is the week. The Hive now dominates Duskfall's contraband market, no small thanks to the work of the smugglers they employ, and Jeremiah is ready to enact vengeance for the death of her lover. The deal has been struck, the hit has been called, and early tomorrow morning, Lyssa dies. The contract was set at 8 coin, tax-free. About a fourth of this came from the Hive's coffers. The rest came from Maha's personal cash. Now, this is not Strangford money, but it's no small score. When Silas and the messenger met with her, she rolled an empty spirit bottle across the table, saying, "Tell your whisper I expect my prize in 3 days' time." The messenger has set up the perfect shot from a rooftop in the docks to Lyssa's personal suite at the top of the crow's nest, but they only have a 10-minute window starting 50 minutes after the 7th hour at dawn, when traces of weak light from the shattered sun faintly pierce through the darkness. Meanwhile, Cole is set to meet with Bear in Tangletown to discuss terms for ending the war between the Nighthawks and the Foghounds, such as they are, early in the 6th hour of the morning. Lyssa will be there to guarantee the treaty, and Cole is to make sure she arrives back at the crow's nest in time for the messenger to take the shot. Meanwhile, this week, those of you who read Duskfall's papers may have found an interesting pamphlet discussing odd farming practices coming out of Burrowclef. Each and every one of you can decide if you have seen this pamphlet and what your personal views are on it as we check in with you all. You have all met earlier this week. You have all made your plans and set your pieces into place. Tomorrow morning, it all goes down, and you all have your decided roles to play. Crowsfoot is a powder keg, however, and no one quite knows what will happen when Lyssa's body hits the floor. Odds are it's not going to be pretty. It's currently mid-evening, the hour of silk, and with an early morning ahead for all of you, you set out to enjoy what may very well be your final night among the living. To get things started off, I will fill you guys in on Emmeline and what she's up to this evening. Missing the last game, she gets a free downtime activity. So she is going to be in the grotto training in finesse for that +2 bonus. In prowess for that +2 bonus, and specifically in finesse, because this will actually get her that first pip in finesse. And she is doing this by practicing fencing in the training grounds with one of our independent yet unreliable crew members, one that we have not met yet. This individual goes by the name of Reth Falona. And being relatively rare, Rethfalona is the sole Tycherosi member of the crews. They pass as an Akarosi male in their early 20s, save for one particular feature. Under the bandana they always seem to wear around their head can be seen the coiling, writhing serpents that make up their hair. So if anyone wants to encounter Emmeline, she will be there. Um, with that, however, I know Silas, missing last game, you have a downtime activity to accomplish. So let's check in with you and see how you're spending the evening and what you've done in the downtime.
So when I was thinking about his previous relationship to Lord Strangford, I think there was a little bit of an aspect of Saw with why Silas wasn't there. I like the ambiguity of whether or not he was at the party, so I'm going to leave that ambiguous. But I think what happened is that Strangford knows who he really is, and was going to use that more of a like way to exploit him rather than the whether or not he gave a shit about Acker dead Skovlanders, because he probably doesn't. And probably put forward, he's like, I'm gonna have your crew do this. If they mess up at any time, it's your ass. And me just kind of being like, okay, okay. But as a result,
I wasn't at the party.
yeah, I wasn't at the party at all. But as a result, because I had gotten information previously that this character, um, Ulf Ironborn, had been tossing around the name Netherborn, whatever the hell that means. One of the reasons the Skovlander refugees were not there is I was having them investigate him. So that's what I would like to do with the downtime, is investigate Ulf Ironborn.
Awesome. Cool. So let's go ahead and I'm going to move you guys over to the downtimes. And pull up Silas Eventide.
Yeah, definitely Eventide. Don't worry about it.
Netherton, rather.
Netherton, yeah, was the name they were looking into.
Eventide's my real name.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Right?
okay, so
Legally.
let's do light.
What is real?
The gate. Ulf Ironborn. And let's go ahead and we'll do this as a 6-sided clock. So what I'll need from you, Nate, is to tell me what you're rolling and how you're going about finding information on him.
So I think it is a command role. He's telling the refugees, hey, I need you to look into this guy. I'm not sure if he's on the up and up, but be nice to him. He's one of us.
All right, let's go ahead and get a command roll to see how well they do. 3. All right, so that will fill in a segment of this 6-segment clock. So you send out the Skovlander refugees to find out information of him, and you were kind of under the impression that it would be relatively easy to do, being that he's a Skovlander himself, that he'd probably welcome in these other Skovlanders, they get to talking and stuff like that. But what your band of Skovlanders end up kind of bringing back to you is he's actually quite a guarded man. Guarded not necessarily physically, but just he doesn't let much out there. And as your kind of Skovlanders came and like, hey, we hear you're kind of new in the criminal scene and kind of expanding. We could help you. He was very hesitant to let them join his operation. And it seems like in order to get into his inner circle, there's some level of trials and some levels of trust that need to be obtained, which could explain why, he himself is a level 1 tier crew and why he hasn't really expanded that out yet. It could be that he is gunning for a crew of quality rather than quantity. But because of that, they're like, we can continue to keep trying, but the information is slow going.
Yeah, that's what I'll have it be for now. And I'm going to keep all that to myself because it's kind of personal.
Sweet. I will go ahead and move you all back to the main screen. So that was what was happening during the last game and during this intervening week. What are you up to this evening, the night before Lyssa's assassination?
I think I'll probably be starting the evening at the Centralia Club, just kind of giving myself a little like relaxation kind of time to mentally prepare for the day tomorrow.
Sounds good. Anything that you're interested in accomplishing at the Centralia Club other than relaxation?
No, probably just showing my face, relaxation, not any particular fact finding. I'd heard what went down with a certain associate of mine, and so if it comes up, I'd like to try and clear up anything that got back to me in regards to that.
And what is this that you speak of?
When Charles went there and maybe, or not Charles, Cole went there and maybe made a mess of things.
Well, yeah, I'm not necessarily sure Cole made a mess of things, but he definitely kind of had to bribe his way in, if memory serves, with
Well,
that
Well,
coin.
like,
I think because I also caused a scene and
yeah, he
I-
caused the scene.
I punched a cop.
Oh, you punched a cop there.
Or no, I didn't actually punch a cop. I did. I maybe implied that I knew who had done a certain thing to some of the blue coats that were there.
Gotcha. So yeah, Silas, let's go ahead and have Harville Brogan approach you. He approaches with a decanter of whiskey with two glasses. Um, he sits down with you at kind of like a corner booth, and he kind of snaps his fingers, and one of the wait staff approaches with a humidor full of cigars, with fresh from the Dagger Isles, and he kind of motions to see if you would like one.
Oh yeah, and I partake.
And he does as well. He takes a long drag of the cigar, and he says, "Mr. Eventide, it is always a pleasure to have you grace my establishment. Um,
I very much enjoy your establishment.
We've had some of your colleagues stop by in these recent nights. One in particular caused a bit of a scene with some of the well respected bluecoats who find succor in the wares I offer in this establishment.
Yes, I had heard about this.
Well, Mr. Eventide, what you and yours decide to do in your own free time, I'm not here to judge or tell you how to go about business, but you can understand that it behooves me and my business not to have the blue coats look at me unfavorably. And if heat follows you and your associates into my establishment, that heat then falls upon me and our relationship. As much as I enjoy it, and Mr. Eventide, I do enjoy it, becomes a business expense I need to, well, question.
Yes, I fully understand that. I know that we all have our vices. I am able, unlike others, to do mine in moderation so that it doesn't affect those around me. Uh, and I am good at also enforcing this with some of my friends or crew. And I assure you that the individual in question, if he comes here ever again, it will only be with me. So I can make sure that he does not become a liability for you or me.
Well, this is good. This is good to hear. And I knew that we could talk about this civilly and that you would have the problem well handled. It was more my investors who were concerned than me. I knew Silas Eventide would have the situation under control. As you know, the Centralia Club is a distinctly members only establishment, though our esteemed members we do allow guests on their behalf. But as you well know from our bylaws, should these guests act out of turn, the membership of their inductee does fall into question upon our next review cycle. You understand the politics, and I would hate to
Yeah,
have someone of your
absolutely.
esteem lose such a distinguished place among society.
I would hate myself to lose that. I love this establishment. It's one of the finer places in Duskfall, and it should always exist
Oh,
for those that
yes.
deserve it.
Ah, very well put. Very well observed. Uh, Mr. Eventide, and he kind of takes another smoke of the cigar, really savoring its flavor. I mean, you've really met a kindred spirit in Harvale Brogan, let's say. And um, he kind of moves in a bit closer to you, leaning in as to not be overheard. And he was like, I did hear mention that you and your growing business have made some very powerful friends, potential allies in the Leviathan hunting industry.
Yes, it was very gracious of Lord Strangford to think of us. Uh, and we were able to work out a deal and do some work he needed done. And so I think it will be a very profitable future for us.
Indeed, indeed. You see, this is why I like and respect you, Lord Eventide. When I stepped foot off the boats from Lockport many a year ago, I had nothing but the jacket on my back and a dream in my head, and look at what I have created for myself. And you, sir, you are very much similar, and it is making those partnerships with those that caliber of individual as our Lord Strangford, even despite him losing his seat on the council, the weight that that man holds over this city.
Yes,
Oh,
it struck me as that he wasn't as upset about that as that he might should have been. And I think
oh
that says
well,
something
it
about
it
his
it,
character.
it certainly makes sense. The city council is uh, obviously has their place, and they are in a good position to direct the future of the city. But the Strangfords, for all intents and purposes, are the city. The city council cannot break the Strangford name. Strangford will survive whatever this to- uh, sundered world throws at them. The Strangfords are eternal.
Good and reserved old money individuals. One
And
that
of
we will
course, if
become.
if your partnership with them were to bring clientele like that into my establishment, I could see a potential growth in our own mutual understanding and relationship in the future. Wouldn't you
We,
agree?
we have very similar minds, sir.
Dude, you're gonna get like free dinners once a month.
Yeah, I am. What do you think
Great,
this
and
is all about? Not to
I
give a
think
shit about the
he
politics.
kind of continues to regale you. It's a 50-50 mix of him kissing your ass and then being like, but what can you do for me?
Yeah.
But I think you guys, you smoke, you drink your
I
beverage.
will say, I think that is probably like every conversation we've ever had is
Y-
on both sides 50-50, ass kiss, what can you do for me? Blah, blah, blah.
You get your complimentary baklava
Yeah.
now every time you get eat.
exactly, yeah. Great. That can go on for as long as you want. As I said, you have an early morning. Is there anything else that you want to accomplish before calling it a night?
No, I think I'll enjoy my time with him, probably socialize with a few others, just to sort of local the happenings, chit chat, and then at a reasonable hour, return to my domicile.
Sounds good. I think in chit chatting with the locals, the only other thing of note that you kind of get wind of is you don't know these individuals personally, but they are members of the club. So you've seen them kind of on the periphery, you've talked to them on occasion, but some of these members are not like workhouse foremen, but like the owners of workhouses, the owners of factories, etc. And there's some talk amongst them that some of their Coleridge holdings, meaning these workhouses, have been hit. Like after hours, someone has come in and there's been vandalization, sabotage. Even in one case, a man mentions the destruction of his workhouse. At this point, they don't know why this is happening or who is doing it, but they have no doubt that there is a criminal element who is acting against them.
And which neighborhood was this again?
This is Coleridge.
Okay. I was good. Night market's not gonna. My place won't get hit. Ideally,
Until it comes over the
Oh, it
bridge.
does.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, and with that, you kind of call it a night and head back to the apartment above Phantom Imports is where you're currently
Yeah.
staying, if I recall.
Mhm.
Awesome.
Is that going to be the Wraiths trying to deal with their trouble? I wonder. Sorry, go on.
Just don't know, dude. We just don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So, oh, and the final thing, I guess I do want to touch on you, and maybe this happens as you get back to your domicile. You know, on your night table with your nightcap is a copy of the Duskfall Inquirer or Duskfall Gazette or whichever newspaper you think Silas subscribes to. Um, but perhaps out of this newspaper falls the pamphlet that has been posted in the journals. Has As Silas looks over it, does he have any thoughts?
Where is it stored so I can look at it?
It's in journals at the very very bottom. There under PDFs. It's called The Decay of the Old
Okay.
Veil. It's also in the Blades in the Dark channel on Discord if you prefer to view it through
Oh yeah,
Adobe.
like a civilized person. Jesus,
Yeah.
this is a lot to take in. This is very interesting. I think this will be some good nighttime reading.
All right. So as Silas kind of curls up with his sleeping bourbon and political pamphlet, uh, he settles in
As one
for
does.
the evening. Yeah.
Holy
Um, let's go ahead and move to Nebra, since I know there's some things in the intervening week you were looking to accomplish.
Yeah, sure. So I guess starting off, I do have a question. Maybe Messenger can answer this. What's the timing on the pamphlet? Like, when did that get released?
I'm thinking, like, putting together the pamphlet was part of the research and spy on the Vales or it was really the citizens of Barrowclef, but the Vales that the messenger was doing as the downtime activity. So this is something like as they're doing this, they're compiling notes and going, "Oh, I'll put it this way and that way," and then they go hang out with their friends, throw together the plates, pay to have the print run done, and then are distributing it. Since it's been a week and they needed time for the research, it's probably not until a day or two before the crowfall that it's out there and rattling around.
It was probably like this morning or yesterday morning that it ran in the news cycle.
Oh, okay. So that very recently. Okay, okay. Just wasn't sure. Yeah. So I don't know how much that's going to. I don't think that will really interfere with what Nebra wanted to do necessarily. So I think that should be fine.
Oh, well, tell me what way wouldn't, like, if we don't want to step on each other's toes, like, we can decide not to step on each other's toes as players.
Sure. I guess I'll just like summarize what Nebra came up with. So she has this plan in order to basically try to sabotage what the Vales' bottom line. And the bottom line that she sees is their food production or their ability to distribute that food to the different parts of Duskfall. So she came up with this plan involving Petra, the city clerk at the Eruvian consulate. Nebra was going to ask Petra to buy a couple things over at the Barrowclef market for her mother, because Nebra would normally do it herself, but she can't be over there for reasons. So just kind of just like as a friend thing. Hey, as a friend, can you do this for my mom? Really appreciate it. Um, so Petra will basically go to the market one day when she's free, um, to pick up those items, and then she normally brings her kids with her since she's a single mom, doesn't really have a nanny or a babysitter, and she's got four little ones, just very precocious, full of energy. She's only one person. She can't ring them all in at once, so they'll just kind of like run amok around the market, probably like touch things randomly here and there, maybe touch a fruit, vegetable, ask questions at the vendors and stuff. Um, uh, and then what would happen after all that's said and done, and Petra goes back home with the kids, is a few days later, people will start getting food poisoning. Um, and it would all trail back to all the food that was bought at the Barrel Clef Market. Um, though the piece that, well, I'm still trying to figure out is how to make it so that people get sick from that without getting
Well,
this
put a
kid sick as
pathogen
well.
on the kids' hands.
Right, yeah, but it's also kids too. I don't want them to get sick. That's the problem.
Nebra, embrace your criminality.
It's
Uh,
good for the immune system, I guess. I don't know.
could never get like raw chicken and give everyone salmonella
Oof.
and like have it spread on the kids' hands.
You think we have that type of money to buy chicken?
I think never might. I don't
Actually,
know.
I guess to go along with that, maybe Nebra could point out like a dead rat or somewhere in the street somewhere, and the kids will like pick it up and start playing with it, be like a little toy for them.
Excellent. I love this for several reasons. I mean, one, the nefariousness it brings out in Nebra is fantastic. And then B, I think even if the messenger's pamphlet comes out afterwards, right? You're gonna get a bunch of people who buy the Vale's food sick, and then they're gonna get this notice that they're gonna chop up dead people and serve it to you. And I think wheels are gonna start turning in minds, right? I
Yeah.
think combined, this could be a very good assault against the Vales. But I will need a roll to see how well it works on your end. This poisoning plot.
Okay. Um.
I will allow, because we're saying that this happened probably earlier in this intervening week. So if someone wants to help you or set you up in this plan, like if you were if I will say you told anyone that you're planning to do this, but if you are looking for a dice, you could have help should you want.
Okay.
Rhys recently picked up alchemy, so if you're looking for somebody to mix something up.
Oh yeah. I don't know if it's something I should sprinkle on a rat or on the kid's hands or something. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe Rhys would know better.
Oh. I mean, what time
Or
of year
what were
is
you
it?
thinking? What were you thinking? I'm sorry. I don't.
Well, I mean, what time is it cold? Blankets? I don't know.
I don't know. That's a good question. What
Well, it's
is the
got to be
time
the
of?
food, right? Because we're
Yeah,
going
yeah,
after
it's
the
true.
Vales.
It's
Right.
true.
Well, you don't want to kill the kids.
No.
So
Well, never.
Well, how much collateral damage is Nebra willing to accept? I mean, this is
Yeah.
we're learning new things about
That's
Nebra.
They're little Scotlander children as well, so that's why she's like, I don't want to hurt the kids,
So, like, how much collateral damage sounds like a great place for a devil's bargain. Or not.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna let you do that. It's a great idea.
Oh, you're letting me do it?
The devil's bargain.
Sure. I'm trying to figure out what the role would actually be.
Well,
'Cause
it's
there's-
like some
Well,
form
it
of
sounds probably like
subterfuge,
a
right?
command or a consort would, since you're kind of getting the kids to do this.
Yeah. So maybe Nebro is kind of just over at Petra's place, kind of just watching the kids for her while she does a couple things, and she kind of points out this rat in the streets, like, "Hey, you want to play with that?" Like, I don't.
Like you do.
Like you do.
I mean, you could definitely still get like either the help action or probably just the help if you had like consulted with Rhys earlier and like how
Yeah.
best could we go about spreading a disease like blah 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 like
Right. Or how risky is it for kids to be handling a dead rat would probably be the better question.
Listen, you're quickly talking yourself out of your own nefarious plot. There's things you don't want to know. Just
Okay, fine.
feel
Alright.
bad about later. No,
Yeah.
I'm playing. You proceed however you want.
Yeah.
You bring up some good points though, Kyle.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Nebra would probably first consult with Rhys to see if he knows anything. Like, he's kind of a physiker, so he would probably know a little bit about like pathogens and how they spread and stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
she would probably ask like what
You might
kinds
also
of
know a safe amount to give to children so you don't kill them.
that would be great. But yeah.
So yeah,
So like
is that a help roll for? So how do I can't remember. How does that work for? Do I add a die or what do I do?
To help, you take a stress, and Nebra gets a dice.
Sounds good. I'll mark
Okay.
off a stress. You get a die.
awesome. Thank you.
It's a fair trade,
It is a fair trade.
even though I can't indulge anymore.
Oh, you got to watch out for that.
Oh, he's gonna be stressed. It's gonna be
I
wonderful.
forgot about that. That's a later problem.
It's gonna be a fun game.
Anyways,
That's a
okay,
later
so I get
problem.
an extra die. So I get an extra die. But yeah, I think overall it'll probably just be more of a consort. Since she's not really telling the kids what to do, she's just suggesting. And you know how kids are, they like to grab everything that they want.
They like poison.
So oh look, a rat!
They
Like,
love
it's
poison.
it's furry.
Yeah, I think this is gonna, whatever you decide to roll, it's gonna be it's going to have great effect because, as you
Okay.
said, kids are grabby little creatures. I think the position, and this will get you some XP, but this position sounds fairly desperate, and there is a level that it could go wrong on many fronts.
So many
Sure.
fronts.
So many fronts. Okay. Okay. Well, good thing I
Oof.
got that extra die then. Thanks, Rhys.
And you can
Uh,
always push yourself as well to increase position, effect, or add another dice if.
Well, it's help
Oh.
or pushing yourself for adding another die.
Okay.
Yeah, once you
Right.
got help, you can still do Devil's Bargain, which is just like, yes, the kids are going to die, or whatever other kind of collateral damage you think
or
makes a
that the
Devil's
mother
Bargain
will
good.
find out and maybe not trust you as much, or something along those lines. You know,
That's her contact.
I'm aware.
Yeah. Yes. Ooh, so many options.
So many
Or
levels.
that you run into somebody you know at the market, so they
Or your
might die.
family gets sick.
What's I'm saying, yeah. Like,
Right. So what's the better effect than great? I thought that was the max.
No, yeah. So you're pretty much capped on effect, but you could up your
Gotcha.
position from desperate to risky.
yeah, you could
Right.
you
I
could try to
mean-
You
keep it
lose
so
out
the
on the
kids don't die.
XP, but I'll punish you less if it goes poorly.
Right.
Get that XP.
So if it were me, I would suggest taking the Devil's Bargain to say the kids get sick, but that it increases it to risky from desperate, with the theory that this is not a killing illness.
Yeah.
Hopefully, this is a you had bad sushi. Everyone kind of vomits for 24 hours and then recovers.
Right. Yeah. This is temporary. Yeah. Actually, yeah, no, that would work. I'll take the suggestion.
And I'll take the Devil's Bargain. That sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
So the kids are gonna get sick.
But who doesn't? The kids, they always get sick. They're just
Yeah.
walking time bombs of germs. So
This was inevitable.
it was
Yeah, bro.
inevitable.
At least this way they're getting put to
Freaking
some
ruthless.
use.
Yeah.
Cold-blooded.
Natural immunity.
Don't mess with this one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, how many
No,
of us
just
have
don't-
targeted children with it? With
No,
some
just
sort
don't
of
fail
agent?
so the kids don't die.
Just don't fail. Oh my god, yeah. Oh. Okay, fine. All right, I'll do the roll then. Again, it'll be a consort. So it's now going to be a risky position with great effect.
A crit.
Crit.
Woo!
The kids are saved.
So with a crit,
Amazing.
there are 12 districts in Duskfall. Let's see how many are affected by this illness.
Ooh.
I wasn't thinking about the number. Crap.
8 districts. So let's say it spreads out into Silkshore. That's 1. Into Char Hollow, Crow's Foot, the Docks, Charter Hall,
Oh my god.
Bullridge, and into Night Market. That's 7 and 6 towers. So like all of Central Duskfall, like we can understand why Brightstone and Whiteclef, didn't get it. They're getting their food professionally handled and locally sourced and whatever, and the people in Dunslow can't afford food. Let's be real. But like this core chunk of Dustfall just gets. I mean, with a crit, it happens exactly as you wanted, so it's not fatal. But so many people are having to rush to the outhouses or the latrines, or if they can afford it, their internal restrooms, to void themselves of this sickness. And um,
Could
there
be
is a lot of
overpower.
confusion. Like, not a lot of people put together, like, I ate something bad, and that must be what it came from. Let's say until they get this pamphlet in the paper that's like, the Veils are going to chop up bodies and feed it to you. And then wheels start turning. We'll see the overall grand effect, and I think it will be a grand effect in games to come. But I think the beginnings of some uprisings against the Veils and their farming hegemony is beginning to ferment uh, from people who, as soon as they're starting to get over this sickness. But very well done indeed. The kids from the Devil's Bargain, they do get sick, but kids are resilient. They overcome just fine.
The children are our future.
Did it affect Silkshore or Brightstone?
It affects Silkshore. It didn't affect Brightstone, White Crown, or Dunslow.
Okay, but it got Barrow Cleft.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm just marking down all the. I started a notes page for everybody if everyone wants to look at it. So
Oh, please,
should be
yeah.
able to mark down notes. So I've noted that Nevro's released a pathogen to bring attention to bad food in the public, affecting the following boroughs, and I marked all of them down. So very cool.
Nice. So, well, so you talked to Rhys about this. So let's assume that and I won't have you guys roll fortune to see if you guys are affected, because we know that the messenger also said don't eat the Barrowclef food, eat the stuff that I stole from the thing, and he got a crit on that, if memory serves, or they did. So I think you guys are all fine, but all around you, you're just seeing the ravages of. I mean, the bars are empty as people are like, people aren't going to the food stalls anymore. It's chaotic, but very well done. So that happens kind of early to mid this intervening week. What are you doing this night, the night before you go up against the Crows, after all that?
Yeah, I think up to that point, Nebra is just like done with all this planning and like the stress of, oh my gosh, what if one of the kids die or whatever. So I think the only thing she would really want to do the night before is to basically reach out to her dad, who is presumably still at the consulate, probably working long ass hours, and just let him know that, they need to talk at some point, probably
How
at
are
the
you
house.
reaching out? Are you like sending him a note via cipher? Are you going to the consulate yourself?
It would definitely be a ciphered note. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And that can happen any time, really. No.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think like you can definitely send him a note. He doesn't get back to you right away. Like
Hmm.
to get in to have a conversation with him, uh, will probably need to be something to do in the downtime.
Right. Okay.
And the reason is he's been spending, and you've noticed this, he's been spending a lot more late hours at the consulate, working with some of his associates there. He's been coming home. I mean, you can see the signs of stress, right? You deal with it every time you go on a score, and you can see that that stress is building up on him too. So whatever is keeping him at the consulate is obviously something that's really grinding into him.
Yep. Makes sense.
Is it his secretary? Bad joke.
No, that's great. The
I mean,
secretary can absolutely
if
be
it was the
Granny.
secretary, it would be actually Petra because she's kind of the secretary for him. So that would be kind of
Plot thickens.
that would
No.
be awkward.
Uh, he is spending those evenings with someone, but it's not his secretary. If only things were
I-
that cut and dry.
I have a suspicion
Oh
for that.
no,
I have a suspicion. Yep.
it's the demon, isn't it?
And so who is up next?
I can go.
All right. So, Cole, how about you tell me what you are up to this night before either the war ends? I mean, hopefully both, right? The war ends with Bear and Lyssa is assassinated.
So previously, I had warned Logan Brocken that he was, kind of being hunted, in association with this whole thing.
Yeah.
And it's good that this guy is a loyal friend of mine and former Scovelander in my from my regiment, because he has gotten persistently screwed over since the very beginning.
That's
Um,
always to the friends of criminals, am I right?
right. But he's a corporal, right? So he was he was one of the kind of non-coms under me, though he was fairly junior. I assume he went into hiding with like the Scovelander refugees,
100%.
and so I'm going to, uh, I will probably, over the intervening period, have been like making checks on him just to make sure that he's okay, uh, bringing him a little bit of the food or whatever that we have, kind of thing,
Excellent.
making sure that.
So you know Logan Brocken better than I do. Where do you think he's been hiding out? Where's his safe house located?
Um,
Oh,
let's see. Where are the refugees primarily located? Is that around the consulate?
No, well, I mean, there are, you can probably find some there as they're kind of, lobbying and stuff like that. The majority of them are in Char Hollow or the docks, with some kind of in Crow's Foot
Gotcha.
intermittently throughout.
I think he initially, like the night that I talked to him originally, he probably went to ground in the docks, but I think we moved him to Char Hollow,
Okay.
just since it was known that he was a docker, and so we actually, we probably, sent someone else out to like, oh hey, here's Logan Brocken's work tag. Go ahead and go work and make your coin, loading ships and whatnot.
Yeah.
If
Yeah, you just got a job.
you just got a
Yeah.
job. By the way, if someone comes and asks you questions, like you better run. Like this is not a safe job for you. But
Yeah, absolutely. And I think using your Scovelander connections, you hide Logan out in the Sheets, which is a place where washers, tailors, and seamstresses congregate, filling the alleyways between the buildings with the billowing fabrics of their trades. It is also a secret association of anarchists among the working class where they meet to plot their schemes of revolution. So not only is Logan uh, hidden away, but there's also kind of a level of security he has in these Scovelander nationals who don't want to see one of their own put to harm. And I
yeah,
think, I mean, I won't say anything at this juncture until we kind of get to end game, but with uh, all these people getting sick and with this pamphlet that's going around and the people starting to really get upset about the veils, probably still a good idea to have Logan in hiding, but the cat's out of the bag as to what the Veils were planning, right?
right. Yeah, no, like when it because if we say that the pamphlet came out yesterday, kind of thing, and so it's been out for maybe 24 hours. I think, yeah, today when I go and I visit him and I check in with people, we actually uh we kind of make it very obvious that, like, yeah, Brocken's the one that they were, at least one of the ones they were going to chop up, right? I start, I just have a couple of, like, I have a drink with some folks at a local pub there or something. I'm like, yeah, Logan, tell him that Logan is you know, that this is what they do. This is what the Veils have been doing. It would be foolish to think that he was the first, right? No wonder we're all getting sick. Like they probably chopped up some other poor Scovelander bastard, like and now they want to come after him, even though they drafted him into their imperial military. They forced him to fight his own people, and now they want to chop him up in action and literally eat him. Like, come on, like
Great blame shifting of the Imperium at large. Just one small microcosm. I love it. Let's go ahead and get a roll from you,
Alright.
Cole, to see, because this resentment you're breeding in the Scovelanders might have some lasting repercussions. So let's just see how well it sits with them.
All right. Do you think this is consort or is this?
That would probably be my go-to, but I'm open to suggestions.
Because I'm not actually swaying them. I'm actually just kind of building into what they're currently feeling. I could also go with command. Like I could do that, but
It sounds like based on,
I think it's more consort.
yeah, that's kind of based on what you were telling me. It
Yeah.
sounds more.
Uh,
And this is, I think, a controlled position. You're
Mhm.
liked among these folks, and I think, let's say, the effect based on everything that's been happening is going to be great.
you know what? I will, because today's the day. I will take a devil's bargain. That like if anyone that's like it's not very subtle that maybe I'm not with Logan at these places or and whatnot, but I'm you know maybe I'm painting a little bit of a target on my back, uh, so that if people want to, they could find out that I was talking about how I was publicly talking against the Veils and identifying Logan. So I clearly know something.
Yeah, I'll give you that devil's bargain, and I'll tell you, it's not the Veils who take the interest in what you're saying. It's some officers of the Imperial military who have come out for
Oh,
a drink, or at least that's their cover, as they're probably here to check on the rabble and see how they're acclimatizing to Akarosi culture. Who hear word of this brewing resentment to a pillar of their community. Cool. So a success with a complication. Uh, well,
Wait,
the
which is the pillar?
the farming family.
Hester the Veils. Okay.
Um, cool. So the consequence will remain to be seen. We know from the Devil's Bargain the military has heard about this. I think that knowledge is going to go back to their commanders about a growing resentment among the Scovelander population, and we'll see how that plays out in
which
coming games.
to be fair, I'm a known quantity amongst the military since I was in the Imperial Regiment for however
Yeah,
many,
so there might
like
even
a
be a
decade.
name thrown around that it is this
Mhm.
particular person who's riling things up. Yeah, excellent.
Well,
But
and because Brocken, if I reference Brocken, he was also a
oh,
corporal
these
in the
two, yeah,
yeah.
like these two X,
So
yeah. Um, excellent, yeah, love it. But I think that resentment is growing in them. So there is. I mean, the Scovelanders already had a level of an anarchist faction within them, and I think that faction is growing and growing and growing to the point where they're on the tipping point where if an uprising needed to happen, I'm not saying it would go the way we might hope it would, but they could probably be pushed into open arms against.
well, and I think also, I think Cole is maybe not smart enough, but I think he is smart enough in this situation that even though I'm speaking to primarily Scovelanders, I think he starts switching his rhetoric a little bit. Instead of just talking to Scovelanders, he's talking about the poor in general, right? He'll lean into things of like kind of also using the words from the pamphlet that Powell put together, the messenger put together, and talking about how uh, it's the rich families, right, that are profiting on everything that all of the labor of the people. It doesn't matter if you're Akarosi, Taikarosi, you know, uh, who you are, Severosi. If you're poor, you're being stepped on. If you're rich, you're stealing from others, kind of thing.
Excellent. So I think riding this complication with that, as you shift the rhetoric, I think not only does the military start being like, is this going to be a problem we have to deal with, but some of like the landowners and factory owners start talking amongst themselves about who are these people who are kind of inciting rebellion, especially with the news that Silas got that some of their factories were hit, vandalized, burned down. Uh, they're not going to take action yet, but they're starting to put two and two together and have some serious questions that might need to be answered at some point in the future.
Well, and I think literally at some point getting up on top of a soapbox in like one of these public houses, yeah, Cole will be like, listen, I'm just a poor Skovelander, just like the rest of you. That I was conscripted by the Imperium to fight their war against my own people. Uh, and you know what? I would have done it. I served fine. I served for, yeah, he lists his record. I survived. I came back, and what did they have for me? Nothing. Like, they had no jobs. They had no work. I'm here begging for scraps on the street. How am I supposed to support a family? I would be happy. I don't need to overthrow everyone. I don't need to do all that. What I do need is jobs. I do need houses. I do need clean water and good food to eat, because what we're eating today clearly is making everyone sick. Like,
Some
he was
guy, we'll say this is an Akarosi individual, poor kind of, we'll say factory workman from Coleridge, covered in soot and grease in his blue overalls, kind of raises a glass to you. Well, in my mind, this is all happening at like Kellen's pub, right?
yeah.
And he's like, "Yeah, he knows what he's talking about. Too long have." Oh God, 1 minute, and he kind of rushes off to the latrine.
And that's what I mean there. If I hadn't
You
been
can't
out,
have a revolution while everyone's got the shits.
and that's what I mean there. If I hadn't been out back vomiting with the rest of y'all earlier, I wouldn't be up here. At least for me, it's only coming out my front, not my back.
Yeah. And you get those who are assembled, like, yeah, and you get some more who are cheering and then kind of and run off. And
Uh, I think as I finish up there, I will I'll have Kellum send a round over to the Imperial soldiers.
Helen.
Kellen, sorry. Yeah. So I will, but I'll have him send a round over to those folks, and I'll just kind of raise my glass to them.
This was to the Imperial
Yeah.
who were present.
Mhm.
I think that as you raise your glass, they just kind of narrow their eyes at you and they don't touch the stuff. I think like as soon as people started getting sick, there's a decree from the military like, you eat rations, that is all you eat.
Mhm. Well, if they get up and leave, then I'll walk over and I'll take their glasses. Like, oh,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
these are good. I'm gonna use these for other people. Like,
yeah.
I'm not gonna
Awesome.
pay for these if they're not gonna drink them. So besides that, and so I think that's kind of what happened probably last night. I think today, because I have my meeting with Bear tomorrow morning, right?
Yeah, it's all kind of part of this
Yeah.
plan. Like, granted, you guys want to stop the war, I can only assume, but this also has someone who has eyes on Lyssa the entire time and can make sure they are where they need to be, right?
Exactly.
There's no unknowns.
Yep. So I think I'm gonna go. I'd like to go talk to whoever was I guess the group or like team leader of Logan Brocken's Docker like crew. Because I believe the Dockers do not take too kindly to the Crows.
Indeed. The sailors, yes. The dockers, no.
Weird.
Cool. So, yeah, you meet Logan's boss, for lack of a supervisor,
Yeah.
on the docks. A withered longshoreman with, a long salt and pepper beard, wearing the work clothes you would come to expect. And this man's name he's of Scotlander heritage, and his name is Killian Martin.
So I think the night before when I got those drinks, I probably pour them into a flask once if like if they don't take them, I just pour them into a little flask and then take that with me. And so then when I come to meet with Killian, uh,
And he's
I,
kind of he's driving kind of kind of in a position of taskmaster. It's like, move that quick. We got timelines. Get it on. Get it on.
yeah, I go ahead and I just wait. Like I let him. I kind of stand where maybe he can see me, but I'm out of the way, and so I'm not going to interfere with like what he's doing.
Yeah, after a few moments of directing folks, and he's one, he'll step in, there let's there's some younger dockers, because Duskfall isn't too keen on like child labor laws, so there's some young folks who are lifting up some stuff, and they're kind of struggling and not one to want to lose time on a bid. He kind of moves over, helps them carry the crates onto the ships.
Mhm.
But then he kind of notices you lurking and kind of dusts himself off and starts heading your way.
I'll go ahead and take his hand and I'll shake it. And how you doing, sir?
Hello. Have we met before?
Killian. The name is Cole.
Oh, cool. A pleasure to see you again or meet you for the first time, whatever the case may be. Oi, quicker! We have timelines.
uh, maybe you remember me. I'm Lysander Colburn, Sergeant Major. Uh, I brought in Logan before, and his little brother there. I point to the new guy that is taking over his role for a little while.
Yeah, Logan's a good worker. Quick, sturdy. His replacement needs some work, but he'll get there.
Yeah. Hopefully, we'll have Logan back to you soon. I offer him a nip from my flask that I filled the night before.
Yeah,
Would you like?
he opens his kind of pea coat to show that he actually has one,
Uh,
but that doesn't stop him from taking a swig of
I,
yours.
I will take a sip of mine first and
Yeah.
offer it to him.
You looking for work, son?
Not today, no. But I appreciate the offer. Man, if I could have gotten work when I got back from the war, I would have. That would have saved me a lot of hardship, I think.
It's not easy. We have to work twice as hard and twice as long as some of these Akarosi on the docks, but uh, an honest job,
Mm,
it's hard to come by.
I hear you. Especially when all those sailors out of Crowsfoot, they're always shitting on you about how, dockers aren't real seaworthy. They're not real folk here. They're just,
The sailors can go eat crow, and I mean that pun intended there. Uh, yeah, there's some right sons of bitches, but we I don't let that get to me, and I try not to let that get to my crew. We do honest work, we do it well, we do it better than the next team. uh if they don't want to respect us, we will earn that respect through the sweat off our backs and the bloods on our knuckles.
hmm, I say, damn right. And I take another little swig of the thing.
Yeah, he takes a nip.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to check on my boy there, but let me know if you need anything.
Well, we could always use some more work, so if you uh if you have if you hear of contracts, let them know Killian's cutthroats are the best in the market.
I'm on it then. I'll make sure that if ever I need someone to unload something, I'll come to you.
Appreciate that. We Scovelanders need to stick together. God knows we're the only ones doing it.
Ain't that the truth? I'll go ahead and leave, and I'll head back to the grotto.
Sounds good. Anything you want to do at the grotto?
Um, I think I'll help Emmeline train a bit.
Cool.
doing some of that. I will not train myself, but or maybe I will eventually, but not right this second.
Yeah, so you see, they're kind of in the training grounds, going over some stances and stuff with Ref, and you can see like he has probably been trained as a swordsman at his time in Tycheros. I mean, Tycheros. I mean, you'll have to talk to the messenger about what it's like there, but I mean, the whole concept of this nation is alien to us Southerners. But he seems very dexterous, very keen with his blade, and is definitely kind of teaching Emmeline a thing or two, and every now and again, kind of correcting her stance and being like, no, 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 like this, like this. And when he sees you walk in, he's like, oh, hello, Mr. Colburn. How are you doing this fine evening?
Well, I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, it is a beautiful night. Just teaching the lovely young Miss Ferros here the art of the blade.
Hmm. Well, do you mind if I join you?
No, 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 please do. I love a student or perhaps another teacher.
I'm not so good with the blade myself, but give me a solid cudgel, and I can thwack anyone twice as well.
No, no, no. These brute instruments for miscreants and criminals. The blade sings a song. Our steps are like a dance. This is elegance in its purest form.
Well then, by all means, I'll go ahead and I'll spar with them a bit.
Yeah. All the while, he's doing his thing, and as he's moving every now and again, he kind of uh, adjusts his bandana to keep this coiling bundle of serpents that he has his hair kind of contained so they don't slip out. Because God only knows, or forgotten gods only know what happens should one of them catch your gaze.
Um, Kyle, before I finish off what I'm doing, uh, so the blue coats are split up in district divisions, right? Like, so there's a certain number of blue coats in each division, like at a garrison, more or
Yep.
less.
Precinct. Yep.
A precinct, okay. Um, because I'm wondering if what I would like to do is I would like to somehow, and this is a thing that we'll probably do later on in flashbacks, but I'm just trying to think ahead a little bit of I would like to limit the blue coat involvement with this, uh, you know, assassination. Um, and so I'm wondering if I guess the gray cloaks wouldn't be really helpful in this case, since like the blue coats know if they're part of their detachment or not, kind of thing.
Yeah, we haven't had much interaction with the Gray Cloaks. It is whispered and rumored because obviously the Gray Cloaks have um, grievances against the Blue Coats, and they used to be a part of their organization. And we do know they're called the Gray Cloaks because they often like they have their uniforms kind of turned inside out to kind of show their allegiance and show that they've turned their back on their old lifestyle. But at the same time, these are the same uniforms as the blue coats. They're just turned inside out, so they do have access to that. And there are rumors that on some occasion, maybe a gray cloak turns it around and kind of infiltrates a blue coat watch for their own purposes. Though what that might be is a mystery to most.
Yeah. Just because I'm noting, and I think this is a little bit out of character, but it's I think Cole is noting, as he's sparring or things, he kind of like I assume we have our map table kind of in the grotto.
Yeah,
Maybe the
probably
sand
looking
table.
something like we have on the main screen here, minus the
Exactly.
clocks, right?
Right. And one of those things is that, like, we could previously we had talked about how really like Char Hollow and whatnot and Charter Hall tend to like keep them the blue coats kind of keep to themselves, but that the blue coats from the docks will also at times move back and forth between Crow's Foot or respond to those two things because they're so closely tied together. And so I'm just wondering of how can we isolate the crows a little bit, since they are, I believe, allied with the bluecoats, because they're essentially a they're the organized crime. All the bluecoats are on their take, right?
In Crow's Foot for sure.
In Crow's Foot, at least. And so I'm trying to come up with a way to isolate them a little bit, or at least give us a way to escape.
So I don't know if this would necessarily be a help action or something per se, but would it be possible that the blue coats were affected by the recent food poisonings, and so they're kind of shorthanded as a
Yeah,
result?
I mean, I think for sure yeah, a large majority or a large minority, or at the very least some blue coats, right, that they weren't the military, right, they were getting their food from the same place as everyone else. So for sure their numbers probably all over, with the exception of like the districts that weren't affected, right, Brightstone, White Crown, um, the prison guards at Iron Hook, they're probably unaffected. But yeah, the Crow's Foot precinct is probably understaffed at this point.
Okay.
You have people on watch, but as Powell was saying, right, you can't really do your job when you run into the toilet every 5 minutes. So
Yeah. Right. Okay. I think that's probably good, because otherwise I was going to try to reach out to the Gray Cloaks, I think, and like either arrange for them to help us, or uh, I guess borrow their uniforms and put them on like our rovers or something, uh, and see if we could reinforce the local constabulary. But I don't think we can
well,
go through that.
going
Though.
into the score, we do have access to two. We have our rovers, and then we have
Mhm.
two groups of Scotlander refugees, one for Silas and one that Cole acquired.
That's right.
Um,
Actually, then yeah, then I think we'll do more of the training bit, but then once I get through that, I think I'm gonna go try to I might pop over to Six Towers and try to meet up with the Grey Cloaks.
yeah, for reasons that Cole is not aware of yet, go ahead and do a fortune roll to see if you can make contact with them. We'll look at 4 up. You can 1, 2, 3. They are otherwise indisposed.
Okay.
A 4. All right. Um, yeah. So you meet up with Hutch, who is the second in command of uh, the Grey Cloaks, and you meet him um, at like the stoop of a relatively abandoned apartment complex that sits above a tobacconist in Six Towers, and he's out there enjoying a cigarette, seemingly doing ungang related business as you approach.
Well, and I think Cole has met Hutch before and knows to come here, because Cole definitely uh, bought in the fighting pits
Mhm.
that the Grey Cloaks now run. Um, and like especially when he first got back from everything and got mustered out, that
Yeah, so you probably participated as a fighter in these things.
hmm hmm
Cool. Yeah, so he's out there smoking, and he sees you kind of walking, and at first he doesn't make anything of it, doesn't think you're approaching him, but he kind of gives you a nod, of a
I'll actually walk up to him and say, "Hey there, friend. Do you happen to have another one of those?" Pointing
yeah.
to the cigarette.
Yeah, he kind of reaches into his gray cloak and pulls out a kind of a home rolled cigarette for you. You need a light?
I was just gonna ask. Yeah.
Yeah, and he guards it from the wind that seemingly always howls through Six Towers, but is it the wind? One can never be quite sure. And he lights your cigarette.
Yeah, Cole takes it and takes a drag off of it. Breathe out. And I haven't been back to the fighting pits in a bit, but I heard it's still going strong. Gambling's even up more than it was before, huh?
Yeah. You know, I don't think any of us wanted things to go this way, you know, making our livelihood off of graft and corruption, the things we used to fight against. I mean, you need to understand a lot of us still have ideals. A lot of us joined the Blue Coats thinking we'd do some good in the city. But all that philosophizing aside, here we are, and it seems that there's only one way to live in Duskfall.
It's unfortunate, but I mean, I hear you. I was, you know, I was a sergeant major with the Imperial Regiment that they raised. Went off to fight in the Unity War.
Yeah, look how they treat you now. Forget
Look how
about
the
you. The only way you can live is through a life of crime, if rumors are to be believed.
I don't put much stock in rumors.
Oh, that's interesting because we've heard some juicy ones about your outfit.
Oh yeah, what have you been hearing?
Just some of your clientele. I hear you're rolling with some big players, or at least that's what Nessa tells us.
Listen, like you said, a lot of us still have morals, but you get back from the war, you get turned out by the government, and instead of you know, off to do whatever you want to do, where you get to help people and whatnot, they turn their backs on you. They say that you don't have any money, you don't have any food. So what are you supposed to do? Get a job? But there are no jobs, right? Back when we got back, and never in all the entire regiment that what was left of it got disbanded. You couldn't even buy a job at the docks. You couldn't pay someone to work on a radiant energy farm, right? You know, I had soldiers under my command that were dying in the streets, uh, and they would have been happy to shovel shit over in Dunslow, but they didn't get to do that, right? They just got knifed over the nice pair of boots they had.
Yeah, it's the same story we hear over and over. The glorious life in the Akarosi Empire. Now, I will never tell another man, woman, or child how to make a living and survive in this God's forsaken city.
Yeah.
But you should know, if these rumors are true about some of these people you're pulling scores for, just tread carefully. I I probably don't even need to tell you this. You have a head on your shoulders. You know the way things work around here. These people, the ones in Brightstone, the one in White Crown, they don't care about you. You're a deniable asset, and when your usefulness runs out, they will not think twice about getting rid of you. Case in point. He kind of gestures to himself.
Oh yeah. That's the reality of it. To think we were the ones that were mistaken before when had the wool drawn over our eyes when we thought maybe we were doing good, that maybe we were helping to build a community. Now, like you said, those folks in particular, that
Fuck those
one,
folks.
hmm th- those people in Brightstone and that one in White Crown, I know what you mean. Uh, Cole kind of says conspiratorially.
Mhm.
Uh, yeah, they don't give a shit about you or I. Hell, they don't even give a shit about our bosses or the people that our bosses have to, lick the boots of. All they give a shit about is their money, their lives, and the overall fucking, I don't even know, Duskfall politics. So, did Six Towers got hit by this food plague. I pull out one of the pamphlets. The Veils fucking
Yeah, he
shoot up.
kind of looks through it, seemingly not having seen it before. Either he wasn't reading the papers or he doesn't trust the papers. This guy is kind of against a lot of institutions here in the city.
Does
But
his
he
own
kind of
research.
reads through it and kind
Does
of
his own research.
chuckles. Yeah. um, and he says, you know, it doesn't surprise me that the Veils would do something like this. They want you to believe that they're like us, that they're just a little guys, right? They're working the farms, but this pamphlet hits it on the head. That's not their job.
Nope.
They're no better than those hoity-toity noble types who won't get their hands dirty over in White Crown and Brightstone. But yeah, some of us were hit. Some of the locals. I mean, Six Towers is probably doing better off than most areas just because there's not a lot of people who stick around here anymore. But I mean, those who did, seems unless you have money, you're all eating from the same place.
Well, it turns out I don't have money, but I did have a friend who was a bit paranoid. And he is, part of he's a Taikarosi or something. I don't know.
Oh, those guys give me the creeps.
You're telling me, but he I don't know. Maybe it's something cultural. He like stocked up a bunch of food. So, thankfully, I haven't been shitting myself all week. But I was wondering if if I was able to bring you guys, a couple of meals. Maybe I could borrow a handful of your cloaks.
Yeah. So at that, you see, like he's kind of taken in your offer, and you kind of get the impression like while he's kind of thinking it over, he's kind of coming to the realization like he's not the one to make that call. But it's at that moment where a woman exits the apartment building and enters the stoop along with Hutch, and she's like, "What's going on here?" Oh, Nessa, this is Cole, Lysander Colburn. He was uh, one who used to, yeah, I remember him.
Lysander steps up and actually he'll put the cigarettes out on his palm, and he'll tuck or actually on his belt buckle, and he'll tuck the butt of it into it. Actually, he'll offer it back to Hutch. I don't know if
Oh
Hutch.
yeah, he'll take it.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna steal this man's cigarette. And I look up and say, Captain Nessa. Uh,
You're a long way from Night Market, Mr. Colburn.
that's just over the river.
I guess it's relative. What can we do for you?
I mean, I'd love to take you for a walk. We could just walk around the block here if you'd like. Hutch
She
could
kind
always
of
come.
looks at Hutch, is like, is this guy for real? Like, yeah.
Fortunately,
All right,
yes.
we can go for a walk.
I walk with her,
And you like she does kind of open her gray cloak a little bit to show you like she is festooned with knives along her belt of like,
oh
we can go for a walk. You try something, you're a dead man.
no, Cole very very clearly doesn't ever reach for anything. You know, he he's walking along. He says very similarly. Well, I was talking to Hutch. We were catching up on old times, obviously, and it's been a bit since I've been in the fighting pits. But I heard that some of your men here and ladies and those outside the binary, that perhaps they aren't feeling too well with this sickness going on. You know, I don't. The Veils chopping up people. If rumors are to be heard.
Yeah. Why are you so interested? You planning to pull a stunt like you did on the canals? Because we are more than well staffed for whatever you try to bring at us.
Whoa, whoa. I wasn't trying to do nothing to you. Listen, the Foghounds attacked us.
That seems to always be the story of those who walk away from a good fight.
I mean, I look at there and I say, that's what the Skovelander Kingdom says too, yeah.
I have no horse in that race.
I mean, you know
I
which horse I rode.
If you have gripes with the Empire, its institutions, I do not fault you for that. But the Grey Cloaks, while they once served honorably as a pillar in those institutions, do so no longer. If anything, Mr. Colburn, we are more alike than we are different these days, as painful as it is for me to admit.
Well, I'm sorry it's painful for you, but I figured we always were more alike than we were different, because we're just people trying to survive. And no, I'm not here for anything that you have. Uh, if you'd like, you can check what I'm saying. I'm actually trying to stop this war with the Foghounds. You know what? Maybe you've heard lots of things, I'm sure. But and I don't know if you've ever served in the military, Captain. But you give a man a rage vial while he's being shot at by a fucking Gatling gun, and you're lucky that only 2 of those folks died.
The feat of athleticism was respectable. I'll give you that. Going back on your word, once it has been established, once a parlay, I mean, even in the underworld, there has to be rules, Mr. Colburn, or lest we are no better than the dogs that roam these streets.
Oof.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that you can't just end a war or end a fight right then and there. Not when everyone's still got their blood up. Have you ever taken underage essence vial?
No. You should be thankful that in the City Watch, such uh, performance enhancing elixirs have been banned.
That's good. Now, let me tell you, in the Imperial military, it hasn't been banned. In fact, it's forced upon you. You ever seen an entire regiment of troops all down them at the same time and go over the berm, huh?
I cannot say that I have, though I will admit that would probably be a sight worth seeing. From the side they are charging from, that is.
Right. Well, how else do you think you're gonna get? No matter how brave you are, how you gonna get boys barely older than 14, 15, maybe less, in armor to charge across an open field under cannon shot, under Gatling gun fire, under sustained snipers? Like, shit. Yeah. The reason I'm trying to stop that war is because I regret what happened. And I agree. There has to be rules. I think maybe people need to figure out that you can't shoot a person and then put your hands up and ask for parley. You know as well as I that while there has to be rules, you can't just tag somebody and then say not it. Maybe you have to take a step back. Maybe it's the next day. Then you can ask for parley. You
And
know,
you're going to make it harder for people to surrender. And
or at least
Duly noted.
that's what I learned in the Imperial military. That's how the Imperial troops deal with it.
If the crime lords of Duskfall begin acting like Imperial military officers, I think we are in for a world of hurt on all sides. Let there be some civility that the barbarism of the Imperial military knows nothing about.
That's well said. And I think that's the difference here. I think that's why you were a blue coat. That you're part of the civil authority and not part of the military. It's a good point, and I like what you said there. Because I am a barbarian. I understand that. Not only my Skovelander blood that has kept me down for generations, but the fact that I was conscripted against my will to go fight my brothers, blah blah blah. All of the same shit. Like you said, my grievances with the Empire are between me and the Empire. And I'm not even here to fucking do anything, because there's not a fucking thing I can do. What I am here for is I have an offer that I heard a couple of your folks might be down with the sickness here. That it sounds like it came out of Barrowcleft. Now, thankfully, we're about as far from fucking Barrowcleft as you can get here, and so you probably haven't been hit as hard. Not to mention, 6 towers is pretty sparse. You
Yeah.
know, the past few generations.
Still, it's not like my guys are eating at the fucking Golden Plum.
Right. Fuck, I've never eaten at the Golden Plum. And never will, probably, most like. So, if I could perhaps arrange to have some unadulterated foodstuffs. I was telling Hutch, one of my friends, he's a little bit of a, I don't know, crazy paranoid person. He's a Taikarosi. I don't know if it's like his personality or his culture, like what all that is. He laid up some food, and I could probably spare with a little bit of it. And in exchange, I just want to borrow a couple of your cloaks.
Borrow a
Borrow.
couple of our cloaks.
I don't
From
even need.
the gray cloaks.
Right.
Perhaps you don't understand the significance they hold to the
I do.
members of my crew.
I understand their significance. I could ask you to borrow a couple of your men if you'd prefer.
It's a big ask, Mr. Colburn, but one I could potentially agree to. I'm going to need you to do me a favor, though.
And what's that?
Just information.
Do you want to know who tried to shoot the commissioner?
As interesting as that sound, no, I had I had my mind set on something else.
Ah.
Hutch tells me that there's rumors regarding some of your top tier clients that your crew has been commissioned by. And if these rumors are to be believed, I would be very interested in some information about those clients.
What information are you looking for?
Anything you have on Virgil Caesarion.
I just Virgil Caesarion.
Yeah, he was, if rumors are to be believed, the one who set you up on the score for Strangford.
Apologies, I'll have to go ask some folks if I wasn't part of that part of it. All I did was try to shoot the police commissioner.
Well, good on you for that.
Well, he's a son of a bitch, isn't he?
You
That was a good setup, Charles. That was a good setup and landing.
you get back to me with information on this Caesarion, and you can have cloaks, you can have my men. I mean, if the information is good enough, you can have whatever you want.
What do you want to do with Caesarion?
We just want to know a little about him.
That's fair. Well, I'll ask. I put
We'll
out
be
my
here shitting our brains out.
I put out my hand to shake her hand if she's willing to take it.
Yeah, she does.
I peel off. I give a little kind of nod to Hutch, who I assume was following us as well.
Yeah, like within like eye line, right? Like
Yeah.
making it like I'm not following you, but I'm definitely following you.
Right. And the three others that are
Yeah,
that
that you
be
didn't see.
around, like. I kind of nod to any of them. I walk back over to Night Market.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna
Anything
go
else
look
you want
for.
to do from there?
I'm gonna wait until this evening. Until I assume there's like a time period when everyone's getting together to like.
No, not this evening. All the planning has been done. This evening, you guys are free, and whatever you guys decided upon, we'll need to discover in flashbacks to that moment.
Gotcha. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna go try to find Silas.
Cool. So, let's say you at this point, kind of later in the evening, Silas is now up in his room with his sleeping bourbon and pamphlet in hand, in his glorious, luxurious Victorian night clothes.
I go ahead and I knock on his door.
I don't answer the first one.
I politely wait and then I knock again.
Then I get up, kind of look through the little people I got. Cole, what do I owe the pleasure?
Silas, I was wondering if I could have a word with you.
Certainly. And I kind of look around outside and then wave him in. And then have us, like, I don't even change into anything better. Keep my sleeping bourbon to myself and have us sitting in my sitting room.
You said
I just
Silas has.
picture like Ebenezer Scrooge's.
Oh yeah,
costume, like,
exactly like that.
And you said Silas has his sleeping brandy with him, right?
Oh, he's got like the cap too.
Nice.
Nice
Excellent.
gown and the sleeping bourbon, and he does not
Sleeping
offer
bourbon.
you any.
Oh, rude. Well, I just happened to be I was walking through Six Towers, and I happened to be talking to Captain Nessa. Uh, you know, the Grey Cloak leader, former commander of the Six Towers division.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't here for the whole Strangford thing, and we haven't really gotten to chat about it. But there was a fella, Virgil Caesarion, who like put the deal together or something like that.
Yes, he's shown his face at the Centralia Club a few times.
Yeah, the Saturnalia Club is a good place. Thanks for taking me there.
You're welcome. I hope our future visits will be very uneventful.
They were pretty rude to me last time. It's true.
I just leave it at that.
Anyway, Caesarion. I mean, he's a right, you know, gentlemanly prick. Right? He's old money. It seems. I don't know anything about him.
I don't know much myself. He didn't seem like the type I would associate with.
That's what I was thinking too. Well, the Grey Cloaks, they seemed interested. They seemed so interested that for information on Caesarion, that they'd be willing to give us a couple of their men, maybe even more of their cloaks. Which, while they're grey, you've turned them inside out. They're just blue, just like the blue coats.
I suppose after tomorrow's events, we can devote some time to finding out about this Virgil individual.
Well, see, I was thinking, we could give him whatever information we have now, which is that he hired us for this job or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and then we could get those cloaks for tomorrow. Because it might be pretty easy, with the sickness going around. I'm willing to bet you that the crow's foot constabulary is a little understaffed, and if we had a couple of extra gray cloaks just hanging around, that were a couple extra blue coats hanging around that were ours, uh, they might be able to be of use.
And simply the information about him giving us the job would be sufficient for that.
She didn't say. I mean, it might be something you have to do, because uh, she said she wanted information, but that she just wanted to know about him, and I tried to tease out what that was, but she didn't say to me.
Well, I know as much as you, so that's without doing further.
Listen, I always assume you know more than me.
exploration.
That's why you're in charge. That's why you're the boss.
Yes, but when I've met this man up until the recent job, I did not think he was anything worth the money his parents died to give him.
See, that's more information than I had. I didn't know his
Thrill,
parents were
piece of
dead.
Shit,
I
rando,
I
kid,
didn't know that he was
rich
rich
kid.
like that. Maybe you tell the Grey Cloaks that.
All right, so I'll probably need to see them earlier in the morning.
I mean, they'll be there whenever you get up, of course. I mean, I'm happy to go tell them now if you'd like, but
I, if it's we have an early morning, so if you can do that, that would be helpful.
sure. Is there anything? He takes
Silas
that.
is the best. He's delegating his entire.
Cole literally takes out a little tiny pamphlet and a pen or a pencil, that little tiny nub of a pencil, and he's like, "Is there anything else?" So Virgil Kassarian, he's orphaned, rich kid. He hired us for the job with Strangford. What else?
I've seen him
He's a
frequent
member of the Saturnalia Club. You
but
said.
I've seen him at the Centralia Club in Brightstone, is where that is.
Okay, so he's a member of that club, that fine establishment.
Yes, I believe so.
Hmm.
I mean, that's the only. I don't know of anyone that gave him a visitor's pass, so I'm assuming. And with someone with his kind of means, getting membership would be nothing.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I can think of. I don't have anything else. I guess I'll go see if this is enough to get us some cloaks.
Very well. We'll also have some Skovlander refugees to help us out as well.
Always.
I mean, not only the folks you got, but I also happen to recruit a couple, who I was thinking we could put in those cloaks. So,
Excellent work.
thanks, boss. All right, well, I'll let you get back to bed there with your little pamphlet.
Very interesting pamphlet.
It's good. Yeah. So, well, have a good evening.
Good night, Cole.
I close the door behind me.
And I go back to my bedroom.
I go back down to where I think Emmeline is, if Emmeline's still training.
Yep.
And I bring her like a glass of water, kind of in between their training bouts.
Thanks, Cole.
Emmeline, I was
She's
wondering,
like stretching out and.
you were at the Plum when that Kassarian fellow approached us, yeah?
Oh, yeah, with Nebra.
So, long story short, Eventide has me getting some information on Kassarian to give to some folks to get us some assets for this whole thing. So, is there anything you could help me? Like, could you tell me about him?
I mean, he was the right prick.
That's what I said.
Beyond that, you might want to talk to Nebra. The pair of them. I mean, he really gravitated towards her. I mean, it was creepy. But neither here nor there. Oh, one thing I do remember he said to Strangford was that his family's money wasn't made in Leviathan hunting; it was made in stocks or trading, um, or something like that. Some newfangled.
Investment banking.
some
Alright.
newfangled Ponzi scheme or pyramid scheme or something.
Sure. Some new way to take poor fellas like us some money away from us and give it to the richer folk.
Yeah. I love how you just you think Emmeline's poor.
I mean,
No, she
lives in
likes that. Yeah.
she lives in
will
6 towers.
perpetuate that.
She's definitely poor.
Yeah.
But
Um.
Can I be overhearing some of this as the Nighthawk?
For reasons unbeknownst to you, perhaps, but we'll need to get there at a separate time because
Okay.
you might be predisposed.
Fair enough.
all right, I'll go try to find Nebra then. Keep enjoying your bout there. You're getting really good. You're gonna kick the shit out of me.
I just need to kick the shit out of whoever comes at us tomorrow. I am much more keen with dealing with the dead than the living, so I hope to give as good as I take.
Well, hopefully we have to deal with the dead or with the living and not the dead tomorrow.
You and I have different ideas of what a good battle looks like.
That's true. I think we do have different ideas of what a good battle looks like. I prefer to start with living and end with some folks dead versus the other way around. I don't know. All right. Yeah. Do you know where Nebra is, Emmeline?
I can only assume that she's at home. I think she still lives with her parents in Charter Hall.
Well, then I guess I'll go hail a coach and head on over that way. So, yep.
Yeah, the cabbies take you into Charter Hall.
Oh man, what do I
Much
do?
like the gondoliers, they're not as outwardly creepy as the gondoliers because they don't kind of have the same necromantic history. But they're all kind of like, it's always disconcerting when you have to be alone in a coach with a cabbie on top. Like they're not the type of people, like you always want at least one other person there to to make sure you arrive at your destination.
Right. And they were never heard from again. So once I get there, I'm going to go around. Is there like a servant's entrance to this home? Like how grand is this place?
I wouldn't say it's not grand enough to have servants per se. It's basically just Nebra and her parents or her
Now,
mother mainly.
now, do you think this is like a house, or is this like an apartment above another building?
Hmm. I think it'd be more like an apartment. That's probably more realistic.
Okay. So yeah, he will go to the apartment entrance and like look up the number, and then go walk his way up to the door to knock on it.
Okay. Nebra would probably answer the door at this point, so she'll open the door and be like, "Oh,
You get I'm gonna take it for granted that you did warn your family not to eat, or you got food from our stash for them.
yes,
Cool.
yes,
So
yes."
yeah, you do get kind of a yell from your mother. It's like, "Who's at the door at this hour?"
Uh, oh,
I
it's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was just going to say, oh, cool. What a pleasant surprise.
Miss Cinnamon. Yes, I looked at that information you had requested from the library, and
Oh,
Oh, and you see, like, Nebra's mother kind of pokes her head out from behind a corner, and she's kind of dressed in her sleeping gown, and she kind of turns back to her husband, who's finally gotten home, and he's kind of, shirt half undone. He's like, "Oh, it's a friend from school. No, it's okay. It's schoolwork. It's." And she kind of greets you, like, so happy. Like, do you want? And she's kind of making herself decent. Do you want biscuits? I could lay out some tea. We could do a whole spread. Do you study economics as well? No, come in. I insist. And she takes you into the home.
I don't want to trouble you. No trouble
No,
on
no,
my
it's
behalf.
no trouble. And she's already making tea and like firing up a griddle.
perfect. That's perfect.
No, I don't study economics. I study oratory, and that kind of thing.
Oh, very impressive. Perhaps Perhaps you will be working in a consulate or even the city council.
Highly unlikely. They don't allow Skovlanders to hold those kinds of jobs, really.
Well, that's a shame, and that is something that we are trying to change.
Oh
Um,
yes.
if my husband has any say, um, well, Rahul and I both believe that the Skovlanders are no different from the Akarosi, are no different from the Aruvians. We're all people trying to survive in this shattered world, and um, it is, excuse my language, a darn shame um, what these people have done to you. And she puts jam on some toast. as she's
Uh,
eating.
Cole also puts jam on toast.
No, she's doing it for you.
Oh, okay. He like wipes his hands on like his trousers because he's like sorry, you know. Yes, thank you.
Nebra
But
will hand over a handkerchief
oh,
to Cole.
he will.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. I was in a public cab earlier. You understand that it's so hard to keep things clean all the time. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, the roads from White Crown must be, um, uh, you know, crossing the bridge at this time of night. I mean, I'm, I know that the Blue Coats do a good job patrolling Brightstone and White Crown. But still, there are criminal elements in this city. You best believe it.
Oh, thankfully, I did some time with the Imperial military, and so people don't tend to take advantage of me in that way. But yes, I still have to be wary, even for someone of my size.
You are a big growing boy.
Thank you,
She
ma'am.
pats you on the
I take
muscle.
I take a bite of the biscuit.
And then she sits down with her tea and is just like, doe-eyed looking at you and looking at Nebra and being like, I never meet your friends. This is so great.
I look over at Nebra and I say, "Yeah, so Silas had sent me. He was doing a report on the Kassarian family, um,
Oh.
and he
Oh,
wanted your
sorry.
notes because he knew that you had done more research on that, um, and so he wanted to potentially he wanted me to potentially get to that information."
So Nebra will turn to her mother. Oh, mother, this is the Akarosi noble guy that I was telling you about. That.
Oh,
Not.
he sounded like a right creep, let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Amongst the Aruvian women, I'm talking to Cole at this point.
Mhm.
He has what we say yellow sand fever. He loves Aruvian women, all of them.
I see. Yes.
You
Yeah.
hate to see it.
Yeah,
As
it's
a Skovelander
unfortunate.
myself, I understand. Yes, there are certain people, there are certain uh, tropes and other generalizations about Skovelander men that the Akarosi in particular seem to find some exoticism. Am I saying that
Yes,
correctly? Sorry.
indeed.
I blame it on the accent. If Aruvian weren't such a, again, excuse me, sexy tongue, then we wouldn't have this type of problem with the locals.
I mean,
Cole,
Virgil would
Cole,
probably agree.
Cole blushes and just starts drinking his tea. Like he's like, I'm not prepared to have this conversation. and,
With your
you
mom.
weren't
Ready
with-
for Nebra's mother.
Damn.
yeah.
This is a desperate situation.
Yes, it is.
At this point, uh, your father Raul will kind of step out and be like, "Honey, please, this is schoolwork. Let Nebra work. We could socialize another time. It is late. They need to get work done." And it's like, "Oh yes, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was just so great to see you and see friends of my darling Nebra. And but yes. Tea's on the kettle if you want some more. There's a
Oh.
ham in the cupboard. Should you want some? We had it for dinner today, but it is still fresh.
Well,
Thank you so much, Mother. That's very
thank you,
kind.
Mons. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, and you, and stop by anytime.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yay! I love it.
Once she leaves, Cole just like looks at Nebber like, did they do okay?
You were wonderful. You're immediately on my mom's good side, so you're halfway there.
He like mops his brow with the handkerchief that's like has grease on it, so that he has grease on his face. Oh Jesus. Okay.
You did fight. Don't worry.
So yeah, Silas was saying. So anyway, the Grey Cloaks want information on this Caesarian fellow, and so Silas was wanting to give them some information. And I pull out my little tiny little notebook, and I'm like, "This is what I got so far." And in
Hmm.
very bad printing, is just like Virgil Caesarian, probably spelled terribly. That he's a rich orphan prick.
Oh, this first slide, very good. That's very crucial information.
Actually, he adds yellow sand fever to the list of things.
Facts.
And then in parentheses, actually he doesn't know what a parenthesis is. He just next to it writes unnaturally, nope, just say attracted to Aruvian women.
Mhm.
Uh,
I
This
mean,
is
this is basically
exactly how this should go.
This is literally a Victorian police report, right?
yep.
But all the spelling's probably atrocious.
Yeah, I could be an inspector. And then
In another life.
in another life, and then
Fraulein clearly of the common sort. No,
and then he says, family money wasn't made in Leviathan hunting,
Mm.
made in uh, like trading scheme.
Yeah,
he
I'm
says-
not sure. I'm not sure where the money comes from. Probably something questionable.
It's what Emmeline gave me this piece. She said that she overheard him say this to Strangleford.
Mm. Right. Right.
Do you know anything else about Virgil Caesarian?
He seems fairly young. Probably younger than me, actually, which was very surprising. And yet he has all this money and wealth.
He writes younger than Nebra.
Yep. Perfect. Yeah. Oh, one more thing. Yes, I heard him say this in passing. Like, something happened to his parents. Like they were killed,
Oh yes.
which is probably why he got all this money now. He just inherited it.
He also writes down 8 at the Golden Plum, member of the Saturnalia Club.
Oh, I didn't realize he was part of that club too. Oh, interesting.
Silas mentioned that he was there, so
Oh, interesting.
Also, I think it should be canon that you said Saturnalia Club and wrote that down, even though it's Centralia Club.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Centralia. So it's both of you are wrong and half right.
yeah.
Close enough.
Well, hopefully this is enough to get us the Grey Cloaks, and so that way we
They
can
literally go and find the wrong guy.
Oh, the Grey Cloaks are helping?
Well, we're asking. We're seeing if maybe
Oh,
we can. So it turns out I don't know if well. So did Nebra told somebody talk to the doctor about this, but talk to Rhys, but didn't necessarily talk to everyone about the sickness, right?
she probably did not.
Okay, great. So yeah, Cole goes, yeah. So there's this the sickness going around, and
Oh, yes, horrible.
so many people are ill, like both ends just fucking firing,
Ugh,
and
that's
the Grey Cloaks got hit just as much as anyone did,
oh
at
no.
least over in 6 towers,
Mhm.
and so. I'm going to trade them some of this information, maybe a little bit of food to kind of get them right, and then they're going to give us some of their cloaks, and then we might dress up some of the Scovelanders or maybe us, I don't know, to reinforce the Crow's Foot.
Oh, that's a very good idea, Cole.
Oh, thanks. I came up with it myself.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Maybe you could take Silas's place next time. Who knows?
No, that's not for me. That's.
Oh, okay.
I think that's your job.
No,
Yep.
no.
You did so good last time. We got all the things we wanted. No one died. I got to shoot the chief of commissioner of the police. Like,
Oh, okay, that was not that was not part of the plan, but okay.
if Never's mom is listening at the door, it's like this just... He's whispering, so it's you
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
hear him.
No,
Um,
she's hard of hearing. It's fine.
she says that, yeah.
There we go.
Um,
Oh no! What happened?
I don't know.
Great. Anyways,
It's the old defense of we're writing a book. Um, you're muted, pal. Yeah,
You're practicing a play.
we're practicing a play. Perfect. Yeah, I am in oratory apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So then, yeah, Cole's like, okay, if there's nothing else, I'm gonna go try to talk to the cloaks.
Okay. Do you want to take some biscuits to go?
Sure. Yeah. And
Yeah.
he
Grab
takes
as many
both-
as you want.
he fills his pockets and heads his way out.
Perfect.
Cool. Yeah, so you catch the coach ride through Charter Hall up into Six Towers, to that apartment complex. At this juncture, no one's standing outside, but you know, some of the Grey Cloaks operate or otherwise dwell in the apartments above.
So I go ahead and I will go ahead and I guess I enter the apartments.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and go into the apartment building itself.
And up there, you see, there's a bit more activity. Unlike kind of Nebra's apartment, where a lot of people were sleeping at the time, being kind of a bit of a hideout for a criminal element. It's kind of like think like college dorm room, right? Like doors are open and there's people flitting to and from rooms, and you see like hutches among them.
I kind of give Hutch a little head nod.
He kind of heads over
I
toward you.
I hand him a handful of biscuits.
Oh, yes. Where'd you score these?
I got them down in Charter Hall, but I got them from a good source. Don't worry.
Then like another Grey Cloak comes over, tries to grab one, and he swats his hand away. It's like, get your own.
I pull out from the other side. I hand him one. Yeah.
Mhm.
Is the boss around?
Yeah. Captain. And Nessa filters out of one of the rooms. Back so soon?
Turns out, yeah. Did you want to go to your office?
Yeah, right this way. And she kind of leads you back into a room, and it's
I hand my cudgel to I open my jacket up where my cudgel's hanging, and I motion to Hutch. I'm like, you want to take this? Like,
yeah, and he does. You get the impression like because you fought in the pits, like Hutch has kind of a liking to you, more than Nessa probably, and
yeah, Nessa not so
doesn't
much.
think you'd do something stupid, but
Protocols. I don't want to
and
be
Nessa
sure.
would love to see you try.
Yeah,
So,
right.
so she leads you back, and this isn't really like an office per se. It's more just like a converted apartment building. Like think like, the kind of a crime den you might see on like The Wire. Like a table, some folks sitting around divvying up money or coin in this case, and probably some illicit goods.
Yeah. So I hand her first off. I hand her a napkin wrapped around like 3 or 4 biscuits.
And she opens it up and kind of nods at you and kind of looks at some of her men who are working at the table and passes it to one of them who she kind of gives them out to her men.
I pull out my little flip book type thing, and I just kind of tear the page out, and I hand her what I have.
Oh, this was quick.
I told you I'd go ask.
Oh, was that pal?
Oh, she's probably seen worse work.
Yeah.
That's
But
true.
this is a police commander looking at your investigative notes.
I'm sorry the writing isn't good. I didn't learn to, didn't have much schooling after the age of 13.
No, that's okay. Not a lot of my men did either. Yeah, this is serviceable. This says here he's a member of the Centernalia Club. Do you know what nights he frequents? How often he goes? Do you know his membership number or if he travels by carriage?
I don't know those things, but I can ask.
This will be enough to serve what you're looking for now, but if you can get more of that information, we would be much obliged.
I mean, do you mind if I ask? Are you looking to off him?
That all depends on him.
Fair enough. The only reason I ask, I have no love for him one way or the other, but he did get us paid, so uh, if he was going to pay me again, I would like to keep him alive.
Well, Hutch gave you his rant about those people in Brightstone, right? He's no better.
He is no better, but the same thing you said. We're just trying to survive, and until I can fucking grow my own crops or some shit, uh, I'm gonna need to continue to buy food and pay somebody to live somewhere. So I'm gonna
Well,
need to
shit,
continue to have
Mr.
money.
Colburn. With the way things are going out at Barrowclef, you might need to do that sooner than you think.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But hey, I'll go see what I can turn up. But this is enough for a handful of your cloaks for the day.
You want cloaks or you want men in cloaks?
I mean, I wasn't gonna ask you to do anything you wouldn't want to do, but this will uh, be infiltrating with the blue coats. So your men would be better at that than ours.
Then consider it done. What do you need my guys to do?
I would like you to go reinforce Crow's Foot. I hear they're a little understaffed, but I'd like to make sure the blue coats there are kept busy.
Understood.
Yeah.
Nothing's happening Crowsfoot these nights anyways. And she kind of gives
Exactly.
you a wink.
Thanks. You know what? It's been a pleasure. In another life, I wish maybe I had there had been an opportunity for me to be on your team.
This life's not over yet, Cole.
That's true. That's true. Well, have a good evening. I'll see you. I'll. I assume that your boys will go on duty at what? Early morning time when the shift changes.
Yeah, they'll go for a shift. And she kind of looks around and it's like, you four, over here to me. And kind of four stand up and come over. It's like, I have a job for you. And she looks at you and she doesn't go into details about the job just yet. But she's like, remember their faces. When they're wearing blue, you might not be able to tell the difference, but I want my men back.
Cole actually goes from each one to each one, like, and like tries to memorize details about them.
This is
Yeah.
great because she's like, you can use these guys. You're not supposed to kill them.
Yeah, don't hurt them.
Because she knows you shoot police commissioners.
Or get them killed.
I can get them killed. That's not on me. It's the I'm not allowed to harm them.
I feel like she
What
won't
she
see it
said
that
was
way
she
if
wants
they don't
them
come back
back.
alive.
She did. But she wants me to memorize their faces. So yes, I do that. I reach out my hand to her. Yes, deal.
Yeah, she shakes it.
All right.
There was also a matter of food. I assume that it wasn't just these biscuits.
It wasn't. I'll send over a boat here shortly.
Hutch will be ready to receive it.
I leave.
Awesome. Who would like to check in with us next?
I need some ideas for what the messenger could get up to. It's like, little one's been busy, and all the things I think of are actually no, that'd actually be a downtime project, and no, that's not what that would be either. I've got the pamphlet in circulation, like score. Is there something I want to do for the thing? Then I'll do that in a flashback later. I think, okay, here's what it is. The messenger is putting on a show of being out in Let's stretch of water over by the.
Like the Dusk
Okay.
River?
Yeah, the over across the river that runs along the night market.
Like the northern one
On
or the
the side
eastern
of
one?
like the Deathlands or the side of like Coal Ridge.
All the way over where the Dusk River exits out. So,
Gotcha.
I
So where
guess
the
that's not
dusk meets the silk,
right. So
or the mist. Sorry.
the lightning barrier goes down to the water.
Yeah.
But
And there's
things can
probably like some sort of gate apparatus so that boats could travel further, but most don't. Like, like the sea is safe because the dead and denizens of the Deathlands generally don't go out to sea, but rivers become much more dangerous. So like river travel, much like the railways have their own lightning generators. The only ships you see kind of go out that way are ones with personal lightning generators, and are generally like Ministry of Preservation owned vessels. But
sure.
even them are few and far between.
But there may be living things that pass through there. Things coming down into the estuary.
Oh yeah,
And,
yeah.
And some of those living things are actually made of food.
Mhm.
So the uh to deflect suspicion about what they plan to be up to later, the messenger is making a show of being on the far side, on the Deathland side, inside the lightning barrier, like set up in a blind, and occasionally so it doesn't spook anything, but basically fishing.
Gotcha.
And this isn't just I've got a pole in the water fishing either. I've got set up little where it's shallow enough to walk in, set up the fish funnel thing, and we've got slick dog out there as well. But most of the time we're in the blind waiting for something big to come through, and then we ambush it. And we're probably bringing in a bit of stuff so I can have the look of. But then then the messenger is going to sneak out of there, try to leave that place unobserved, so that anyone who has been watching the messenger, which they always are, will hopefully be deceived into thinking the messenger is still out there.
Gotcha. And
But
so I might be a bit confused there. You're doing this on the Deathland side, past the lightning barrier?
no, inside the lightning
Inside.
barrier.
Okay.
Inside the lightning barrier, but on the Deathland side of the river.
Gotcha.
Because you see, the lightning barrier is a little back from the edge of the river there.
Yep.
So there's a bit of shoreline there.
Kind of near where like the rail lines run through.
Right.
Yep. Cool.
Rather than the Dunslow side, because
Yep.
Dunslow is, yeah, I've been poking around there recently doing my research, but no, we don't want none of that on us.
Yep. Cool. Cool. Let's get a roll to see how well this works and or what you catch.
Well, if I'm rolling for what I catch, that's clearly going to be hunt. But
Let's do two. Let's see what you catch, because at the end of the day, you could also supply some food for the crew.
okay, well, the hunt will, as before, be a combined action, is it called? Where I'll be leading Redress in that. And since that is Redress's area of expertise, Redress gets 2 dice, and then if Redress fails, I have to pay a stress. But if Redress does better than me, we keep that. So here we're rolling Redress first. Oh, we're probably keeping
Crits.
that. Good dog. And what is my position on this?
I think we'll call it a risky, because you do risk some level of harm from eels.
Effect is almost certainly standard, unless there's something weakening me. Nope. Okay. No bonus dice, because we're not pushing on this.
So,
Also
like
successful, but we take Redress as crit.
Yeah. So he kind of splashes out of the water, eels dangling from his soft mouth, and he kind of lays them at your feet. And yeah, you get quite a big haul. And I'll say, with that crit, rather than rolling something else to see if people notice it, we'll just kind of ride this crit and say, like, Redress is having a jolly good time, making noise, splashing, doing what the slick dog was born to do. And I think from the noise and celebration, people who are walking the streets of Night Market look over and take notice of, oh, there's a little person fishing.
There's that weirdo. Taikurosi, All right, cool. And then, so with that crit, are we taking that so I don't need to make the stealth roll to get out of there, or?
No. I think with that, this whole series of events can, because I mean, you crit, right? So I think that whole series of events can go as planned.
Cool. The charade is in place, and
And just so I am correct in my knowledge here, this scheme was to kind of place you somewhere else, right? For
Right.
what is about to come, right? People will be like, "No, I saw him fishing,"
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we're going for here, is an alibi.
Yep.
And like, it should be an alibi to all of it is to a degree an alibi to all of the Nighthawks, because if the Nighthawks were going to have someone shoot, surely they'd have their own shooter do that. But yeah, can't be too paranoid.
Awesome. Anything. I mean, beyond that, you brought back. I mean, this is not the Ministry of Preservation food we had previously, but you've probably got us fed for this next week, not relying on anything from Barrowclef, with your catch of seafood.
Right. This is fresh food to supplement the better packaged food, and yeah.
Mix
It's-
some river eel with some tasty crackers.
Which is
All
good
of them.
because Cole is quickly trading away some of our
Yeah, which I'm
packaged
not
food.
sure Cole told anyone about. So you come back and there's just piles of.
I told
cravings.
Silas.
Yeah, that's the only one who matters, right?
Did you mention trading the food?
Definitely did.
Okay, well, I was drinking, so.
I also like the way you go to Deborah and you're like, Silas sent me on this task, even though like you went to Silas and said, hey, I feel like I should do this thing, help me out with it.
Yep.
Silas just made sure he thought it was his idea so that he's delegating properly.
Yeah. Good show.
That's the spider thing to do.
Good show.
Cool. Anything else, Messenger?
I can't think of anything else they need to do that won't be covered in flashbacks. I said I kind of resolved a lot of the projects I had for them.
Awesome. All right. Who wants to go next with their potentially final evening among the living?
You can go first if you want, Cameron.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Cool. So, Virgil, we're actually going to start you off at the Caesarian Estate, Caesarian Manor, or however it is named. And you are there this evening in the basement or the understructure of this Brightstone Manor, in front of an altar to the throne of judgment, where you are currently in communion with that vengeful, forgotten god with whom you serve. So, because this is the first time we've seen your ancestral home, what type of things can you tell us about it?
I think it is. So, let me just. Brightstone is. Is Brightstone like on a hill kind of thing, or is it in a like lower plains? What is the topography of Brightstone actually?
Because it's so close to the sea, it's probably fairly level ground.
Okay,
Probably a little bit depressed from Charter Hall and Six Towers.
that's what I was kind of guessing, but I just want to make sure it's not like some kind of cliffside thing or whatever. But yeah, so no, I think he it's an estate, it's a manor, kind of thing in Brightstone. It is, I think I like to think Brightstone kind of like is like the Hollywood, of like the city, right? It's just like a neighborhood of mansions, right? A lot of places like your residential streets are just like the finest houses ever, and everybody's neighbor is a millionaire.
Yeah. A lot of Brightstone is uh like manor estate that they're like what am I trying to say? Like if you've been to like London, they're kind of like almost like brownstone uh estates, like Downing Street type looking things,
Yeah,
but they're
yeah,
all this beautiful white stone, which is where the district's name comes
yeah,
from.
yeah. And he's got a house like in there, and it's a nice estate. I like to think that his is a little more isolated. It's not like connected to other houses. Like he's got some space around him between his neighbors, and that was like maybe like the Kasarian family could afford, like a yard, like
Hmm.
um, but like I think that there's some gardens and stuff on the estate, but also like it I think that one of the few things that on his estate grounds there are these like old like mounds and rocks that it's one of the few topological features of it. But these may have been part of an older settlement or town, like Neolithic or something, like in England, right? Where like there are places where like somebody's backyard was actually like a burial mound for like the Stone Age people or something. But like similar vein like that, if you go down into these tunnels in the deep cellar behind one of the walls, there you can access this tunnel to this really very ancient corridor that leads into below these areas, and there is
Yeah, kind of like the guy who found Kayamakli by trying to extend his basement type
yes,
deal.
exactly, yeah. But like that, yeah, like that's just they picked a really nice spot in Brightstone, and turns out this place has been populated for a long time. There have been many civilizations that have existed here in the past, and this is a place for very ancient, uh, or at least a facility or temple or other things for this forgotten god exists as well. But from the surface, you wouldn't notice. Like it might just look like kind of a rocky like hillside in the backyard or something. Um, but yeah, like it's a fancy estate. It's got if you were to walk in, I think it's got the two grand staircases and things like that, and all that. Big bright windows for the most part, and looks like a normal estate from above. I think that a lot of the curtains are always drawn, but like have been since his parents died. Basically, you never see into this house anymore. You don't see people coming in and out very much anymore, right? There's a little bit of like it's like it went into privacy mode and just has never left, and who knows if it ever will. People aren't really sure what's going to happen because like families can make or break. Like if you like young heirs of estates and stuff don't always grow up when they don't have the right guidance, right? And so no one's really sure what Virgil's going to be or what he's trying to do. He's just messing around, young kid, whatever. And that's kind of the image I think you would see from the exterior, other than just the blinds are always drawn. But like no one questions it because they're like, whatever. He's probably going to grow up weird, right? uh, you know, and but yeah, I don't know. Does that sound good?
Yeah. So that's great. And right now you've earlier this evening you walked through the underground passageways,
Mhm.
perhaps underneath these ancient mounds, and are currently at this altar to the throne of judgment. So what does this area look like?
So like, I like to think that like this could have been burial mounds, but like it's so long ago, it's hard to tell anymore. It could be an ancient temple, but like obviously this had religious significance. Even the stones, I think, in this room, like Stonehenge, are arranged like in a particular pattern where they it's like kind of like a circle. I think this one area, right? It may have even been above ground at some point. For all we know, we don't know if it was always built to be an underground structure, but it is now. And there are these big uh, stone pillars that are blank, but they are clearly like made by people's hands, right? They're huge, heavy stone columns decorating this room. Very simple workmanship, but also incredibly solid and strong, has withstood the test of time. And in the center of this room, there is an altar, and on this altar, there is a surprisingly, I think, detailed, I think, statue of a creature. I'd like to say that, like, the descriptions of this creature almost seem to vary between who looks at it, kind of thing, of like it's hard to quite describe what it is. But it looks, you know, the descriptions most people would have of it are like fierce. It's staring back at you as if it were judging your soul. Like, if you were to describe it, you'd almost always use those words. But like what it is, the number of arms and legs, or where those arms and legs and heads are, seem to vary from person to person. Does that sound?
Yeah, definitely like an eldritch.
Yeah. Everybody sees a little bit almost, and it's not like everybody's description is wrong, but they all have the same common tone of it. Like, it's staring into your soul. Like, what is the weight of your soul? What have you done?
Yeah, and I think like you've been in communion with it for whatever purpose this evening, and it's rare to never that the forgotten gods actually like manifest or speak to you or give you any sort of direction. But the one thing, and it's hard to say, there's a level of superstition here, right? Like, it's hard to say, is this a supernatural occurrence, or is this just happening because of natural groundwater leakage, or whatever the case. But for whatever reason today, and for the past few weeks, um, where the statue sits, there's this drip from the ground overhead, and again, you might think, oh, this is water, and you'd expect like the groundwater to be dirty, as everything in Duskfall kind of is,
Like dripping
but
through the stonework somehow. Like,
exactly, and this water is a little bit more viscous than you would expect it to be, and it is red in color, and it smells of rust.
I'll look at the ceiling and see if there's like rust on the ceiling.
No, there's kind of pooling, like some of the stone has been stained red where this liquid has been uh, dripping down, and it kind of lands on the statue and kind of pools at the statue's feet, um, but no sign of where it came from. So some might say, the gods only know how many bodies have been buried in the lands of Duskfall.
Right.
Others of a more superstitious bent may say that this is an omen from the very same forgotten god that you worship. Perhaps he is pleased. They are pleased. It is pleased. Perhaps it is actually a call to action. Perhaps it is calling for blood. Or indeed, perhaps it is a warning of blood yet to be spilt.
I think Virgil would feel that. Like, I also think that his inspiration came from here, but it's like, I don't think it was something that like an actual supernatural event. I think it was like he believes it, right? Like, whatever fever dream or crazy state he was in when he was first down here, that the inspiration to become the Nighthawk, that's where it happened. He's like, I must be vengeance. I must get like that inspiration happened here, and like it wasn't like a thing. It was like, hey, dude, get vengeance. It was like, I'm overcome with it, right?
Yeah. I think like with most of the Forgotten Gods, they're not the type that uh, intervene directly, right? It's always coming from the individual, right? It's always like, I see the sign, I know the omen. This is what I feel. Thank you for your guidance, right?
I would like to kind of determine how at least I want to know what this means to him. I feel like I almost want to roll something to kind of see how he reacts to it.
Well, I'm not one, I should say, to tell you how your character feels about something, right? I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that's on
I think I
you
guess
to decide.
I guess what I'd like to do is determine the cause of this, and in that process, perhaps understand it better. Right, and that might help. Like, where is this coming from?
Yeah, I don't think you need a roll. I mean, it's clear that it's coming from something buried in the ground. You know, whether it's the rains we have washing down, mixing with some minerals and stuff like that, or, uh, I mean, to your mind, it definitely seems like blood. So maybe there are
Yeah.
something buried, something's dead
Can I
above ground.
can I check? Can I check above ground there?
Yeah. So you're heading back up into the manor.
I mean, let's see. Yeah, there probably isn't an easy way to access this except from above, I'm guessing. Yeah. Like, I was thinking of just trying to check the stone above the ceiling and just like see if it's loose or something. It's probably
Yeah.
not.
Yeah. You can do so. You pull over a stone or a chair or whatever you might have down there to check it. No, the stone doesn't seem loose.
Yeah, I think I'll go from above, and I will. It's night, right? Is it night?
It's always night, but yes,
Yes,
it is
yes.
in the evening time.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I will, since it's in the backyard, kind of hidden from view mostly. I will go up and I'll dig down a little.
Cool. So, as you walk in to the manor proper to kind of leave to your yards, because the way I'm envisioning this, and you can correct me, it's like you have the entryway into this in like the cellar to your house. Like you'd have to like come up into your house and go out one of the doors to the
Yeah.
grounds, right? There you see your butler, Alistair Rains,
Hmm.
who approaches you with a silver platter, and he's like, "Master Caesarion, a letter has arrived for you from the ciphers." And on it you see is an envelope with a wax seal.
Yeah. Thank you, Alistair. Let's see what they have to say.
Oh, the ciphers were the ones who deliver it. I can't say for sure that it is from them directly.
Ah. Well, I'll check it out. How's your day going? Or how's your night going?
Oh, it's uh, going well, Master Caesarion. The grounds are well and kept. The mansion is secure. Uh, Everything is peaceful here in Brightstone this evening.
Hmm. Yet I feel quite restless. Anyway, I'll check this letter out.
All right. So you open up the letter. Um, it is written on old blue coat stationery, and it reads, "To the young Lord Caesarion, it has come to our attention that you have been in recent partnership with one Lord Strangford. Careful, I would hate for you to share the fate of your parents. Signed, Nessa, concerned citizen."
Oh. That's a threat.
Well,
Wait, OOC, who's Nessa again?
She's a concerned citizen.
We don't know who Nessa is, actually.
I don't think Virgil would. Perhaps.
I mean,
Virgil
it's
does not-
signed Nessa of the Bluecoats, so you've got that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Nessa,
Well,
what is it signed?
it's not signed as Blue Coats. It's on old Blue Coat stationery.
Oh,
Yeah.
Quick question, Kyle. Because it's stationary, does it have the address of the precinct?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
What precinct?
Uh, well, it's a precinct that's no longer around. It was burned down. But it was an old precinct that used to exist in Six Towers.
I gotta check that out. I'll actually talk to Alistair about it. And just mention Do you see this?
He reads the letter. And what do you make of this, Master Kasari?
Hmm. Why would they mention my parents? Is this a threat? Are they saying they know something? Or is this just a hollow empty? Who do you associate with?
I could not venture to guess, my lord.
It's precinct, though. I think this might be a place the Nighthawk might have to check out.
Well, begging your pardon, my lord, but I'm not sure that labor would bear much fruit. The precinct no longer exists.
Oh,
That particular one.
what happened to it?
It burned down in a fire.
Hmm. When?
Oh, several years back.
Like, how many? Like, when?
Well, sometime after the death of your parents. Forgive me bringing up that
No,
sad course of
it's
events,
fine.
but
Interesting. Still, it could be a clue of some kind. Why would this person have stationery from there? Who is this Nessa? Nissa? Is it Nessa?
Nessa.
Who is this? Who is this Nessa? I think I must consult. I need to get to the bottom of something more important, though. I'm gonna go outside and dig. I want to know what this drip is like. I think he's just kind of pensive. He's just like, I need an answer, and I think he wants to get that inspiration. So I think he's actually gonna dig outside.
Yeah, you go outside to your grounds and you dig, and you dig. I mean, your hands are filthy, your nails are caked with dirt, and yet you dig and you dig and you dig. You drive yourself mad digging, but you find nothing that would suggest that any water would be leaking from here. You find no aquifer, you find no pools of rainwater, you find no corpse that is leaking its fluid. You find nothing but dry dirt.
All right, I'm gonna pile some of the dirt back in. I'm gonna go back down there, and I'm going to look at the water some more, and I'm going to reach out and let it land on my hand.
Yeah, as it does so, there can be no ifs, ands, or buts about it. What is landing on your hands is blood.
It's a sign. Blood to be spilt. Blood needs to be spilt. I'll actually like put a little bit like on my face.
Yeah, war paint.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I will don the Nighthawk suit and go out the side. I think there's like a side tunnel escape exit kind of thing. So like I'm not leaving it doesn't look like I'm leaving the grounds. And I will go and investigate this burned down precinct.
Cool. Cool. So yeah, you the Nighthawk makes it to Six Towers, no problem. You find the ruins of the old precinct. Yeah, Six Towers is such a place and in such disrepair, and so few people actually live there that, you know, they just built the new precinct house up elsewhere and just kind of left this place to rot, which is kind of, the status quo for Six Towers.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah.
I'd like to pick through the ruins. And I'm looking for anything deep in the ruins that might indicate there's still some papers, maybe some files or something.
Cool. So go ahead and roll something for me to find that. It's going to be a controlled position. The effect is going to be none, just based on the amount of time that has passed, and any potential cleanup that was done by
Yeah.
the fire or whoever may have committed it, right?
Effect none.
Because I think it's definitely the anyone who reads the papers will have known, this was kind of framed as an arson rather than
Yeah.
like a natural.
Actually, can I look for causes of the fire? Actually, like
It'll be the same role. I mean,
okay,
this is years in the past.
okay. I think this is survey. Yeah, I think this is survey. I'll roll that. Let's see if I can get something higher somehow.
You'd have to either crit or push yourself to improve your position in order to get something out of a roll that would normally have the result none.
Or a devil's bargain.
Devil's
That just
bargain
gives
gives
you
you
a
a die.
Oh, well, I only have one die. That's what I'm saying.
Sure, but you would not only have to roll one die, but also get both sixes in order to prove your position, unless you push yourself to prove your position.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'd like to improve my position. I can push myself.
Okay, 2 stress.
Yeah. Oh, well, actually, can I do a Rook's Gambit and roll Sway instead? Here's what I plan to do. This would still be 2 stress anyway, but I would be rolling Sway, and I am attempting to sway the Forgotten Gods here to give me a sign. I am uttering a prayer to them and a ritual to them under my breath as I search the ruins.
Cool. Yeah, that's fine. Change that position to desperate.
Okay. In effect is still 0? Limited or 0?
Yeah, none until you. Or are you pushing yourself to increase your effect?
No, I was just changing it to sway. So that's 3 dice.
Okay.
That's all.
You're immediately traumatized by the visions the Forgotten Gods send into your head. I'll allow you to choose what that trauma is.
Cool. All right.
Wow.
One quick sec.
I mean, it wasn't
I need-
1-1-2-1, but still, bad roll at a tense time.
So I gained like 1 trauma? Is that okay?
As you get your sign, but it's just I mean, think like Call of Cthulhu levels things man was not to know, for undetermined period of time you're on the streets of Six Towers as your consciousness is pushed through non-Euclidean geometric spaces of flesh and oozing eyes that appear and disappear, and for a moment you are in the realm of the gods in your own mind, and it is not a place man was meant to be.
All right. I mean, obsessed sounds perfect.
Yeah, well, I will say you can attempt to resist this result with a resolve roll, and it might be worth doing because when
Okay.
you take trauma, you're removed from the score.
Oh, okay. Sure. I will attempt to resist it then.
I think it says you just remove it from the you're removed from the scene.
Removed from the scene. Okay, fair enough. Then, yeah. But you can still choose to resist
I could
it
be
should
wrong.
you want to.
I would like to resist. Let me see if I can resist it. What's that resist roll? Is resolve?
Resolve.
Okay.
Okay, so you just take 1 stress, and whatever despair ennui, nihilistic urges that the Forgotten Gods realm started to impart inside you, you're able to steel yourself with for a while. Though I will say that that memory will never quite go away, and you're left knowing the cost of entreating the Forgotten Gods on their terms.
Right. Ugh. So, I guess then, did I find something or nothing?
Well, no, you failed.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, excellent. All right, nothing here. Too cold. Well, I think I am gonna find this Nyssa person.
Okay, how are you going about that?
I think I might head to the lair.
Cool. So at this juncture, this could be when when Cole is talking with Emmeline, and you can overhear at that.
Yeah. They're talking about what what does I would like to interrupt like at least one point. It's like, what do they want? What do you want to know about Virgil? Cole.
Well, oh, I didn't see you there, Nighthawk. Yeah,
And he probably is just literally like in the shadows sitting there. Like you didn't notice, like, oh right, you're not a lamp.
you did you meet Virgil Cassarian? I don't like you were outside for most of the time, right? So
No,
I don't know if you ran into him.
I just know that he was part of our score.
Do you know anything about him?
No,
And he has his little pencil.
some rich kid
Yeah,
Playing-
I have rich orphan
playing-
prick here. Yeah.
playing around with thugs.
Ooh, I'll add that. Yes. Playing with thugs.
Wait, in this scenario, this is Emmeline speaking. We're the thugs, or there are others.
Who knows what these kids get up to these days in Brightstone?
Brightstone? Does he live in Brightstone?
I don't know. He could be from Six Towers.
He puts down Brightstone question mark. No. I'm working with Silas. We're trying to figure out information because Virgil hired us. Kind of. I don't know. I wasn't there. Nebra. Maybe will be able to tell me more information. That's what Emmeline said. But that's why I came to Emmeline here.
Why do you want to know?
Don't you want to know who hired us and what about them? Like, Strangford seemed like I know who fucking the Lord Admiral like Strangleford is. I don't know who this rich kid prick is, right?
I just figured he was just playing a game with Strangleford, like all the rich folk do.
I look at Nebra. I'm like, is that what your read was? Or not Nebra?
Emmeline,
Emmeline. Yeah.
She's like, well, if he was just playing with Strangford, he chose us to be his playthings, which doesn't sit right with me, not one bit.
Yeah. I mean, listen. I didn't really actually. I was barely in the same room as this guy. Like technically, I went to the party with him because I was in the fucking kitchens and everything. But like,
You try to get some coin then from him?
no, I'm just trying to find out. Like, it depends, right? Is he going to be worth it to us? Like. So normally we have a fairly straightforward business relationship. You were here when I fucking went off about how I didn't want to work with Strangford because we're still fucking uh on the hook here, as it were. He's a Leviathan hunter. We're on the hook. Like, if he decides, he could fucking sell us out at any point. But at least I know that, right? He's the devil I know right now. I don't know who fucking Cassarian is. Lord Cassarian. Is he even Lord? I don't know. What's the extent of his power? How much money does he have? Is he going to be a fucking problem later on? All of these questions I would like to know.
I feel like you're getting paranoid in your older years, but okay.
I think we all have the messenger to blame for that.
Yeah, I fucking agree.
Yeah.
Also, this fucking sickness now, everyone should be fucking paranoid. I mean, do you want to look into him? Like, you're the one that you don't normally goes out and does this shit.
I could see if I could drum up something. So
I mean, I'll let
I see that smile, Kyle.
I'll let you know what I find. Like,
You're sure?
I'm gonna go talk to Nebra probably. And then that's basically it.
Okay. So you definitely don't tell why you're actually looking at this information.
The only person that I told besides Silas was Nebra.
Okay.
I didn't actually tell Emmeline either.
Yeah. Just making sure you did. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right.
Are you
then.
ready for tomorrow,
Wait, who said that?
Emily?
Emily. Of course.
What do you want your plan to be, huh? What part of the plan are you?
The same as we discussed. Which we will find out tomorrow, because I don't think any of us actually know. Just as we've already discussed.
We'll be counting on you.
I'll be there. Vengeance will be served that day.
Fingers crossed.
All right, so I underline Brightstone question mark, and then I go back to doing what I'm doing.
All right. So I'm gonna. That is interesting. He's interested in Virgil, but I didn't glean anything from that. So I am actually going to mention. I am going to try to look up. Mention the burned down blue coat. It's like because you were associated with the blue coats once, or were you a member? Cole, is that correct?
No one here was. I don't
No,
think so.
Okay, that's never mind then.
No, like so I mean the most that I've shared.
Everyone, I think, or most people have blue coat rivals, or I think all of us have blue coat rivals. To be fair, but
at this point, definitely. There's an officer. There's a blue coat officer who hates me because he was my lieutenant in the war. But
Yeah. So I mentioned to Cole. I'm curious. Been tracking down criminal activities, and come across the burned down precinct, blue coat precinct in Six Towers. Do you know what happened there?
I mean, everyone knows what happened there, right? Are you telling me you don't know the story of the Grey Cloaks?
I was indisposed at the time.
I don't know what that means.
He just stares at you.
I mean, we
look-
know what happens when he's indisposed. He goes out and he goes a little murder happy.
Gotcha. Well, then you might know more than me, actually, if you were indisposed. Like, who knows? Because I don't actually know who burned down the fucking precinct. But, I mean, I know that the Grey Cloaks are a group of. They used to be Bluecoats. They used to be the Six Towers, like detachment. Them and their
Grey Cloaks,
captain.
huh?
What's that?
The Grey Cloaks.
Yeah.
Used to be the Six Towers blue coats.
Yeah. So
yeah, the precinct burnt down.
every single detachment is like their own fucking little fucking kingdom, right? Like every captain is essentially lord of their own little district. That's how like their money is raised. That's how they hire people, like all that shit. And the Six Towers, like so they're yeah they're all if we fucking do something, they're all on our ass because they all report back up to White Crown and everything. But realistically, uh, they squabble just as much, right? And I know Six Towers and Charter Hall never really got along. Uh, so you know, Charter Hall always took more funds than Six Towers did. There's not a lot of people left in Six Towers, and so like it's hard to justify paying money to patrol a. I look over at Emily and I'm like, I almost said fucking ghost town, and I fucking mean it. Like,
Yeah,
but
you
it's true. Like it's hard to pay people money to go patrol a ghost town when there's no one there. And yeah, their precinct burned down and they couldn't get a new one built for themselves. So they basically got cut off.
now they're like us.
Yes.
What do you haven't ever heard of the Grey Cloaks? You don't spend a lot of time in Six Towers. Every fucking
don't blame
person
them.
knows.
Do I look like someone who spends their time in Six Towers?
Actually,
I
Kinda.
I look him up and down. I'm like,
Yep.
you spend a lot of time at night market. It's literally across the fucking river.
Are you telling me you come here through Coleridge? Like you?
That's the long way around.
He just gives you the glare of just like he has no business. It doesn't care.
One thing the Nighthawk doesn't have to do is make sense.
Yeah.
Cole accepts that to a certain degree. Yeah, so that's but you okay, I mean yeah, the Grey Cloaks, what they run a fighting pit, they run some gambling dens. I mean, I fought in their fighting pit before, back when I first got back from the war.
Interesting. Well, they looks like they. That's an interesting story. I might have some. That might be useful for some hunts I've been taking lately.
Well, before you go off and pick hunts independent of our crew, when your name is literally plastered on our door, maybe you consult the rest of us as to some of your plans so that we're not having to deal with all the fallout of your fuck ups.
Alternatively, we could just help you if you like brought to us a thing.
This is also a proposition we could entertain.
Perhaps.
I look over at Emily and like, what
She
the
just
fuck?
she throws her hands up and goes back to fencing. This
Yep.
is always the way with this one.
Yep.
Well, like this is legitimately probably the most words that Cole has exchanged with the Nighthawk directly.
I know.
He's like, I can't. Is there something I can help you with?
No, I appreciate the information though.
Okay. I mean, do you want me to go find something out about the Grey Cloaks? You seem interested. I'm happy to go. I was gonna head through 6 Towers later anyway because I gotta go down to Charter Hall.
Not yet. I need more information, but I appreciate the offer for help.
You want information? No, I need more.
Yeah,
listen,
that's literally Cole's face is like,
I respect the hustle.
Yep.
keep your own counsel then.
Yeah,
All
like,
right.
yeah. Oh, see, like I literally am like, there's no way I could actually explain this. So
So is the Nighthawk basically just like Fonzie trying to say I'm sorry? Like, like
No,
I need some
no, Nighthawk's getting information for Nighthawk shit, but like the thing is like there's no way to explain what he's actually doing, which is investigating something for Virgil Caesarion, right? So like and so that's OOC for anyone who's actually
Yeah.
like
No, I mean, so like, I don't want to metagame it too much here, but like, you could ask Cole for help, like if you want information about the Grey Cloaks or something, like he's not above, like he trusts you. He trusts you a lot less than maybe he wants to.
okay, then I guess the Nighthawk would, in that case, if that's the case, I think he would want to know more about the the Grey Cloaks, and their situation, and like specifically like who they blame for their state. You know, like who are they mad at for this, right? For this precinct, and also I'll give the name Nessa.
And this is the captain.
Interesting. Good to know. I appreciate that, Cole.
I mean, Nessa's a good person. She's like, she's honestly someone to look up to. You know, like she used to be a blue coat, but I mean, she just wants to do good in the world, kind of thing. Man, she's a crazy one though. She's very daring. She'll do a lot of things.
Perhaps
Like,
she wants vengeance.
yeah, they probably do. Like,
I could agree with that.
I would if I had like a big government job and someone burned down my precinct and then I found myself out of work right after. Oh wait, that kind of happened. I mean, I only know a couple others. I'm not friends per se, but I know Nessa's second. Like, if there's something you need to know, I could ask him. I'm not against like subtly, doing a little reconnaissance. He
I
actually
think,
stumbles on the word and says it
yeah.
right the second time.
Just want to know what their angle is and who they might think of as who they might blame for things.
Sure.
And from
I'll,
a mechanical standpoint too, some of this is stuff that you might try to explore in downtime actions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's what I probably will. But like that's kind of what I'm setting up here is to learn more about what their getting angle is, and
Yeah.
having that kind of for future reference. We don't have to have that played out here.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'll take a look next time I talk to Hutch. I'll ask him a question.
Because see, I think I have some dots. All right, I will. I must go now.
You will be there tomorrow, Nemeline says, fencing Reth.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Like Batman, just
Why do we name ourselves after him again?
Part of the contract.
True.
Yeah.
Rhys in the corner, watching all this unfold.
Rhys is just
Cool.
high, being like, "Wow, bro, wow."
No, it can't be.
It can't be, man.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Um,
Nighthawk.
So I'm gonna go back and inform Alistair about what I know about the Grey Cloaks and Nessa and who Nessa is, and their situation. And given the note, I wonder if they have some beef with Stranglethorn and their situation, and that's what this is about. But given that I think the next thing I want to know, though, it makes me wonder, given that they were police during, at least they were an active police department during a period where my parents were murdered, if they might have known something that was part of a cover-up.
That's a very interesting theory, Master Kassarian. Is there anything you would like me to follow up in regards to that?
Yeah, specifically, if they were involved in any way in investigating my parents' murder.
Cool. So that sounds like something like a downtime project,
Yeah.
but we can set that up with Alistair doing
Yeah,
that.
and I will. Now that I have this forgotten god coating of blood, I will prepare myself. I think actually, now that I've got that set up, I actually, since Emmeline was practicing finesse, was it sword fighting?
Mhm.
Like I'll go back and just be standing in the shadows while she's doing that.
Not creepy at all.
No, totally. In the like, you're doing it wrong, like kind of way.
Okay.
And like, I don't know how Emmeline's gonna react when she notices him there, but I think at this point, like she would, when she does notice him, what would she say?
So she's fighting with Reth, and you're just in the shadows. She'll kind of look over, spot you, and be like, "I didn't expect you'd be back tonight. I didn't expect to see you till the morning."
My business wrapped up sooner than I thought. Crack my knuckles.
Well, I feel sorry for whoever was on the business end of that business.
You shouldn't.
Fair enough. Something, and she's still kind of fencing, but she's kind of giving you the side eye as she's going through what Reth was teaching her. Like, anything I can help you with?
It's all in the reflexes. And like, I'll hold like a coin out of my hand and be like, take the coin from my hand.
She kind of looks to Reth, who just kind of like, he's one of the bosses. I don't want to get involved. If he says grab it, that's between you two. And she was like, oh, fuck it. She'll try to grab it.
And he like sleights a hand it away, basically, like before she can grab it.
Well, let's see. How about you roll me that?
Okay.
I'll roll
You'll
Her
roll
finesse.
her finesse. Your finesse versus my finesse.
Yeah,
Alright.
and we'll see whoever gets the highest score.
Yeah, I like that actually. That sounds good. We don't need a physician. It doesn't really matter here.
Cool. Yeah. So she goes for the coin, and you're able to just snatch it up or sneak it away or whatever you're
Yoink.
going for.
Not bad,
Not great
but
either,
not
though.
yeah, but not enough. You got keep working at it. You'll get there.
That's what I intend to do.
When you can take this coin from my hand, you'll be ready.
For what?
To ascend to the Nighthawk hood.
Yes,
She
exactly.
gives you like an eye roll. You can audibly heal her.
I love it.
And,
Yeah.
You
and,
hear
turn-
Silas's eye roll from
Yeah.
like floors above.
and turns back to Reth for actual training.
Excellent. All right. But I think, yeah, I mean, I think I have some things that we'll do maybe later for downtime, but that was mostly what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, the only other thing I wanted to do is basically a downtime activity anyway, which is
Yeah, which we'll
figure
do
out
at the end
figure
as
out how
far as per normal.
how Strangford also might know who he is, but that's a
Yeah,
different.
it sounds
one.
like you have several leads you can
Yeah.
start looking into.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So that leaves us with Rhys. So again, you have an early morning ahead of you, but your evening is free. And as the Nighthawk or Cameron reminded you, last time you tapped out your resource, and you will not be able to indulge your vice until you find a new source, a new purveyor of that vice. And I will remind folks that when you're traumatized, if you do not indulge as a downtime activity, you automatically take an additional stress.
Well, Rhys has himself a bit of a trauma already. You might call him a bit reckless.
That's why I was so grumpy in the corner there.
Well, lucky enough, Rhys was able to receive himself a little bit of a lead on a follow-up on getting more of the stuff he needs. He's got a business card from a fellow named Mr. Pandaren, and he's supposed to follow the path. So I think Rhys would be following the path.
Excellent.
What better time than the night before you possibly die?
I love that philosophy. So, Rhys, you follow the path and the address listed on the back of Lord Pendaren's business card.
Well, sure. Where was that located?
So if you did a quick search on it, or as you will soon find out as you head there, it leads you to a place in Charter Hall. It actually
Okay.
leads you to a government building, specifically the Archive of Echoes. It is located between 3rd and 4th Street, Clerk and Beetle Lane. It is a 3-story building constructed in a Renaissance Revival architectural style with Baroque influence to match some of the building's more venerable buildings in the neighboring Old Quarter. For this is in the Charter Wall neighborhood of Charter Hall. The Archive of Echoes, there's an air of otherworldliness that kind of surrounds it, and if what goes on in there is to be believed, that is that the immortal emperor in his grand wisdom actually has Lord Pandaren keep ghosts in bottles for the use that they might be useful to the imperial effort, be that in war, economics, or what have you, that he is authorized to engage with these spirits in this building. And this is really, I mean, whispers are around the city for sure, but this is the one place where it is kind of condoned and under imperial regulation.
Okay. Does the building seem like I mean it's this is like the evening, right? So does the building seem like it's like, hopping? Are there folks around?
There's not many. It definitely, like, there's lights on inside. I mean, with Dustfall being so dreary and black as it is, it's
Mhm.
easy to see the lights from the windows. But at this time of night, it's not like people are rushing in and out. There's only a few lights on here and there.
Is the building itself open, or are they closed for the day?
No, so the hour of silk, if my math is correct, is about like 7 p.m.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's still open. It's rare that that traffic other than like bureaucrats and government officials kind of come through here, but yeah, it's a public building for all intents and purposes.
Okay. Do I know? You know what? I don't know much about it. Let's explore. Rhys will walk on in.
Cool. So you walk in, and it appears like a grand library, though instead of great stacks of books, it houses countless corked spirit bottles. There are several people who work in the archive who are kind of going about their nightly routine, but other than that, it is practically empty. From behind one of the stacks, however, the um, curator of the archive, Lord Pendarren himself, comes out and greets you. Why, good evening,
What?
Rhys.
What a coincidence! Running into you here.
I see that, and he kind of leans in and whispers so the others working in the archive can't overhear. I see that you followed the path.
Well, I heard there was a lot to learn here, so I came by.
Indeed. A curious mind, a curious sort. This is what I liked about you, Rhys. I could see it in your eyes the moment we met at Strangford's party. And he kind of looks around to make sure you're not being overheard. So, you're here to see.
He kind of opens his eyes a little bit more. He's like, as much as I can.
Right this way, right this way. And he kind of leads you back into his personal office. And goes to a grandfather clock against one of the back walls, and he adjusts the dial on the clock. So it just passes the 12th hour, what would be the 13th, and there's a clicking sound as the mechanism to the secret door behind the clock springs into action. And he kind of puts his hands behind it, and slowly, with a creak, opens the secret door, which has a rough-hewn staircase leading down into the shadows beneath. And he looks at you and says, "My good friend, after you, my wife will join us momentarily."
Reese looks a bit surprised by the whole scene in front of him. Before I head down, I want to do a little bit of a cursory glance at the mechanisms that make this secret door work. Perhaps picking up some sort of clues from Tinker's perspective.
Mhm.
So, what if I did perhaps a Tinker roll, try to figure out how it works and if there's any locks or anything I need to worry about walking through this threshold.
Sure.
All right.
This will be a controlled position, standard effect.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll take the 6, a success, flat success. So yeah, this seems like a simple latching mechanism. I mean, obviously there's some craftsmanship to it, so it was probably done by someone with skill in tinkering rather than Pandaren himself.
Mm.
Um, it seems like you'd have to know the mechanism in order to spring the latch to open the secret door, but it doesn't seem like it locks behind you. Like it doesn't seem like this is like for a prison or anything.
Mm.
It seems like it's easily openable from within, but you have to know the combo from without to get to this area.
And Reese wasn't trying to peek at the combo either, just in case it was. He wanted to make it pretty obvious he wasn't trying to peek at the old combination while he was opening it.
And as it kind of as it's open, Pandaren will go to the windows of his office and will begin drawing the curtains, just so that prying eyes don't see what is about to happen here.
Once the curtains are closed, I'll take my first step down. Is it a set of steps down, or is it just a door into another room?
Steps down.
Well, down we go.
Cool. So you head down, and Lord Pandaren follows. And what you find as you go into this building's understructure is kind of a basement level, unfinished. It's supported by pillars of concrete, and each of them house a macabre secret. For you see that poking through some of the concrete are skeletal remains, and though the Foundation use this as a punishment in the modern times, this was actually a sort of sacrificial rite, from early Akarosi building techniques as a way to consecrate the ground and bless the building.
Mm.
Um, uh, as you continue down, you enter a room that looks like this is deep within the foundation of the building, and it looks like this was never meant to be a room. That this was meant to be unused space to support the building above. It is unfinished ground,
Mm.
but what does kind of strike you is in the center of this area there is a ring of plasmalith, the spirit stone. Um,
Mm.
that rises up almost like a circular flagstone path. Um, Clearly, you can surmise that this was once the location of a spirit well that was
Mm.
filled in, and the archive was built up around it. In the middle of this ring of stones lies an uncorked spirit bottle. Um, and then around the perimeter is something of a makeshift chapel, um, with racks of spirit bottles that sit in pale imitation to the grand archives above. Um, it is upon
Mm.
kind of seeing this that you hear the locking mechanism click again, or the secret door mechanism, and some footsteps coming down the stairs. And soon
Mm.
you hear the voice of Lady Pandaren, who just got off her shift working at the city council, is beaming, seems very pleased with whatever was accomplished there. Um, Kind of gives her husband a kiss on both cheeks and kind of looks to you and it's like, Rhys, so glad that you could join us.
Oh, it's a pleasure. And he bows in her presence. Give her due respect.
So you were here to follow the path to see what lies in store?
He nods.
So they kind of both take position, um, sitting at opposite ends of the what used to be the spirit well, in the cardinal directions, and Lord Pandaren kind of motions you to take up one of the others.
Ah, and I will do so.
Um, and he, actually, Lady Pandaren will kind of look to you and be like, "All right, here we are gathered. Are you ready to take your first steps along the path?"
Ready as I'll ever be, which is quite
A-
ready.
And with that, Lord Pandaren will take a snuff box out from his coat, um, which a lot of people hold narcotics in there, and you guys spoke of Quicksilver. Um, and he opens it, and indeed, there's Quicksilver in this box, and he kind of moves to offer you some, and Lady Pandaren kind of looks hesitant and be like, "I'm not sure that will be necessary here today," and Lord Pandaren insists that perhaps this will help him see. And she kind of, whatever you say, and he offers you some Quicksilver.
I always imagine the Quicksilver comes in a bit of uh a liquid form. Almost looks like mercury in a small glass jar. Is that what form it's in here, or is it a powder?
No, so inside the snuff box, we'll say, are these little vials of
Mm-hmm.
Quicksilver.
Well, I'll say, well, when in Akaros, and I'll grab a vial out, um, and sort of hold it up to. I'm assuming there's some light in the room.
Yeah, there's there's candles everywhere. It's all flame lit down here.
Rhys will sort of hold the vial up and examine the liquid. Switch it around at the vial a little bit. It looks quite pure. He's not going to say that. He's going to feel that.
Mhm. Oh, it is. Pandaren probably gets, uncut. The good stuff.
All right. Well, and he will do the normal deal is a single drop in the eye,
Hmm.
and so he'll from the vial he'll pull out a single drop of and then drip it into his eye, blink a few times, and he almost mechanically he puts the stopper back on the vial and tucks it into his pocket as he starts to feel the quicksilver take him over. And immediately beads of sweat start pouring down his face, and the vision overtakes him.
Yeah, indeed. You see things as they are. And what you see is that Lord and Lady Pandaren are not quite what they seem. Kind of interlaced with their own physical form is a spiritual entity in either one of them, in the dress of Akarosi nobility during the time of Duskfall's first governor, Lady Devera. Um, and you understand this meaning. At this current time, both Lord and Lady Pandaren are possessed and are being skin ridden by these spirits. And with that, both Lady Pandaren and the ghost who is inhabiting her give you a smile and walk over to one of the spirit bottles to present it to you and be like, and now we take our first steps on the path.
What's written on the bottle?
A name, and that name is Delphine Haberlan, and a date, and we'll say that date is something like 200 IE, 210, sometime along those.
All right. Can you repeat the name for me once?
Yeah, it's Delphine Haberlane.
Your new friend in your head.
And you said there was like down in the well itself was surrounded by spirit stone, and down inside the well is where the empty vial was at that I saw.
So yeah, inside the ring of stones. So the well is no longer in existence. It looked like it's been filled up with foundation
Okay.
material, so now it just almost looks like a path on the floor.
So what I'm okay. Well, Rhys will step into the circle then, and he will uncork the bottle.
Sweet. So this is what happens. You're about to become possessed. You can handle this one of two ways. You can resist the possession as normal, which may have consequences here, because it would seem Lord and Lady Pandaren have not resisted. Or you can roll with it, at which case you and I will have a bit of a conversation.
I'm gonna go with it.
Cool.
All right. Be right back.
So, a bit of a role play challenge for you here today, Pete.
Down.
So, Delphine Haberlane is going to possess you. She is a spirit from the time of Duskfall's first governor, Lady Devera. Her characteristics are she is dedicated, demanding, and narcissistic. So for the remainder of this score, she's going to ride your body to experience life in Duskfall as it is now. You will have complete control of what Rhys does and all of his abilities and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But she's going to be kind of in the driver's seat, right? So there's a level that you'll RP Delphine to a certain extent,
Sure.
right?
What is her goal? Does she have any aims that I'm aware of?
She just she, as far as you can tell, she just wants to see, right? Like she wants to experience living in a body again after so long.
Sure.
She wants to see what the world of Duskfall has to offer. So I would say like just very curious, right?
Sure.
Um, uh, what is of note is most ghosts that are this aged are insane, and like normally when you are possessed you immediately take trauma, and that's not what happened this time. It seems like she's being gentle with you, like she this is like a symbiotic relationship rather than a parasitic one.
Mm.
But yeah, any other questions as to how to RP that today?
No, I think I heard it loud and clear.
Awesome. And then as far as your vice goes, because you accepted this, this is part of what the Path of Echoes does. So you have kind of been inducted, or at least in the Pandaren mind, you have been inducted into the Path of Echoes, which we might see more about or learn more about as the game continues in different sessions. But if you need Quicksilver, you do now have a new vice purveyor in Lord Pandaren, because as long as you're a member walking the path, he is an ally.
Okay, perfect.
Awesome. Cool. So we can hop back into RP with that knowledge.
Will do. Guys, I'm dead.
Oh no.
I'm just kidding.
All the way?
No, I'm fine. Just kidding.
Now we have one less drug addict to deal with.
You were.
All right.
We
Now
believe
that-
Rhys is fine.
now
Everything's
that-
good.
Now that Rhys has followed the path, I'll sort of smile, and Rhys will step up out of the circle and embrace his new brethren.
Oh, and they will as well. They're so glad to see you.
It's so lovely, isn't it?
Indeed.
Oh, no.
To think of all that we have missed.
Hmm.
This is Lady Pandaren.
Mm,
Or is it?
it is, for the most part.
Messenger going with that paranoia again. Everything's fine. Well, Rhys, it was great having you. Please, this is Lord Pandaren, or is it? Please feel free to come back at any time.
Absolutely.
We walk the path together now. We're seeing this world with eyes for the first time in a very long time. Enjoy it, and let us not keep you.
Rhys,
your adventure.
in almost an abundance of joy, he rushes from the building. There's so much to do. Yeah, it's probably still early in the night, right? Probably around 8. Well, some partying to be done. I will go out on the town, have a few drinks, maybe take a lass home.
Excellent. I think you could do so without problem, and live it up in Duskfall.
Mm-hmm. I still have an appointment early in the morning, but I think I'll be all right. And off I go.
Excellent.
Off you
I'll-
gone.
All right, everybody. So, with everyone spending their last, well, I shouldn't presume, everyone spending a night out on the town having a good time, we now get to the main event. Tomorrow morning is going to be busy. So, I think let's go ahead and get a engagement roll going. What I need from you is what type of engagement this is. It could be an assault, it could be a deception, it could be stealth, it could be occult, social, or transport. Now, my guess, throwing my hat in the ring because we have kind of discussed this in previous games, it sounds like it's going to be an assault, maybe a stealthy assault, but still an assault. But I'm open to any other suggestions.
Our end goal is to kill someone, right?
Well,
Yeah,
it's specifically a point of attack too,
Yep.
right?
So
Right.
Which we know,
kills-
right? We have the shot from the rooftop.
So are we also trying to get her spirit into a bottle? I remember there being a bottle being
That's
passed.
that's part of the concern. How are you going to catch her ghost? I
Well,
mean,
her ghost won't rise until 3 days time, right? So
Oh, okay.
I don't need to be there to catch it. We just need to make sure the body doesn't get to the spirit warden somehow.
right.
So that
It's
means
not
we're
like
so means we're
we
killing her
haven't.
and we're smuggling her body.
Yeah. Well, we don't have to smuggle her body. We just have to make sure the spirit wardens don't get to it. If we can get her body into the canal, like that's fine as long as it's weighed down and the crows aren't allowed to point anyone to it.
Hmm.
But so, deception, getting someone into the room with her so that like they can be there when she's shot, get a rope attached to her, and be hauled out with the body, surfing the body down the roof, and to dive into the canal as the body is pulled along by the boat that is then speeding away. That's kind of deception.
Where do the spirit wardens come from?
Charter Hall.
Charter Hall.
Specifically Bellwether Crematorium.
Right.
So they're not too far away from Crowsfoot.
Smuggling in that we're trying to smuggle a body out, or transport in that we're trying to smuggle a body out. But occult, do we want to try and use some sort of spell to bewitch her to standing still for a moment, and then bewitch the soul out of her?
Well, we do know, right? So 2 things are going to be happening during this score simultaneously, right? One is if all things go as planned, you have the perfect shot. And if barring anything that goes wrong, right? If you take that shot, you're pretty convinced that you'll off her. And Cole is meeting with Bear to end this war, and Lyssa's going to be there. So Cole's going to have eyes on Lyssa from point A to point B, ideally, right? To make sure she gets to where she needs to be. And who knows? That might be something Cole might be able to make his way into the tower to get the body. Like, I need, I'm sure you can come up with something, but
Yeah, we can figure something out for that.
so I could see a bit of deception. So I think either deception or assault are probably the ones you're looking at.
Or
Well, if
stealth?
we're
Just
looking to knock her out so she's easy to kill, you got an alchemist at your hands.
Well, no, I want her standing up so I can see her.
Okay.
because I think the point. So I'll say this. Actually, Cole will say this. I think the point of this isn't just to kill Lyssa. I think the point of this is to kill Lyssa while she's standing in her fucking sanctuary to show that no one can escape the consequences of their actions.
And that seems to me like it would make it an assault.
Mm-hmm.
Or stealth. I mean, you
Depending
can
on that
do
too.
stealth to kill someone in their sanctuary, but that would definitely be leaning on our very good
It's not really our
alert.
it's not really our in our forte. We're
Assassination isn't in our forte, but we're doing it.
I mean, at this point, it is, isn't it?
But out of character, like stealth versus assault, I don't think actually matters necessarily.
Yeah.
Because it's just the beginning stage.
Exactly. Yeah. You
Sure.
can switch off to another one.
Like
kind of
we're
mid-story.
gonna have deception. We have some gray cloaks coming in to pretend to be blue cloaks.
Mm-hmm.
Our blue coats. We have 2 groups of Scovelander refugees that we could potentially use to like blockade the bridges or something. We have lots of flashback stuff that we can do.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm happy with assault. I'm happy with
Yeah.
it. All starts with the shot essentially.
And the point of attack is the messenger's perfect shot. Right. We feel comfortable with that?
Something like.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, we take 1d for sheer luck. We take 1d because the messenger did pre-work that granted them a bonus. Is this operation particularly bold or daring? You better believe it. That brings us up to 3. Does this plan expose a vulnerability or hit the target where they're weakest? Yeah, I'll give you 4 for that. They're not expecting what's going to come, and to, as Cole stated, to end them in their own sanctuary where they feel the safest. Ooh, that's going to send a message. Can any friends or contact provide aid or insight for this operation? That's going to get us to 5 because we already said Valeris or another contact got you the map of the crow's nest, and you have the gray cloaks posing as the glue coats. You got a lot of stuff going. So we're at 5D. Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors? I will take one out for this because it is a 2-part plan, and if Cole, for whatever reason, doesn't get Lyssa to that place in that 10-minute window, the shot matters for naught. Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have defenses or preparations? They are strong, they have defenses, but they don't expect it coming, so I will not take a die off for that. Are enemies or rivals interfering in this operation? Indeed, they are. So that's going to take us down to 3. Are there any other
Yay.
elements you want to consider? Not at this time. So that leaves us at a 3D engagement roll. I'm going to use the engagement roll button this time. I can find it.
It's on the crew.
Crew. Thank you.
That's an entanglement button.
No, there's an engagement here.
Oh, you're right. No, that isn't engagement. Entanglement is when you just roll your heap.
Whew.
Or your wanted. You roll your wanted.
All right, so we take the 6, which means we are in a controlled position when the action starts. So there's a couple things I need to know from folks. The first is, what is everyone's load? Emmeline is going to be coming with a heavy load.
The messenger is definitely heavy. I mean, I'm set up remotely. Hopefully have an alibi.
I think Cole is also heavy. Even though this has been guaranteed, he's not gonna, like, his part of it at least is not gonna pop off, but he's still gonna be loaded to bear. Pun intended.
And Rhys?
Well, I think everybody's
like
going
that.
heavy, so I think Rhys will go
There.
heavy as well.
Am I gonna have to fire this guy?
I enjoy that everyone goes heavy because we're also doing an assault.
It makes the most sense,
A
honestly.
stealthy assault.
Stealth.
You're going to go heavy as well, Nebra?
Yeah, might as well. Join the club.
Silas?
Oh?
I mean, I don't think Silas will join the club.
The one guy who might need some
Because,
heavy
like, I
armor.
don't think it would be useful to him to have that large of a load, given what's going on and what his
Disagree.
part in it likely be.
Just
I
a
think
wee
I think
little
Cole,
load for
Cole is literally
Silas.
like, no, you should put on armor. You should do, like, you should carry as fucking much as you
Yeah,
can.
we're
Like, you
in
never
the
know
lair
what you're
right
gonna
now.
need. Yeah.
Silas is packing his bag, and like Cole's just adding stuff. No, add this, add this. But what load is Silas gonna end up taking?
I think normal.
Normal meat. Okay. And Nighthawk?
Oh, sorry, heavy.
Heavy. Awesome. Okay. That's great. And then there are going to Crow's Foot is open to where you guys want to position yourself at the start of your turn. You guys are in a controlled position. So I will say the messenger, you were able to sneak past any blue coat patrols, any crows who might be on the lookout, and you are in your spot on top of a warehouse roof along Tobacco Lane in the Fathoms neighborhood of the docks. Emmeline is gonna come with you, being that we may have a grassy knoll type of situation here. She's good in prowl and can perhaps help with a group action if we need to do a getaway.
Doesn't she
Cole,
need to be ready to? Oh, she's not going to grab the ghost for a minute. Okay.
Yeah. Cole, you're in Tangletown where you're going to be meeting with Bear. So those are our 2 knowns. Where would everyone else like to position themselves?
So the plan is to have the messenger, like outside sniping.
Yeah, he lined up a perfect shot, but he has a 10-minute window that he needs to make it.
From the
They need
inside,
to make it.
we plan to have Cole try to get her to that position.
Correct.
And how's Cole getting in?
We'll have to play to find out.
Okay. Does Cole need help getting in?
Right now he's at Tangletown, which is a collection of flotillas in the river off of Crow's Foot to meet with Bear to end this war. But Lyssa's gonna be there.
Okay. Ooh, nice.
Or you can come with Cole as sort of his backup. We fought together before. Makes sense that I'm there.
No one else here I trust more.
It's just a lovely part of town.
Except the Nighthawk.
No one here I trust more. Yep.
Where's Nebra going to be?
That's a good question. I don't know. Where do you want Nebra to be?
Silas really know either, because I'm not sure where Silas is going to be. I think Silas would probably be waiting at the point where Cole has to bring her.
Okay, so you're kind of on the periphery of the crow's nest.
Yeah.
Could be Silas and the Nighthawk, just like the good old days.
Of course.
I think it could be, yeah. And like you probably be unseen.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. I think that works, yeah.
Because I could help get you up there too.
Yeah.
And Nebra?
Is there another alternate point where she could be on the lookout besides where everyone else is?
Yeah, so leading up to so if we pull up the
Yeah.
map of
I'm going to need a map. Yeah.
Crow's Foot. So the route, so she's in Tangletown, and so there's Limmerfield, which is the neighborhood that's right off the river from Tangletown where Cole's meeting her. Then we move into Old Witch and Miser's Road, which is on like another side of a waterway, which then kind of falls into the Rookery, which is where the crow's nest is. We know that the Lamp Blacks are in Salt Ridge, which is right above Miser's Row, which we have some decent relationships with. And Cinder Heights is where the Red Sashes Academy is, which we as a group don't have a great relationship with the Red Sashes, but they are an Eruvian gang. Who knows? Maybe Nebra can pull strings.
Hey Kyle, did you? I know I think you posted it to the chat earlier at some point, but there was a map of the crow's nest as well.
Yeah, that's in the. I
In the
can
journal.
post. Yeah, I can.
Oh, it's in journal. Okay.
You're looking for the crow's nest in particular, right?
Yeah.
I can post that in the Blades in the Dark channel here. I
That'd be
sent it
cool,
in Facebook Messenger.
Gotcha. Nice.
So I think any neighborhood, like any rooftop of a building, could be good for lookout.
Because I think ideally Nebra would want to probably be on a nearby rooftop just to like watch for any activity, I guess. I guess if going from off the map, like if Nebra was on top of the rooftop of any of those two buildings, would she be able to see inside the crow's nest in some capacity?
Oh, I see. One of those buildings adjacent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'd be a bit hard. So, yeah, you could see into like from the roof of this building in the picture on the left. You could look up into this barracks area. On the right, it becomes a little bit more difficult because they do have those like armored panels
Uh-huh.
on that part of the structure. But you could perhaps see upward towards the sanctum where the messenger is going to try to aim his shot.
Okay, I think I'll do that.
And there are, like in this picture, there are kind of walkways and ramps and stuff leading into the crow's nest on those levels. So
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think Nebra will situate
So-
herself there where you
We're trying to
described.
get her to the sanctum, or
Yeah.
Like that's the top level up there. Okay.
Yeah, it's the tippy top.
And Silas and I are waiting where? Near the outside the sanctum?
Well, I don't think you guys are in the tower.
No, yeah, I'm outside.
We're outside, but we're climbing up the
you're
side.
in the streets of the Rookery.
Yeah, we're on the.
Oh,
It's
we're
like
in the streets.
Celestial Way.
Oh, I thought we were climbing up to the top to be.
No.
Well, that you can definitely start
Yeah.
in game if you want. Unless you want to be midway up the tower, I'll allow that because you are in a controlled position.
Like I'm pretty happy with that if he
that's
wants to
not
be.
what I was necessarily thinking, but
Well, we have to get the
I
body out.
think he
Remember?
could be, and I could be down.
Okay.
I mean, we could climb up through the catacombs if you want.
I mean, as far as I'm like, my idea is that I'm just there waiting, like, to see when she gets there.
I think midway up the tower, I would accept that. Like that's what I'd like to be if you're
Okay.
okay with that.
Yep.
Like, because
Sounds good.
I like those armory and cells. Maybe there's some things we can do on the way up.
All right. So it is the 6th hour of the morning. The messenger and Emmeline probably notice this first as they're walking through Crow's Nest. There's not too many people around because so many are overcome with the sickness that is going around.
Would you say they're down with the sickness?
I would.
Wow.
But as you're walking through, you do kind of see, that Crow's Foot is a patchwork district in all respects. It mixes the illicit vices of Silk Shore with the labor and trade of the docks, the poverty of Charter Hollow, and the classic architecture of Charter Hall. It is being held together and threatened to be torn apart by the menagerie of street gangs and blue coat squads that claim every avenue and corner territory in an endless turf war. Though the blue coats are strikingly absent from Crow's Foot this day. Dockers still file to and from work. Minks ply their trade on the corners of multi-level, cramped, dark, and foggy streets. And years of murder have left this district with an eerie and haunting air. You're able to bypass anyone who would take notice of you or try to stop you as you and Emmeline take position up on the rooftop, and you are ready for your shot when Lyssa arrives. Cole and Rhys, you are heading in to Tangletown. Hundreds of years ago, one of the massive Leviathan hunter ship was partially sunk in the Silk, upriver of Taffeta Bridge, off the coast of the Limmerfield neighborhood. And since then, it has collected an attendant flotilla of tiny watercraft, all lashed together into a floating neighborhood in which some residents of Crow's Foot do call home. Tangletown is considered neutral ground among the street gangs of Crow's Foot, and no violence is allowed there. And it was for this reason that Pickett arranged for this to be the meeting place with Cole and Bear. So as you guys get off the small boat that leads you onto Tangletown, you are with Pickett, Bezo Baz, and about 4 Lamp Black Lake Breakers who are kind of there as their posse. As you enter, there's some residents of Tangletown that has kind of been pressed into service for this meeting, who are collecting people's weapons to ensure that no violence happens here. They do the same with you, but because you are in this controlled position, I will say that rather than having no kit during this time, just while in Tangletown, your load is considered light, though you can still produce weapons because of that controlled position.
Sounds good.
As
Sounds
you kind of, sorry, what
Very
was that?
frightening. Sounds
Yeah.
very frightening.
As you kind of enter, the main place of this meeting is on this old sunken Leviathan deck, which is just above the water line. And this is a huge space. And there you see Bear, of course.
Are we on the ship already, or are we still making our way to it?
You're on the ship.
Oh, okay.
You see Bear. You see standing behind Bear as kind of like his representative, as Pickett is kind of yours. You see Lyssa, and I think this might be the first time we've seen Lyssa in the flesh. She is a woman in her late 20s, early 30s. She is of mixed Akarosi and Skovlander heritage with curly brown hair and a rounded, freckled face that makes her seem much more cute than she probably actually is. And standing behind her are two crow gangers of Aruvian heritage and uh, uh, a girl of about 12 or 13 who looks very much like a miniaturized version of Lyssa, who's probably her older sister. And those facial features fit this young child much better. And of course, Duskfall is not one for child labor laws, and we definitely have some artful dodger types.
Everyone's useful.
And those in the know that this is Belle, the second in command of the Crows. She is dressed in newsy fashion, and is look like as cute as she is as a young kid. She looks like she means business. She looks like she will cut someone if it comes to it, even though not here. It's not supposed to go down, right? And then behind them, without her gang present because they have suffered such heavy losses, is my Lyra Clev, the leader of the Red Sashes, who is a Ruvian, and looks to be in her mid to late 20s and wears a dark, tight, form-fitting eel-skin bodysuit. And the hair that you can see looks long and dark, but it is mostly covered by traditional Eruvian head covering, much like you've seen Nebra wear. And this is one of the few times she is without her blade.
Rhys will sort of lean over to Cole and sort of say under his breath, "You know, this place used to be such a wonderful little neighborhood. There used to be a beautiful little bakery around the corner over there."
Hardly.
In Crowsfoot?
Mm. And she sort of looks at the across at Lyssa and her younger sister, and we're both looking rather mean mugging. She just goes, "Before certain types were allowed here." And he says with a sort of a grimace on his face.
Cole's just very confused. He's like, okay.
All right. This is Pickett, of course. Who else? I think we have some business, and I haven't had breakfast yet, so let's get this over and done with, shall we? Bear, listen to what this guy has to say. Cole, you're up.
Cole steps forward, puts out his hands. You know why we're here. Things went bad. We want this to end. That's it.
What happened to be? You were studying oratory. Nedra's mom will be so disappointed.
Bear considers this, and he's putting on a front, like, he's meeting with a bunch of gangsters, right? You can't show your hand, right? So he's playing his cards close to his chest. But listen, I want this to end as well. I don't have the resources to continue this thing. Damn, it's only me who's left fighting this thing anyway. But I'm being pressured to keep the heat on, as it were. And if I were to officially call it off, perhaps there's some protection or some arrangement that can be made between us to prevent all hell raining down from the Vales when they find that I have abandoned the cause of their long lost daughter.
Have you seen the news this morning, Bear?
Yeah, they're fucked. I could have told you that, but this is why I don't want to get on their bad side. I don't want to be on your dinner table later. Listen, this is what I'm thinking. You tell me how it sounds. I can't continue this fight. We both know that. I also can't go it alone, or I'm a dead man. So, how about I pledge allegiance to the Nighthawks and I join your crew? That way I'm ensured protection, and if someone makes a move against me, they make a move against you. With this, I could bring some assets that the Foghounds had and give them to you.
Mechanically, would you be bringing him on as an expert cohort, or
Uh, that's something we could discuss in downtime and payoff.
sorry?
How we want to think of him.
It would either be that or like he might be like a level 3 relationship. Like he is the Foghounds right now,
Well,
Oh,
and they're the
here's
allied essentially.
for if you were to accept this arrangement and take me on. What I would like to see, my demands, as much as I'm in a position to make them. I would like command of the Foghound under your flag. It is probably what I have always wanted. But I will fight for you and your goals. With this, I'll provide you the Foghound's assets. I'll end the war. You'll receive a wide range of Imperial transport and cargo documents, some of which are forged, some of which are legit. I will also offer you our claims at an underground canal dock that we used to use as our HQ and our old Northport supply caches. Since we haven't had a gang to patrol them, we lost our Northern Void sea routes, probably annexed by the Leviathan Hunters of the Ministry of Preservation, so I can't offer those. But that which we do have, I will give to you. Mechanically, I can say what this is. During payoff and downtime, we can discuss what claims those two things represent for our crew. So that's +2 claims if we take on Bear. And
oh yeah. Take the claims. Let him steal the boat. This is fine.
and no, he he didn't even go that far. He said he just wants to captain the boat under your flag.
Yeah,
He
Oh yeah,
he
no, that's
runs the
absolutely
boat, yeah.
paranoia going that
Yeah.
far.
Yeah, yeah.
And the war with the Foghounds would be ended because indeed the Foghounds as a faction would be removed from the game.
Rhys will sort of lead over to Cole and sort of in a whisper just be like, "Can we trust him? Do you want him wearing a Nighthawk flag?"
Cole kind of ignores him. This is what I offered originally when I talked to Pickett, when I asked Bezo to set all this up. Like I said, there's a reason I didn't come in here making speeches or trying to convert your wisdom. Because at the end of the day, things went bad when I killed your boss. We can debate the ifs, ands, or buts about it until we're both dead. Which will probably be tomorrow anyway for both of us. But I, for one, will welcome you onto the crew. And you'll have my protection for sure. The rest of the crew obviously is going to need to vote on that. But I think we can come to an agreement.
And kind of Piggott looks over to him, as does Lyssa, and being of Scovlander heritage, Bear spits into his hand,
Does the same.
and all right, it seems
Silas
like we
hates that
have an
tradition,
accord.
by the way.
What?
Silas hates that tradition of Skovlanders, by the way.
It is the polite tradition. The impolite tradition is to cut open your arm and use your blood.
And at that, Lyssa's like, okay, great. It sounds like we have an accord here. What has been agreed upon here will be guaranteed by the crows. Should one of you fall short of this agreement today, the crows will be the ones to facilitate any transgression or punishment against any transgression. Are we done?
I believe it's the crows and the lampblacks, yeah?
Yeah. We got this guy. So, as ward boss of the district, the lampblacks pay up to me. It is great that they seem to have your back, but the ultimate burden will fall on my shoulders.
My boss will maybe want some sort of papers on this. Bear, Lyssa, do you mind if we go someplace, draw it all up nice and neat? We can leave
Are you
Rhys here.
papers? Are you serious? This is we'll say Bell, who's kind of getting up. Like, that's bullshit.
Yeah, but think about it. He's talking about the claims. Like I need to
Man
know
spit in his hand.
I need to know the information. I need to know like all the different things, right?
Who's this boss of yours? Who runs your outfit? This is Lyssa.
Silas.
Yeah, I know the guy. He'll want papers. All right.
Don't get me wrong. I was like, I think it's done, but
Yeah, we'll make it happen. Cool.
and I
So, business here in Tangletown is done. You guys shake the lampblacks, kind of shake hands with the crows, because again, much like we pay up to the hive, the lampblacks kind of pay up to the crows. They don't shake hands with my Lyra Clev because they just spent a good month kicking her gang shit in.
Yep. I go ahead and I pull out my flask and I take a nip and I offer it to, the crows and folks.
Yeah, and everyone kind of takes a sip and such. And at about that time, Nebra, from your vantage point, and perhaps even the messenger, if you've got a spyglass on your rifle,
I do. Let me check them
you
out.
you see a congregation beginning to form in Limmerfield, kind of right on the banks of the river where Tangletown lies in the middle. And Cole and Rhys, you guys see this as well. You see eight bill hooks. So you guys have made some enemies, and specifically some people who are interfering or outright hostile. So we're going to pull on one of those threads here. And the bill hooks, are a large gang of bloodthirsty butchers with a bloody reputation for leaving the butchered corpses of victims strewn about in a bloody display. You
How
can assume,
unprofessional.
as butchers, they have close ties to Hester Vale and her farming family, but are often used as terror squads by the Bluecoats, who are otherwise indisposed today. They stand with 4 collared death dogs. These are creatures from the Deathlands that have been relatively domesticated. And we're not talking like fluffy puppies here, but more Hound of Tindalos looking creatures. They all wear blood-stained butcher's aprons and brandish weapons like hatchets, meat hooks and pole arms, and looking like a cross between the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Slipknot. All of them are wearing the skinned and tanned hides of animals, mostly pigs and goats, though at least one of them wears a human face. And they're just brandishing their weapons, clearly posturing, not making any attempt of violence in Tangletown, but definitely waiting for you to cross the river. Now Lyssa sees this and is like, "Have you lost your god's damned mind? This is not in the spirit of the Tangletown Accords." And one of these billhooks wearing this pig's face goes, "You're right. It's not. And I am of a sporting mind." And he pulls a stopwatch from his breast pocket. "So I will give you 5 minutes before the hunt begins." Tick, tick, tick.
Fuck.
We have a boat.
Yeah.
You guys can leave
I'm
Tangletown and just go all the way around Limmerfield.
gonna look to Rhys, and I'll nod, and I'll
Should we kill them all?
no.
I'm down with that idea, says Bezo Baz, who flips open his coat and in true like El Duce fashion has 6 revolvers strapped to his chest. And Lyssa looks at this like, that's not really in the Tangletown agreement either. And he's like, "I wasn't sure how this was going down."
I would like to take a flashback, which
All
is
right.
Yeah, you
I would like to. I'm gonna pull a flare gun as part of my my load. And my flashback is going to be okay. So I'm gonna go meet with Lyssa.
This
and
is
Bear.
around like the planning table in the
This is
lair.
around the planning table, yeah. So, and this is like around the planning table, but like with everybody. So like we've come up with the plan, but this is the thing. So we're like, this is the final check of like kind of thing. And I'm like, so I'm gonna go meet up with Lyssa at Tangletown. And like I look over, like, so we have a whole fucking load of fellas now. We have the we have Silas's Skovlanders. We have my Skovlanders. We have our elite fucking rovers. We also have 2 boats. My plan that I would like to place the Foghound, the Taffeta Bridge. Did we get the fucking gun up yet?
Not yet. We need another dot in vehicle to get armor and
Alright.
weapons.
So we're going to have the Skovlanders and the Foghound at Taffeta Bridge. If we have the Nighthawk with the rovers at Char Hollow Bridge, if we set off a fucking flare, they can be at Tangletown in less than like 30 seconds.
That works.
Cool. We'll take 1 stress for the flashback. Go ahead and roll.
I also think that
me-
we should. I'll send my Skovlanders just milling about Limmerfield just in case.
Yeah. So either what is it? Either roll me a command, or Pal, you might have the ruling on this, but roll the group action for the cohort just to see how well they're able to respond to the flare.
Right. So you'll roll the cohort as well. And which did you say you're having the rovers?
The rovers are with the Nighthawk or the Emerald
Rovers
Hawk.
are on the boat, and this sounds like a very rovery thing. So and they're elite now, and we're tier 1, so you get 2 dice for them.
Okay.
You can roll them on the crew page. There's a roll button next to the.
Is that roll engagement or no?
No, it's roll for the cohort.
Okay.
There's
okay, cool.
up in the upper right. You see where it says cohort gang rovers, and just remember to add 1 die because it doesn't seem to know that they're elite. Or anyway, it did not know that Redress was an expert. You can roll either the same thing you have them roll, like the appropriate action, or, as probably better befits Cole, command.
And so do I roll for each cohort then?
Right, you roll for each cohort, and since you're
all are-
leading a group action,
Yep.
you'll take a stress for each one that fails.
So this is the elite rovers right here.
Woo!
6.
Okay. And then for Scovelanders, yeah. For Silas and Scovelanders,
Hmm.
fail.
So 1 stress. They're a bit late to the party.
And then your own command to see if you can outdo.
And your
those.
own Scovelanders.
This is my Scovelanders,
Oh,
which
I
I
for-
actually. Question. Actually, sorry, Kyle. I have a note here that says the next time that I command Scovelanders,
Yeah,
I
you're
get
at
plus 1d.
Yeah.
Is that for both Silas's?
This would be on your command roll,
Okay.
plus 1d to that.
Gotcha. So then this will be for my Scovelanders.
They succeed.
Is that
and
plus
then I will
1d?
roll my command.
That's only 1 die.
No, the 1d is on his command roll.
Oh, okay, sorry.
This is a desperate position.
Control. though.
We'll call it risky.
Risky.
Standard effect.
Standard effect. I have 1 bonus die, and I will go ahead. Like, I guess, what am I rolling for? Like, what is this roll? This is for them to see how fast they show up.
Yeah, and how well they follow directions, right?
I'm going to go ahead and push myself.
You've
for
already got a
second.
6.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
And if I get 2 6s, I can crit on this, right? Like,
What you'd have to get 2 6s yourself. There's a special ability that I think the assassins or maybe the rooks get called synchronize that allows you to gather all the 6s from a group action to 1 crit pile.
So I
nice.
have 3 command dice normally, and I'm getting plus 1 from my previous thing, and so pushing myself gets me to 5 dice for this. Alternatively, someone could help me, I guess.
I'll help you out.
I think I can too, because of my Scovelanders, and I can do it stress free. I was
Alright.
like, I'm sitting here in the flashback being like, "Yep, this
That'd be
is-
great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Alright, so-
your Scovelander's the one that shit the bed. Yeah.
yeah."
Whoops.
Oh,
All right, so my
what do I
command
roll?
at 5 dice.
Or it just gives them a die.
Gives him a die. And you
Yeah.
with your ability you don't take stress. Cool. So we have a success, a flat success. So with Silas's gang is a little bit late to the party, but they do arrive in time to make this happen because we did get a success, right? So yeah, the boats come up. What do you want them to do? How does this play out? What's
I
happening?
love that you got that 6 out of the die rolls.
So wait, there were you said 10 bill hooks in total?
8 bill hooks with
8
4
bill-
death dogs.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think what happens is everyone came with guns because this is a guns fight, and so the Emerald is coming down. It's the Emerald Knight. It's the Emerald Hawk, right?
Emerald Nighthawk, yeah.
Yeah.
So the Emerald Hawk is coming from Taffeta and is coming down towards Tangletown. So it's going to basically dock essentially and prepare to get us off of there. And the Foghound is coming bridge right there, the Moon Bridge area. And I'm actually going to look at Bear and I'm going to say, Bear, you got to come with us, but your ship will be here for when you want it. Because we still got to get those papers, sadly. My boss is very particular.
I love blaming it on
And he
Silas. That's
cracks
great.
his knuckles.
Yeah. And
Oh my, are we about to go into a fight? What a lovely moment.
and so the 2 ships are coming around with all of their folks with rifles essentially leveled over the not berm but the gun wall, right? The gunnel. And then my folks, my refugees are actually the ones that are in Limmerfield, and they are let me just double check. because I thought I rolled them and they were +1 quality or whatever last time, and so they are to try to ambush the billhooks. Basically, seeing this thing happen.
Gotcha. So yeah, I think are they coming out guns blazing, or are they waiting for a provocation, or
I think they were placed there, like they were ready to go, and so they probably heard the exchange that just happened between Lyssa and this, and then so I'm gonna fire my flare, and then when the two ships are in close in, I'm gonna be like, uh, you know, Nighthawks, take out these billhooks trying to interfere with Tangletown's neutrality.
cool? All right. So uh, yeah, I think they do so, and shots start to fly. The bill hooks start kind of ducking for cover, and this leader, uh, before he darts off himself, kind of closes his watch and is like, "Then it looks like the hunt has begun. We'll be seeing you."
All right.
And once the
So wait a
once
minute. They're answering so they ambushed us, and we ambushed them back, and they're just gonna run away. All right.
Well, they're getting shot at right now, so they're running deeper into Limmerfield.
Ah, okay.
They're retreating. Like, they haven't been defeated, but they've been routed.
Rhys will look at Cole like, and well, they were looking for a distraction. Let's go.
And I'll say so. Messenger, Nebra, and even probably the Nighthawk climbing up the tower.
Yeah.
You can see, as the messenger was saying, that they retreated from their position in Limmerfield, but they are trying to rally, right? Like they're trying to get out of the range of the boats, but they are waiting for you guys to get on land where you don't have your rovers, where they can come after you.
I say we bring him a proper fight. Show him what two Scotlanders and left in a no, two Scotlanders left back in a corner can really do.
I appreciate that. We have to get Lyssa back to the rookery. Uh, we got to get those papers. Now, Silas will really want to make sure we have everything in order.
Pickett and Baz will be like, "We can help you with that. It's not too far off from Lampback territory. My boys can push them back if they get that far."
Wait, this
And,
is now an escort quest where you are escorting the person you're about to gack to the place you want to gack them. Like, don't pass up an opportunity to kill her early. Just so you know, if you get one.
And
If I can find a way to do it without witnesses, I'm sure. But like,
I mean,
and my lyric Lev will kind of step in and be like, "I can take Belle back to the Red Sash Sword Academy. I can make sure she doesn't befall any harm." And Lyssa's like, "All right," because like Lyssa's picking up her stuff and looks like they might have to do a fight to get into the crow's nest.
I mean, we could take you all the way to up the canals. We can land you right at the Celestial Way right there.
Yeah, going up through the Hexham Canal area.
mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Good call.
So I
Let's do
I escort her onto the ship, and I say, "All the Lampblacks, you're all welcome. This is no time. This neutrality, rests until we get you back, right? I don't want anything happening here, and I still got to get those papers signed."
All right, sounds good. So you guys are making it up the Hexham Canal. Go ahead, do me one final roll just to see how this trip goes, and then those who are kind of in waiting, we'll check in on you guys.
So what did you want us to roll?
I'll roll my command for just making kind of direct this.
Or you could lead a group action with Rhys.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm happy to lead a group action with Rhys if you want to.
Or vice versa, however you want to distribute stress.
Yeah. Why don't you I can lend you a hand if you want to do a roll, so I can take a stress to give you an extra die.
Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, Rhys will yeah, give you a hand.
So I think we'll we'll I'll rally my Scovlanders. I'll sell them to go off to pursue the bill hooks, stop them from rallying with the lamp blacks or whoever it is that's available to help. And then the two ships will actually make our way up the canals to try to get out of here.
Okay. And so we're coming up from you said we're coming up the Hexham Canal. So that means we were over near the Bagley Bridge.
No, we're on the far left side of that. It's Tangletown.
Okay, so the Hexham Canal then is on the other side. So we're going up the Devilfish Canal to the Barley Canal.
You could do that as well.
Well, because
Either
Hexham's on
way.
the opposite side of the island, right? Oh, I guess.
Yeah,
Okay, I see. Because we're on.
I was thinking
Tangletown.
we would actually just go straight up from Tangletown past Taffeta to Devilfish.
Okay. Okay, up the Devilfish Canal and then up the Barley Canal.
Mhm.
Okay, and that'll get us to the bottom of the the bottom of the Crow's Nest at Celestial Way, right? Killer.
Essentially, their actual thing is the Rookery, which
Mhm.
is just across the square or
Sure.
hexagon, across the hexagon.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, and the crow's nest is that kind of circle in the
Mhm.
middle of it all.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah,
I
I've
will
got the
do
map up.
that.
Okay, we'll take the 5. Success with a complication. So great. You're able to go up and are able to make it into the Barley and unload your cargo on the streets of the Rookery, where you'll meet up with Silas. And we'll check in with the Nighthawk, who was climbing the tower, in a second here. And the others are kind of stopping the bill hooks from kind of moving forward. But those in advantageous positions see that, while they are definitely suppressed, they are trying to make their way across, the Moon Bridge or the Crow's Bridge, kind of into the proper neighborhood. It's going to take them some time because they're being suppressed by a ship. So we'll start a clock. I'll call it a 4-piece, and it'll just be the billhooks breakthrough to the other side. All right, so those others, Nebra, Nighthawk, Messenger, anything you want to do in this intervening time, because you're kind of, from your vantage point, you're seeing all this happen.
Well, I don't know if Silas isn't back yet, but I know what I wanted to do. We're climbing up the tower, and I'm thinking.
Well, you are.
like,
Silas is not.
Oh, Silas is not. I thought he was.
No,
How
he said he
Silas?
was not.
Silas don't climb towers.
Well, then where is he?
He's on the street.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm up the tower. I'm thinking somebody should do something about that crow's eye, and maybe some of that armory. So I'm thinking I have a flashback to the planning session about making some explosives, some timed explosives.
Okay.
Talking about how once all this action goes down, to incapacitate the rest of the crows, make sure they literally are just caught with their pants down, can't even get their shit together. We get some explosives in that armory and take out the crow's eye there, that big spotlight. That's a spotlight, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So they are literally flying blind and can't get themselves organized quickly. So we can make a much more expedient and safe escape. Does anyone want to help make those explosives? I feel like this would be us sitting around the planning table.
So,
Where's your-
question is. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying your buddy Rhys could help you out.
Yeah, I could use some help with that.
Well, you want to make some explosions, do you?
I think that would be a good idea. I think it's
Oh, it's a
And,
wee good idea, is it?
keep them from mobilizing quickly.
All right. Well, I could do a tinker roll to make you some bombs if you'd like to give me a hand.
Great.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll require a roll for the making of the bombs. Like take a stress for the flashback, and
Okay.
you'll just have to pull explosives from your kit.
Sure,
perfect.
I'm fine with that. Yeah, if that's how you want to do it. Yeah.
The roll will do to see how effective the bombs are, what they cause, what happens, right?
Okay. Now, what roll do you want me to roll?
Well, that's up to you. So you're setting explosives on the crow's eye and on the armory section of
Yeah.
the
I'm-
tower.
I was thinking this would be part of my prowl.
Yeah, could be.
Like I'm climbing up there and I'm finding the right spots for it. To attach the thing, start the timers. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, and when are these timers set to go off?
Well, I think we've got we know when we're supposed to be in position. Now, granted I see this action go down, so I know it's going to be a little bit later. So I'm trying to set the timers, adjust the timers by maybe a few minutes, given that I saw this action occur.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this happened, and I'm like, oh, basically, I'm setting I'm setting the clock, and I see all this down there. I'm like, I had a few minutes here.
Great. Yeah. So go ahead and roll me something for that. Setting explosives like this.
Okay.
I think this is pretty desperate. It could kind of ruin some plans if it goes wrong. And the effect, for reasons that we don't know yet, is going to be none.
Oh.
Wait, as in the explosives don't go off?
Or have no effect.
All right.
Again, you can push yourself to improve the effect. Although,
Yeah.
how many dice are you rolling?
I'm rolling 2, so I could. Yeah.
So stupid question. What is the crow's eye? Is it a light or what?
Yeah, a giant
kind-
spotlight. So this
A giant
building has
spotlight.
been used by several different people over time, and you can kind of see it in its architecture. You know, the bottom row is built from offcuts of the mine when the Skavs were here, and above that is an old Skav pre-cataclysmic fortress, and then above that is several levels of Akarosi architecture when they kind of came through the city, and then above that there's an observatory when it was used as an astronomer's tower, a ritual chamber up at top, and so this particular asset, this crow's eye, was a giant spotlight installed when the crow's nest was previously used as the precinct of the crow's foot bluecoats.
Okay. So is the spotlight something that you could just literally just shoot? Would it be a bulb? Just shoot out the bulb and then it would just no longer work, or is there more to it that
No,
makes it run?
it is just an electric powered light.
I mean, there's a part of me that wants to put a giant Nighthawk sticker on it, but that probably would.
Please don't.
Maybe later.
Not
Maybe
the
later.
Nighthawk symbol. But
The nightlight.
exactly.
Night light.
Nightlight.
Oh god.
But I think I'd rather just take it out, or at least damage it so they can't see us in the escape. I mean, I don't know if I want to push myself if it has no effect. I mean, I'd like to increase the effect, but
Would you be able to pull out a pistol maybe and shoot at it, or would that still be no effect?
Well, you can push yourself to increase effect as
Oh,
well.
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to push myself to increase effect, I think.
Then take 2 stress, and the effect upgrades from none to something.
Yeah, but then I'm 2 stress away from max. I don't know if I want to do that. I'm just this early in the score. Yeah, I think I won't do the stress. I'll just roll the prowl and we'll see what happens. So it's risky or desperate? It's desperate.
Desperate. Yep. She'll get
And
some
the
XP.
effect apparently is 0.
A fail.
Sweet.
Mark
Mark
your
the
XP.
XP.
Oh yeah, I got the XP.
This is 0.
You said it
Oh,
was
man.
no effect.
Well, no effect doesn't mean you're not at risk.
Yeah. So I'll leave this up to you, Cameron. How do you want to fail here?
I mean, I think there's a couple options I would think of. One, I actually just drop one. It lands in the alleyway and kaboom, right? But like the other one is that the timers don't work. They don't go off. Period. Like,
Well, this is desperate, so I think the nothing happening isn't going to be an option. So
okay,
let's take you're setting up the bombs and you drop one, and those on the ground take level 2 harm blasted. And the crows are definitely, and people are now aware something's going down at the crow's nest. We'll say that as you guys are like getting Lyssa off the boat, that a giant explosion happens right at the base of the crow's nest. And then Messenger, obviously, you see this from your vantage point as well. And Nate, you take level 2 harm.
What?
should have
Blasted.
been on the tower, man.
Unless
I
you
take
have
2
armor.
harm.
Huh?
I take 2 harm.
Yeah.
Unless you
The
have
Nighthawk
armor.
dropped an explosive device at your feet.
Yeah, he dropped it on you.
If someone was wearing heavy gear, you might be able to take armor.
You can also resist too.
I'll
However you
attempt to
want to.
resist.
All right, this is a prowess resist.
Oh.
So you take 4 stress.
Oh, okay.
But we'll say you don't take the harm. You're able to dive out of the way, kind of at the foot of Lyssa
Very
and
suddenly.
Cole, the lamp blacks, and Lyssa's kind of ducking behind Bezo and Cole as this explosion's going off. And there's like, like her immediate thought is like, the billhooks are here, and
You better get her inside.
Yeah, Cole steps forward. I'll go ahead and say that I used my armor, for this, because I don't know if I took the damage, but I will say I stepped in front of her to take the damage.
gotcha.
So.
Oh,
I
I know what the billhooks are about. Jeremiah hired the billhooks.
And so I like, and I grab her. I'm like, kind of, get out of the way, sir. And I'm like, we got to get you inside. Like,
Yep.
and I'm
So,
like, lead the way.
so Silas, you see Cole kind of pushing Lyssa towards the door. What do you and Rhys want to do?
And so is anyone in pursuit?
So at this point, the explosion happens, and Nebra, you saw, because you're right on the rooftop, right next to this. So like, there's a ball of fire, dust, debris that comes up, shooting up next to you. From this point, you can't see if the billhooks are coming, but as I said, the messenger has seen that they are kind of rallying and trying to get over those bridge. And we'll fill up a pip on that clock from the explosion, as that probably took some attention away. But right now, the crows are filing out, but you are in a controlled position here, right? Because it looks like you're protecting Lyssa. So when they see you and Lyssa, they're like, come on in. Let's get you to safety.
Yeah, so I think I kind of want to act like I was in the area, saw the explosion, and I'm like trying to go help. Help Cole. While brushing myself off fucking cursing at the dumbass Nighthawk.
Yeah, so do so. Yeah, as you rush up to Cole, what do you say?
I heard an explosion. What's going on?
The billhooks. They decided to try to. I don't know. Are they trying to assassinate Lyssa, us, everyone? The lamp blacks, like Bezo, like.
Well, we should get her safe inside.
Yeah, let's get inside. We got to get the papers. We made a good deal with Bear. So
Yeah, and Bear's with you too, and he's
Yeah.
on guard.
Rhys will follow
Awesome.
since he's with everybody.
So yeah, I think so. Meanwhile, over on the rooftop of the docks, Emmeline's just like, "Are you seeing this shit? What the hell is going on?"
Uh,
I mean, you
You know,
probably saw the Nighthawk drop. that
I would say
spike.
something like, you never really have explained to me why you started a gang with the Nighthawk.
That was Silas's call. I was just merely along for the ride.
Ah, well, maybe he's not entirely free of the national character of failure of the Scovelanders.
Don't let Cole hear you say that.
Oh, Rhys.
Cole stops mid. Not
Somebody
Um,
said some
yeah,
shit
so
about
you guys
Scovelanders.
That group's currently walking up the tower. The light is it's not on right now, but it was unaffected by the explosion because one dropped, one seemingly was a dud. Nebra, you're in a position. You talked about taking a shot at the light. Is that something you want to try? Take out a piece of kit?
Yeah, I would like to attempt that if it's possible. I don't know how far away she is from the spotlight, if that's doable or not.
Yeah, I think you're kind of right below it. So I mean, this is not the feat of marksmanship the messenger's about to do, but yeah, I think we'll see how the roll goes, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that you could take out the light.
You missed. Hit the Nighthawk.
Always a possibility.
Always a possibility. All right. I
Or
guess
you
next.
don't miss and you actively hit the Nighthawk for.
I missed.
I missed. I guess I'll go ahead and pull out a pistol
Okay.
from my load, and then I'll attempt to shoot out the spotlight. Could I make an argument that this is a finesse roll because I'm trying to use some precision to like actually shoot like maybe dead center at the spotlight as opposed to just wildly shooting?
Absolutely, I think yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And you're not harming anyone, so like.
Yes. Yeah. It wouldn't be a wreck. I don't think so.
Well, it could be a wreck, but I think
Could be.
I think finesse is for a called shot makes sense to me as well.
Okay.
We'll call this position risky. We'll
Mhm.
call the effect standard.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and roll. I don't think I need to do much else.
You could always push yourself.
I already have 3 dots in finesse, so
Oh, then yeah. You probably won't roll 3 low numbers. It's fine.
I mean, 1121.
I could resist it pretty well too. I have 4 in prowess to resist a finesse rolls.
I like how your concern is getting shot.
Yeah, right.
I'll be.
Yeah.
I'll be
Not her getting caught.
I like when things go horribly wrong. Let's
Ooh.
Okay, so we take the 4, a
Mhm.
success with a complication. So you're able to shoot out the well, we should say shoot into the light, and there's shattered glass. It seems like maybe the bulb's damage. It's not on, so it's kind of hard to determine its effectiveness from the get-go. But I think again, as that complication, the crows on the ground kind of look up as glass starts falling on the ground. It's like, what's happening? Still thinking it's the billhooks though. You have like a great alibi with what's kind of happening here, but we'll say that the billhooks are just one step closer to breaking through into Crow's Foot proper.
Okay.
The rest
Oh.
of you take Lyssa up to the sanctum, to her personal suite to get the papers done. You guys are there with her with an attendant of crows.
Now,
And
I will continue climbing up to the outside of the sanctum.
okay, go ahead. Give me a roll for that, Nighthawk.
Sure. Okay.
Would Never be able to track the Nighthawk's movements, or is it too concealed for her to get a good view of him?
I mean, I'm generally trying to not be seen from the outside, so
Yeah, and it does
Right,
get pretty
okay.
dark, right? Like because like the street lamps illuminate the street, but this goes far up, to near towards where the lightning barriers arch over. So you might be able to pick out some movements, but it'd be hard to track him exactly.
Got it. Okay.
Or is it still controlled? Because
No, this is desperate. You're climbing a tower this big.
okay,
But the effect is standard.
sure.
Okay, so we take the 6.
This is what he's
Uh,
made for.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you make it up to wherever you want to be. So you tell me you're outside of the sanctum.
Yeah, basically, like, after this all goes down, we want to get the body out of here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I plan on helping lift the body out of here and out the window.
Gotcha. So messengers outside the sanctum. You guys are inside with Lyssa. The messenger from the docks. You see right on time, right in that middle of your window, Lyssa with the other members of the Nighthawk and a smattering of crows.
Oh no. I've got 10 minutes and there are members of the Nighthawks in there? Why did you guys go in there? We're going to take the blame for this.
Not if we kill everyone and get out.
The crows and also Bezo Bass and the Lampblacks are in here as well.
Wait, did Basil Baz go in there?
Yeah, and Pickett.
Don't we want to take the blame for this?
We're not taking any blame. The billhooks are taking all
Yeah,
the
how
blame.
can we not blame this on the billhooks? They've already tried to blow up the building.
Dude,
Cool.
Bezo
All
Baz
right.
is bad.
What's
can
my
take it out.
position?
Okay,
It's
so
going to
you're gonna
be
hit
a
us?
risky standard effect.
Now, standard means she's dead. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I push myself for extra effect, what that would mean would
You
be
can make others dead.
Yeah, you can kind of tell me how you envision that greater success. It could be other, a shot passes through several people. It could
Yeah.
be, kind of a grassy knoll situation. No one knows quite where the shot came from. It's entirely up to you.
I will
like to help as well
How?
He's in the room.
by
He can stop her moving when he wants her to.
yeah, and I want to do it with foresight,
right. So you don't. Okay. So
so I don't take stress. And
All
for
right.
me, essentially, because it's about getting documents, as part of my kit, I'm going to pull out because I just have documents like this on me all the time, and just in case, need
Doesn't
to put
have the
down
heavy
ink.
load, but keeps the
And-
documents just in case.
What? Yeah.
all right.
Armor, grab
And
like
sort
a
of
paper.
make sure I guide her to the mark, essentially saying, "Oh, I have documents here for this right now that we can use."
You can push yourself to change your position as well, or only your effect.
So you can push yourself to do one of the two things, right? You can I see what you're saying. I believe you can change your position with a push yourself.
But can you
Or
get?
no, sorry, that could be a setup.
Okay,
would
cool.
be, but
I am pushing myself for sharpshooter and the the increase of position. I get an extra
it'd
die
be an
from
increase
Silas's
of
help.
effect. It's the it would
Sorry,
need to be
increase of
someone-
effect.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I was thinking effect. I misspoke. You did make yourself clear.
Now,
I get one extra bonus die for Silas.
yeah, and now if you would like, Emmeline could set you up to a greater position.
Yes.
Cool.
Let's turn this. Let's do this. Let's turn this up to extreme.
So that for her is going to look like a flashback, and we're gonna flash back 3
so-
weeks ago.
Setup also can increase position, so you could make yourself.
That's what
control
she's
position.
doing.
Oh, that's what
Yeah.
she's doing. Okay.
Flashback to 3 weeks ago when Emmeline is collecting Roric's ghost from Hexham Canal, and she sees a light flicker, and she kind of goes over to investigates and sees the ghost of a young girl playing and kind of sad because no one will play with her. A couple weeks later, Emmeline makes contact and starts kind of playing with the ghost of this girl. And they kind of see Lyssa walking through the streets and like, wouldn't it be fun to play with her? Oh, we should play a game with her. To earlier this morning. All right, here's the game. We're going to play a game of hide and seek. When you go up there, you need to hide from her. But when she's in the room, you need to let me know she hasn't found you. So you turn on the lights, backlighting her, so you have this perfect, silhouette of her. And then I'll know you win. But if she catches you, game's over. She's like, okay, yay. And so she will attune to try to help increase your position.
Position, not effect. So my position is going to controlled.
Yep.
All right. And my effect is great. Because I'm bumping it up from standard.
Yeah. We take the 6 from Emmeline's attune to bump you up to control.
I have one bonus die from Silas.
So how many people are you getting?
That's 4 dice.
So are you killing multiple people with this, or?
Well, we're gonna find out.
Like, what is your enhanced effect?
We'll find out in a minute.
Ooh.
My effect is great.
You got a 6.
I want her to fall through the window. Let's just get the body right out of there. Now it doesn't have to fall all the way to the ground. It can get stuck on an eave halfway down. Whatever.
I think I
but
can.
I want the shot to go through her in a very deadly way, but it's gonna spin her, and then she comes tumbling out the window
onto the ledge.
Well, out. I mean, it's a complicated building, right? You've got the pictures of it there, so
Yeah.
it can end up tumbling down whatever roof is below onto the street. It can end up tumbling and then falling under something where maybe it can be grabbed. But yeah, so inside the room, hypersonic round, it hits first, and then you hear the crack from outdoors, because it is a loud gun still. Like, but there's a smack of the bullet hitting her, the thwap. She spins, is going out the window, and then you hear the crack, and she's gone.
Yeah. So, the scene is this, right? So those who are in this room, Silas has positioned her over this table to file papers. All of a sudden, let's say, because we
The
love to see
lights.
it, Cole, you see this little girl, and then disappears as all the lights in the room.
Cole saw that, or
ignite.
I saw that?
Cole.
Oh, okay.
Well, probably Rhys too. Have minimal effect on you at the moment.
Well, I'm high on on Quicksilver. I should see the ghosty pretty easy.
So the lights ignite, and then Silas, your face and body gets covered in blood as Lyssa's head evacuates her body. As the messenger said, she spins, the window shatters, she falls with a thud right at the feet of Nebra on the rooftop. And that is where we are now. The crows are not sure what just happened, are kind of stunned. Like, Bezos' mouth is just wide open and he's looking at the window like, what just happened? Like, there's no, because in his mind, right, there's no place in Duskfall that you could take a shot like this from, because the messenger did find the perfect spot. Pickett is just kind of like, what is happening? And that is where we are. The messenger, yeah, you see a body from your vantage point fly out the window. Or not the messenger, sorry, the Nighthawk.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, the messenger is.
No, wait. What rooftop does it land on?
The one that Nebra's on.
So the one on the right or the left?
The right.
Okay.
The messenger is handing the spyglass to Emmeline. All right.
One hell of a shot.
Well, he's
Well
standing up here.
done.
Yep, let's get out of here.
Rhys does everything he can not to grin.
Cool. So
Cole tackles Silas and like, get down, sir. Like,
well, and then after he does that to like save me, when I get up, I'm just gonna be like, who the fuck? Like, just start raging about who the hell, like, who the fuck did that? Ruined my deal, and just like way over, trying not to overdo the whole like, who could possibly do this? This is an atrocity. Like,
and at that, Baz will be like, no, the deal's still on. If the crows can't guarantee it, the Lampblacks will. We all saw what happened there. And Pickett's like, yep, seconded. We saw a peace accord be being made, papers or no. And the crows are like, "Fuck this business! What the hell's going on?" And they're rushing down. Like they actually leave you alone in the sanctum because, I mean, who cares at this point? And they're rushing downstairs to where the armories are because they're under the assumption they are under full attack. At this point, the messenger and Emmeline, I think it's probably time we do a group action to vacate the docks before people start investigating where that sound came from. Yep,
I think you've got more prowl than the messenger does.
I got 3.
I got 1. Well, that's not how group actions work.
Well, yeah, we
You
all
have more-
roll.
you have more capacity for stress, though.
I do.
I'm also happy to set you up in a flashback because you're in the docks, right?
Yeah, that's kind of where we were at already, right?
So I did happen to negotiate. I did happen to make contact with the foreman of a docker crew who could potentially arrange to have a small canal boat waiting for you that's not assigned to any of us. You know,
It's just a ghost boat,
yeah, it's just a boat that happens to be there
unregistered boat, a ghost boat.
and could get you out of there if you need a quick exit from the docks.
Cool. So is that improving our position then, or our effect?
It's a setup, so it gets to. I think you get to choose.
Well, I think you choose.
Sure. My guess would be. I guess. What is your position right now?
I think, I mean, because we've limited the blue coat presence in Crow's Foot, which is like right across the border, I think we'll call it a risky position standard effect.
Okay. So I think controlled position.
Okay.
1 stress for the flashback.
Yep. Here's Emmeline's prowl.
Oof.
Well, all we needed was 1 success.
A 5. So we take the 5, a success with the complication.
No stress.
We're able, yeah, we're able to make it. Are we heading into Crow's Foot? Where does the messenger want to go from here?
Well, we're not the ones who are occluding the body. What? Like we've got the shot off. At this point, we should be like out.
Yeah, you should leave.
I feel like we're probably heading back to the headquarters, unless something else is called for. Although there's a lot of hubbub going on over there, and it'd be nice to move to somewhere else where we could get eyes on it. It's just I kind of found the best place to get eyes on it, and that's where we're leaving.
I mean, I think we could be part of the flashback. Could be, once you've taken the shot, everything's gonna fucking go tits up. You may want to just bug out, maybe head up the North Hook Channel, and make the long way about back to Night Market.
Honestly, yeah, going back to the grotto might be the best thing. If anyone does turn out to need the messenger, they can causally change the plan with another flashback.
Yeah.
But for now, we are headed back to the grotto.
Sounds good. And the complication is just going to be the bill hooks pushing that 1 more through.
That 1 more.
1 more tick on their clock to break through the.
Are they
their
at 3 or
suppression.
4? Or
All right, so us in the tower. So what are we gonna do?
I'm gonna look over at Bezo Bass and Pickett and be like, I think this place is gonna get mighty hot here in a minute, and maybe we're perhaps not meant to be here. Maybe we all head home and we fucking deal with this. Like we make sure we're good another day.
Sounds fine by me.
I'll get the soiled documents.
Well, and I'm like, Lyssa was just guaranteeing the deal. The documents are between us and Bear.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'll get ones that aren't covered in blood.
You have the witnesses in the form of the lamp blacks.
No, but Cole wasn't lying. Silas does actually want the documentation.
Yeah, like we need shit on paper for this. This isn't
It's-
like
It's very helpful when
we
you're
need a
trying to
bit more
deceive
than
someone
spit on a hand.
when you're telling the truth.
Yeah.
I'm just deciding, do I want to just take out Bezobaz now?
Oh,
No.
What?
You decide
What?
whatever you want to do, man.
No, he's not the real. He's just a patsy.
Oh
He's not.
God,
He's not my real enemy.
he's not your real dad.
He's not my real enemy.
He didn't kill my real dad. is the thing. Because that was the origin, like that is part of
Yeah,
my
yeah,
character.
yeah.
Like, it's like, but I already know that, so. But I think there is a moment where he's like looking through the window and he's like it would just be so easy.
So I think I'm happy to lead a skirmish action, which is essentially to get us out of here and back down to the Emerald Hawk.
Sure, I'm down to
Okay.
I'm down to follow that path. Did we get any of our kit back, or did we end
yeah,
up
yeah. When
losing
you
it?
left Tangletown, yeah.
Okay, cool.
So you
I
guys are back at the heavy.
I will actually use my pull out a grappling hook from my gear and rappel down to Deborah.
Okay.
Deborah,
Yeah.
you have a
You got a body.
I have a valuable asset that I need to move.
Welcome to transport.
Do you need my roll for that?
Sure.
Okay. I think it's also another prowl roll. Position is desperate still?
Yeah.
Standard effect.
Christ.
All right.
That was great.
Oh, it's gonna be a replay
so
of last
I
night.
am getting so much XP this game.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you're rappelling down, and you the grappling hook loses. This is an old structure, right? It loses its hold, and you fall to the street below. I will say taking 3 harm,
Can I roll to
crushed.
Can I roll the soak?
Yep.
Okay, that's all right. Prowess.
Yep.
Boom.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm literally every man. I have like a dot in like everything here. So
Cool. So we'll reduce that to 1 harmed, like
yeah.
bruised ribs. As we'll say, the awnings and buttresses of
Yeah.
the crow's foot helped kind of break your fall.
Grab the right. Yeah.
But along with that, the bill hooks have broken through their suppression and are filing in to Crow's Foot towards the rookery.
I'm still gonna try to help Nebra with the body as best I can.
Kind of up there.
Well, she's gonna have to get down here, right?
Yeah, he's kind of he's made it like boom, 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 boom. He's kind of
Yeah.
made it to the ground level below.
Oh,
Yeah.
great! He scouted the path for you. Now you can just
Exactly. I
shove-
got the alleyway. I'm like waiting, but I'm getting into. I'm like got the back door open. I'm like waiting for you to come down
Look.
here.
Now you have a good idea of where a body will land if it falls down the path he planned.
Right? Yeah, just toss it down to me.
I mean, is that what you actually want to do? Because beats trying to drag it with behind me. Like,
it'd be quicker. It's up to you.
You gotta be
sure.
nice to it.
She's had her worst moment already. She'll be okay.
Are the bells going off, by the way?
A bell has gone off. Yeah, dong when Lyssa died.
Okay.
Never
There is a
dumping
crow
bodies
coming
off of a
we
roof
need to
and
deal with.
bells.
Okay.
Yeah, the crows are kind of circling overhead. They were pretty quick to get here, but if you all remember, we discussed last session, the Spirit Wardens have been like predisposed. They aren't on the ball recently as they used to be. So while the crows are here, we've yet to see a Spirit Warden presence. But we can start a clock.
Makes sense.
But yeah, if you dump the body down here, I'll get it like tied up, so we can easily get the hell out of here.
Okay. I think what Never will do is try to pull out I don't. So she has access to a shadow cloak. Would that be enough to like basically fully wrap around the body?
Yeah, if you think it is, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, because what I want to do is just kind of just wrap her body in the cloak, so when she gets dropped down, like hopefully the cloak will like soften the blow a little bit or something along those lines. Yeah, I
Yeah,
also
and
be
let's say
easier to
with
move.
the shadow cloak, because normally it's like to help with lurking abilities too. So while it's not like a full on cloak of invisibility, it does like it's almost like Vanta black color that kind of removes silhouette. So
Yeah.
like rather than like people perhaps looking out and seeing a body fall down, they just see like a black cylinder.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that, and I'll drop the body basically in front of Nighthawk if
Sounds good.
possible. Okay.
Perfect. Splat.
Yeah, let's just do a quick roll to see what happens.
You landed on me.
I'm trying to figure out what would be the perfect.
I mean, that
Or
would be
what
my
would-
favorite comedy of errors outcome.
Throw that body up.
No, I don't want to wreck the body.
I'm gonna wreck it.
No. I don't want to go back to finesse. But would that?
Yeah,
No, you're
it could
essentially
be
trying to-
Because I'm not trying to just like throw it haphazardly. I'm trying to be a little
You're
It
trying
sounds
to
like
aim a
finesse.
body down.
Delicately toss the body off. Her.
delicately toss the body. Yeah.
Like
You're,
Sand.
you're playing corpse plinko is
Yep.
what you're doing.
There we go. Yeah. So would finesse work in that case?
Yeah, we'll call it a controlled position because you already have a perfect path as laid out by the Nighthawk.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Yep.
Well done, Nighthawk.
Oh yeah.
And then I'm assuming standard effect.
Oh.
A 6, a flat success.
Yeah.
So, yeah, bump, 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 and it kind of lands otherwise unharmed at the Nighthawk's feet.
I will.
Now I'm just
before-
picturing Plinko. Just
Before we move on from there, a skirmish action was happening from Cole.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And this is mostly the reason I went with skirmish is that I'm not actually fighting people, but I think I'm trying to kind of wrestle our way out of here, like directing folks, like getting like very much like a protection detail at this point. Just trying to get our like everyone that's not a crow out of this building. Not that they're going to try to stop us necessarily, but I guess we'll see if they do. So everyone that
Yeah.
wants to do that has to roll skirmish.
Just
Okay.
skirmish. Oh, okay.
All right. What position are we at? Like a risky, desperate?
So this is just to get out of the tower.
Yep.
We'll
And
just
to the
call it-
boat.
and to the
Controlled.
boat. We'll call it a risky.
Okay.
Limited.
Limited. Okay. That's not great.
I'm gonna go ahead and push myself.
Yeah. Samesies. And that gives you an extra die.
Mhm.
You stress for an extra die for yourself, yes.
It's 2 stress to push yourself.
You self to push yourself, 1 stress to help someone else.
I will
Rare
also
rewarded for more.
push myself for an extra die.
Cool. So we take any number of those 6s, a success with limited effect. So you're able to kind of push and maneuver your way through the crows, which are kind of scrambling at this juncture. The limited effect comes in as you don't quite make it to the boat because as you and your posse, and are you taking the lamp blacks with you
Yeah.
as well, right?
Yeah.
So as you and your posse exit the crow's foot, that's about the time that you see the rallied billhooks kind of exit from the alleyways adjacent from you, and this time they're looking like they are ready for a fight now that they're further away from water.
All right. Why they want? So it's a fight they want.
And then Nebra, from your vantage point, you kind of see like below you, right? Or these bill hooks with their collared dogs. Meanwhile,
Right.
the Nighthawk's there with a body at his feet.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out whether Nebber would just like go ahead and get down to ground floor in order to help move the body with Nighthawk, or if she wants to do anything still on the roof. Trying to figure that part out.
When the body lands at my feet, I will try to wrap the cloak around. Pull some rope out, tie it up, but I will also take a little bit of the blood that I had on my face, and I will, mark the body with it. As
Okay.
is what, like, I think he is interpreting like the blood he saw as like this is the what the gods have demanded.
Cool. And behind you, you hear.
Also, one of the bombs left. I'll just toss it, I guess, as Nebra, and run off with Nebra when she gets there, or at least that's kind of my plan, tentatively.
Actually, oh sorry.
Go.
So from Nebra's vantage point, if she had a bomb and she was able to throw it, would it reach the group of billhooks?
Yeah, so in my mind, they've kind of split into two groups coming down two different alleyways, but you could
Okay.
potentially hit one of them.
I think you should hit the one that's nearest to this building.
Okay. Should I mean, just to be fair, I could propose like a flashback to where Nighthawk gives Nebra like one or two of the bombs just in case.
Yeah,
Is
sure.
that
We'll
reasonable?
call it a one stress flashback. And
Okay.
I mean, this could have been at the planning table too, of like, well, if we're having bombs,
Right, yeah, exactly.
You, like, blow up part of a building last time he gave you some bombs?
a boat.
Okay, I
Oh, yeah.
didn't do that part. That was
This is where we get more than one bell.
No, the last time Nebra had a bomb in her hand, she broke up the ice.
Oh,
But
that's right.
before that, she
What
blew
about the
up a
explosions with the, like,
Before that, she blew up a
fireworks?
hospital.
There
Just one
could've-
more.
there
Just
could have
one
been more murder, but I was stopped. No. Maybe this is her redemption of that moment where she didn't murder some people. I don't know.
Just murder some other people who are also
Murder some other people. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. All right.
That's what we're about.
God. I'm just okay. All right. So I have the bombs now. And I guess I'll chuck one. Actually, could I try to do both? Or actually, I guess just to clarify, she would reasonably be able to reach maybe one of the groups, right? Because the other one is presumably like on the other side.
Yeah, and it's not like they're coming down the alleyways of like your building. Like there's one on your side and there's one, several blocks down, or not blocks, but buildings down, rooftops down.
Okay, so she would just have a clear view of just one of those groups, basically. Okay, all right. I was just trying to see if I could do some devil's footsteps work, but that's fine.
Well, perhaps that's doing a feat of crazy athleticism, right?
Right.
So I mean, if you wanted to use that and jump in between the rooftops to try to make both.
Oh, do it. That'd be rad.
All right. Yeah, let's do that.
Why not?
I mean, would that be? I'm just trying to figure out what kind of role this would be. It's not really prowl. Actually, no, it is a prowl. What am I saying? I'm trying to traverse on the rooftops. What is that? Is that doable, Kyle?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
and it's kind of like a sneak attack from above.
Okay. I'll go ahead and I'll push myself to get an extra die. That's 2 stress.
And make sure you mark the kit for the explosives as well.
Oh, yes. Would that be demolition tools? Because I don't see anything specific. Okay.
Demolition tools would work.
Got
Or
it.
there's always an option for like other.
Oh, okay, I'll just do that. And what position and effect would this be?
It's gonna be a desperate position. Great effect.
Some of the moments in this game I like are where it's like, yeah, turns out someone's interfering. We don't know yet. Or Why am I not rolling in a controlled position? Oh, there's something interesting to be revealed.
Right. Yeah, I kind
Why
of
would
just want
bombs had no effect earlier?
to just do it. I don't know if I want to change anything at this point.
I think go for it.
Yep. I'll take the
And you're
X2.
using Devil's Footsteps, right? Which requires a stress investment.
Yes, yes. Which is another. Oh, wait. Oh, right. I did already push myself, so that should be good. Okay. Sorry, I just had to figure that out. So.
All right. A success with a complication. So you drop the bomb. It explodes. You run over to the second, drop the second bomb. It explodes. You notice that when the shock wave kind of reaches up towards the crow's nest, those metal plates that were sighting on the wall uh, glow in what you recognize as Hadrathi runes, as this warded lair protects itself from any intervening harm. Um, the billhooks seem scattered. You're not sure that you've killed them all, but they're definitely down. They're concussed. A lot of the fight is out of them. The dogs are on the loose still, however, and dropping these charges in the middle of these cramped and narrow streets that have been described as the streets of Crow's Foot actually takes out the buildings that you were standing in. Now, one you're no longer on, but you do hear the dong, dong, dong,
There we
dong,
go.
and
It's
then
happened.
on the other dong, dong. But you are actually brought down in the rubble. We'll say taking 2 harm,
Ooh.
crushed.
Try to soak it.
So how does the armor work exactly? So
So armor acts as a free prowess resist.
Sweet.
okay. And so a difference between the 2-slot armor and the 3-slot armor is what?
The 3 slot allows you to do it a second time.
Yeah, you always
Oh.
start with the 2 slot, and then if you need to do it a second time, you have to spend 3 more load.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Really 2 slot or 5 slot.
Yes.
But if you just check off 2 of those, you get a free resist. Or you could roll prowess and eat a little stress, maybe as much as 5.
Yeah, I don't have that wiggle room for the stress, so I think I'll just mark off the armor if that
Cool.
works.
So the resist won't. I mean, you're kind of falling in a collapsing building, so it won't negate it fully, but it'll
Sure.
reduce that level 2 to just a level 1, battered and bruised,
Got
much
it.
like the Nighthawk, right?
That works.
Wait, shouldn't my armor have handled that 1 harm?
You didn't roll armor, you rolled resist instead.
Oh, okay. You have to roll 1.
And a
of the other.
resist can ignore everything, but it doesn't necessarily. It could just reduce the effectiveness.
Okay.
Right.
Because I don't see falling from a building being scot-free, right?
Yeah. No, and I'm fine with it. I just wanted to check the mechanic there.
But yeah, it seems the dogs are crazy, and those on the ground see the dogs running, and like as pieces of building are falling, these dogs are roar, roar, roar. They phase through, becoming like mist-like creatures, phase through the falling buildings to land on the other side unharmed. So they're still on the prowl for y'all, but the billhooks
I
are out.
will. I will dig Nebra out as well, or help
Are-
get her out.
Are they
Um,
ghost dogs? Is that what's happening?
Do I notice any ghostliness because of my quicksilveriness?
They're not ghosts per se, but they are semi-domesticated creatures of the Deathlands. So whatever monstrosities exist out there, they have been like crossbred with that type of wildlife. So they do exhibit some supernatural like abilities, though they themselves, it would seem, are generally of physical form. Though, as you just witnessed, it seems like that can change.
Can I do like an analysis on those on the how they seem to do the phase shift to see if like perhaps given the correct given the correct frequency, I could potentially disrupt that ability or something like that.
If you have a good reason as to how that could be done, because
But-
it sounds like that's something that probably need like a research in a
Yeah,
library.
it sounds like you would
Mhm.
need at least a flashback to have prepared that, right?
Yeah.
But that's a difficult flashback because we wouldn't have known.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, the reason I ask is would their phase ability, would that be anywhere within the region of the field that I created to block the fence? Would my device that is our personal lightning shield, would that be effective against the dogs? I guess is the question I want to answer.
Well, we don't know. There's really only one way to find out. Now, I will
Okay.
say your project to make the personal lightning barrier is still ongoing.
It
hasn't
is, but
completed.
I was just wondering if my research from that could give me some insight into their abilities.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Well, maybe. Let's go ahead and roll me something, and we'll see what you learned.
Sure. I guess what I'm really looking for is just is this like an at will thing, or can they only do this a limited number of times? That sort of thing is really what I want to know. Like if we shoot at them, are we gonna be wasting our time? Is essentially what I want to know. So yeah, let me do. I guess so. This would be what, a survey. So not necessarily tinkering anything, right? Maybe a tune.
Survey, study, attune. Lots of
Yeah,
possibilities
I would say +1 for do a tune, right? Because I'm trying to understand their supernatural abilities.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can go with a tune. A tune, in my mind, would be like you're in that moment trying to attune with them to see how they work, much like you would contact a ghost and ask it to do stuff. Where study would be more
A tune does say understand spectrology.
like
And
both work. It just your position and effect will be different depending on what you do.
okay.
Because one is happening in the moment and another's happening.
Well, yeah, I mean I do have the benefit of the Quicksilver, which gives you a +1 die for attune rolls. So I'm wondering if uh it makes sense essentially to try to glean this through my, well, so I have a helper, that sort of thing. Do you feel like an attune roll is appropriate, or would it be more of like a maybe a survey roll or a study roll?
If you want to roll a tune, that's fine. I think with a tune, the position's going to be risky and the effect will be standard.
All right, I think that's doable.
A 6. Okay, so um, this is your first time kind of dealing with these creatures, the both of you, and what you can kind of glean by just seeing them move is uh, their phase shift is something they need to do consciously. So like as they're kind of moving through this debris, it is something that they kind of have to plan and execute.
Okay.
Were you to like shoot at them, unless they had time to prepare,
Okay.
it's probably not a waste of bullets.
Okay, cool. So they don't just automatically phase; they have to consciously do it. Okay, that is great information. Thank you. All right, killer. I'll kind of shout out to those that, because we're at kind of in a pile, like trying to get this body out on top of. So do I see Nebra and the dogs, or is Nebra not visible yet?
Yeah, you see the Nighthawk who's grabbing Nebra from the rubble.
Mm-hmm. And how
You're
far are
muting
the
him.
dogs? How far are the dogs from them?
I got the body on my shoulder. I'm digging through the rubble for Never. That's what you probably see. You probably see her poking out of the rubble, like somewhere.
Sure.
The dogs are closing.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of running, but I'll say like at this point they're not coming directly at you because they're a bit confused as well. Their masters who would normally be like sick 'em or like give the kill command are down and out of the count right now. So they're kind of just in a guarded position. Um, if anything, probably surrounding the downed billhooks to make sure no one comes closer and kind of like a protective stance.
All right, cool. Well then, since it looks like they're not actively attacking anybody, if I can lend the Nighthawk a hand, I will, in getting Nebra and that body out of there.
All right.
So I will, whatever roles you're going to do, Nighthawk, I will lend you a hand as you go.
Okay. I have no idea what the role I was gonna do was.
Get out.
Consort with the bricks. No, get out. Yeah, I mean, what like, is it something I need to roll to get Nebra out of the debris, or is it like she not covered enough that I like need to roll for it? Like I can grab her hand, pull her out. I don't
think
know.
this role will encompass a large sway of things, right? It'll be you getting Nebra out, you getting the body, and reconvening with the others to be able to get to the boat.
If it was me, I'd probably say something along the lines of prowl, Cameron, just
Yeah.
because you're trying to
Time for my third prowl roll of the night. Let's
do a
do
bunch
it.
of stuff, and ideally
I
you want to do
will.
this unseen
Yeah.
because there are witnesses.
So I will. I'll prowl it. I'll add 2 stress to add a dice.
Okay.
And what's the effect?
I think this is risky standard.
Risky standard. Yeah, I don't think. When I get help from Rhys.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to essentially make myself a spectacle and take any attention away from the Nighthawk or that area as much as I can. So yeah, I'll basically just start calling out after the billhooks and throwing some. It's like, oh, you bastards! You think you got what you know what you're doing over there, huh? Bunch of fools!
Cool.
So I get a bonus die for that. So it's 2 bonus die. All right, cool. Rolling it.
Woo!
5. A success with a complication. So I think you're able to get Nebra, get the body, go to where you want to go, whether it's to the others or elsewhere, so you're not seen by Basil Paz. That's fine. The complication here will be Rhys does get the attention, not of the billhooks, but the dogs, and they start jumping up like a dog who's being riled up, biting you, and we'll say a level 1 harm death dog bites.
To Rhys or to the Nighthawk?
To
Rhys, because you were the
cool.
one making a spectacle.
All right, I will reach down into my sack of things, and I will have some armor, so that I don't take
so
that
they're
harm.
biting into plates and and other stuff.
Clang clang, motherfucker.
All right, cool.
Cole and crew.
I mean, I'll look at to Bezo and Pickett and say, and the Lamplax, and like, are you guys good to get home?
Yeah, it seems like the billhooks are well dealt with. Dogs don't frighten me.
Yeah. And now we know how the crows would have handled anyone trying to storm their keep here. They'd have thrown down bombs or some such.
Apparently so.
Yes.
All right. Well, we're gonna head back to our ship, and I'll grab like Silas and I'll grab Rhys, and if I need to,
I'm surrounded
I'll
by
skirmish
dogs.
our way through here.
I also feel like I'm also getting a little like I'm like wiping on my face. I'm like, not only did I include documents and not go heavy, like the suit I'm wearing, like the stuff I'm wearing is like super, super nice.
And now it's like
covered.
torn, bloody.
It's covered in brains
blood.
now. Like,
Serves you right, fancy man.
Do you want me to
Yeah.
roll for that skirmish, getting through
No,
people? Or
at
do you want me to
this point, like the crows are busy trying to figure out what in the actual fuck. Billhooks.
also
again,
the same.
all of them are dead, but they're concussed, right? They're not pursuing dogs. Like dogs, you have to beat off Rhys, but after they realize they're not getting that meat, right? They kind of lose interest as well.
Oh, you fucking bastard dogs! Get back here! I want to take a bite out of you.
I'll grab Rhys by the collar and pull him along.
Yeah.
Oh, that was bloody good fun, wasn't it?
And Nighthawks start making it back to their warehouse, and you guys are on the boat, free to go ahead.
As we're kind
Again,
of
I think
sailing down the canals, Rhys is gonna kind of stand at the front of the boat and just kind of really enjoy the feel of the air and the splash of the wave, of the canal around him. But the scent isn't quite what he remembers.
excellent, yeah, and I think due to the gray cloaks work, the canal patrols that you would normally expect, at this time of morning, are pleasantly absent from around Crow's Foot, and
Especially
those
after
that are
gunshots and
around
explosions.
Coleridge and yeah, those that are around Coleridge and Night Market, you've kind of already plotted out and know how to avoid. And eventually, you guys make it back to the lair, along with Emmeline and the messenger's boat, and the Nighthawk has uh, battered Nebra and the corpse of Lyssa.
Yeah.
Cool.
All in a day's work.
All right.
Good job, folks. Now we just need to sit on this thing until a ghost pops out of it, right?
Just leave it to me. I'll get her.
Is Emmeline on the boat with us?
She's on the
No.
boat with the messenger.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he said we all got back to the place.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
this
yeah,
is
yeah.
I'm talking about at the grotto.
Yeah.
And now
Okay.
Before we get to the grotto, I'm gonna blindfold Bear and be like, "Hey, just trust me a minute here, but we're gonna be taking you back to a place."
Yeah, of
Wait.
course. You do know I know where it is. I attacked you there. That's where you killed the rest of my crew.
In the
Listen,
grotto?
You're the
protocol-
boss.
We moved it.
Yeah.
Protocol, you're not here. Protocol's got to be maintained, huh?
Whatever you say.
Then we'll sign the fresh papers.
In fact, I forgot that he attacked us there and that he found out where our hidden base was. But
So it
Yeah, I
goes.
forgot about that too. All right.
I guess actually, no, that he says that, I won't blindfold him. I'll be like, yeah, you're fair enough. You're right.
All right. So at the lair, anything that you folks feel needs to be done?
So
It'll go without saying, after 3 days, the spirit wardens didn't get her, so a ghost will pop out. Emmeline will be able to get that in a spirit bottle, no problem, and get that to Maha for payoff. But anything directly or in those intervening 3 days that you guys want to do at the lair?
Rhys will probably avoid Emmeline.
Yeah, good call.
I'm
Wait.
gonna burn these clothes.
So Bear now is fully inducted. Like he knows that we killed Lyssa.
No.
Yeah, he was part of your guys's. Well,
He
yeah.
wasn't?
He knows we have her body. I'm not sure he knows that you took the shot until you say as much. But
Well, I don't need to say as much if,
Yeah, I'm
he's
not,
there.
I'm not volunteering it.
Well, I say, hey Bear, we'll come and find you. Like when we get back, before all this happens, I'll be like, we'll come and find you tomorrow. Once everyone talks, like I said, I can't just make that. I can't just add you to the gang myself, but you'll have my protection no matter what.
I look forward to you contacting me.
Well, no, we're sheltering him. Like he needs us to shelter him, right?
And
Wasn't that the deal?
I'm ready to sign papers.
Yeah.
We're hiding him from Barrowclef.
Yeah. So because we know that Cole hid Logan and has some contacts there. So
But
you are
you are, of
correct,
course.
messenger. But if Cole wants to be like, hey, I need a minute, I'm gonna shelter you someplace safe. Once I talk to the others, we'll bring you in.
Right. You have a place. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. I was gonna send him with the Skovlanders that I had recruited from earlier, and that would be the last thing they do for me. Basically, is get him to
The
get him to that.
sheets.
Hmm. But I assume he signs his deal with Silas on the boat, kind of thing, and then
Yeah, he thinks
I
it's
think
kind
it's
of
when you get back, 'cause that's when we
archaic
get
that there
cleaned up.
needs to be a signed document or papers, but he'll do whatever it takes to
And it
put
was
this
probably
business behind.
probably as soon as we got to the grotto because I needed clean documents.
oh, I'll pull clean documents out. I have a second set of documents for you
Oh,
on the boat.
okay.
We're sanities right now.
Did you summon your load too?
Yeah.
I got some of my
do.
load too. I got 4 more load. Here you go.
No, but the reason for this is that I don't necessarily want him around for if while we're deciding this / when Nighthawk and Nebra show up.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't want him to meet the messenger just this minute, right? I want to continue to provide messengers cover story that he was fishing, and Bear doesn't strike me as too smart, so I don't want him to accidentally find out some stuff he doesn't want to find out. So I think we drop him off before we get to the grotto, but then we go back.
So quick question, Kyle. Based off of the special ability that I picked up last session, would Never be able to detect whatever it is near Rhys, or does it not work that way?
Let me just look at it and refamiliarize myself. Yeah.
What you talking about?
So unlike Emmeline, who can detect supernatural entities in her vicinity, kind of no matter what, your particular thing, you would need to know that something was up, but then you would be able to communicate with an entity.
Or if that entity made themselves present to me, or
Yeah, or
something
made
like that.
themselves known. Yeah.
Got it.
But
Okay.
at this juncture, like, we know Rhys maybe is acting a little weird, but
Rhys
Yeah.
has been acting weird for a while, though.
He's a drug addict. Like that's it.
Right.
Like let's just use him as like, see, this is what happens, kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Like,
join
they're-
cults
pick
and
up
let
on the fact
ghosts hang
that,
out with you.
that he does seem, as Rhys said, to be kind of avoiding Emmeline once they get back. And you do know of another individual who did that as well. And
Yep.
you found out how that turned out.
Yes. Okay. Cool. Thanks.
An individual who avoided Emmeline?
Actually, so there will be, and Peter, you can figure out a way to deal with this. As we get back, I will say, well, I need everyone to come together. We have a decision to make.
Oh, we do, don't we?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Right, it's whether or not we're just going to vanish. We're going to disappear Bear.
I'd be a fan of that. I don't know if we could trust him.
Well, I'm gonna wait until everyone's here. So I'm gonna.
Well, can we just skip to that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Emmeline is there.
Yeah.
Okay. So I gave Bear my word that I will offer him my protection, but from Barrowcleft. I didn't give him my word that I would offer him protection from us. So I mean, it comes down to whatever we want to do. I agree with Rhys that I don't know that I can trust him, but he also seems very straightforward.
What was the arrangement that you guys came to? Emmeline asks.
That he would get to captain the Foghounds in our name, or sorry, the Foghound in our name. The war would be over. The Foghounds would cease to exist because he's the only one. He would give us. He would help us utilize their underground canal dock that they previously used to use, as well as their old Northport supply caches. Sadly, they used to have some northern void sea routes, but he thinks those have been taken over by the hunters, the Leviathan hunters.
Well, it doesn't have to
We
stay
could
that way, does it?
he could potentially give us information on those things, and we could potentially go try to take them back. But he would be handing over just straight up two claims for us. Plus, he says he's willing to fight with us. He and I had a good chat. I don't think he necessarily holds it personal what happened. And if he does, he'll try to kill me. So
I feel like he should, but like that's his problem. Because of course I feel like he should. So here's somebody. We killed his best shot at running his own gang. we killed his friends, then we killed his other friends, and he's willing to give us maybe whatever it is that was useful to the Foghounds, and we'll run up. I think it's a good deal, and like, to be straight up, yeah, let him captain the boat. The worst thing that happens is he steals the boat from us, and I think we still come out ahead.
So
Now,
Yeah.
the thing where we grab everything and he just disappears, well, people are going to notice, and next time, someone isn't going to deal with us.
I agree.
I don't like that. I'm willing to risk it, but like, he makes the wrong move, maybe then he disappears.
Right. And at the end of the day, he's sounds like he's more scared of Barrowcleft and the Vales than he is of us.
Well, they do cut people up and put them in food, it turns out.
And they're a lot fucking bigger than us.
For now.
I think it's a good deal. I'll
Yeah.
vote for it.
Especially if you agreed with something that Lyssa would have guaranteed to, or at the very least, the Lampblacks witnessed. I agree with the messenger. If we go back on that, that might put us in a world more trouble than just dealing with Bear directly.
To be fair,
If
we didn't
he
agree
betrays
to
us,
it.
we deal with it.
We said that we would need to make that deal. I actually said that I couldn't guarantee it for all of the gang, but that I would give him my protection
From Barrowclef.
from
Not
Barrow.
not from me.
Correct.
I think
I think you found a loophole there,
I
Messenger.
think he's
But I'm not looking for a loophole.
Us alive than dead.
I don't think
Well, I
I
wouldn't
found
say you were, but I
I
think the
think
messenger
he
were.
he made one for me, and that's fine, depending on what we decide. Because I'm not objecting to living with this. This is good.
Hmm.
If he betrays us, we kill him.
I mean, yeah,
I
always.
mean, that should be the way about it for anyone.
Yeah, I mean,
so
do we even give him the opportunity? Is he going to earn us much?
He's
Is
more
Bear
useful
with
to
us?
alive
Is
than
Bear with
dead,
us
but
right
that's
now?
good
No.
for him.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Well, I get the question here: is he going to earn us much? What's he worth?
Currently, he's worth a canal dock in an old supply port.
Oh, we get that whether he's alive or dead.
No, we get to take it if he's alive or dead. He gives it to us right now.
Okay.
He's
What if-
also.
What if he dies right after he gives it to us?
Then maybe
I mean,
people don't give us things
Then he
anymore.
can't betray
People
us.
do learn.
Hmm.
Yes, there's that too.
His whole crew was also ex-Void Sea dockers, and he knows his way around a ship.
He's a good hand.
Can we trust him at this moment? I don't know. But could he be a great asset in the future if he proves himself? Perhaps.
I'm surprised most of the Skovlanders here are very hesitant to accept him into the group because it's another Skovlander.
I'm not hesitant.
Yeah, I think the only one is Rhys.
Well, Rhys is willing to bring him in. Just maybe kill him later. Look, Rhys, if you kill him later, that's your hobby. Just try not to make messes where you eat. That's all.
See, I knew I liked you, messenger.
I mean, you should. I'm fucking adorable.
We have different ideas of what that term means.
So I think we're agreed then that he gets to be part of the gang.
Well, he gets the same chance all the rest of us got.
Now I will say that he doesn't know about the Lyssa job.
Yeah,
And
I think
I
we should
don't
keep
see a
it
reason
that
for
way.
him to know.
Yeah, I don't see why he should be in the know anytime soon. He's got to prove himself
Since he's
first.
still probationary, as it were. If he did know, that could give him leverage against us.
We don't want him
So-
having any leverage now, do we?
Maybe someday we can say, "Hey, remember that time when she got her head blown off? That was us."
Yeah. How are you doing? You were in the splash zone.
Just, I know we'll all be going after this for some indulgement.
But maybe I'll join you.
I don't know that it will provide what you need.
I got all I need right here.
Safe use environments are important.
Cool. So anything else we need handling before we move into payoff and downtime? It sounds like we're taking on Bear as part of the gang on maybe perhaps a provisional notice, but taking his claims and such.
Yep.
All right. Cool. So, in 3 days, the ghost of Lyssa pops out. Emmeline's able to catch it in the spirit bottle, no problem. Deliver it to Jeremiah, who, to her word, gives you all 8 coin, tax free. As a bit of an epilogue here, sometime after the events of this, when things have kind of calmed down in Crow's Foot, that same day, probably later in the evening, when all these events happened, my Lyra Clev does get Lyssa's sister Belle back to the Crow's Nest unharmed, as most of the fighting was coming after you guys or the Crows. It's hard to say. And takes her up to Lyssa's sanctum, where Belle kind of is aghast as the windows are broken. There's a blood pattern across
Blood
the
and brains.
floor, and she's she's a hardened criminal, but she's also only 12 or 13, so she's kind of freaking out a bit. She's like, oh no, like what happened here? Where's my sister? And my Lyra is a bit in shock at all of this, or at least that's the masks she wears currently, and says, oh Belle, everything will be okay. Everything is as it should be, and pushes the little girl from the window of the sanctum. And then the Aruvian red sashes who joined the Crow after they were slaughtered by the Lamp Blacks join her up on the roof, and my Lyra Clev takes control of the Crows and becomes ward boss of Crow's Foot.
I knew it.
All according to plan.
Knew it.
Cool.
Rough.
So, you get your guys' 8 coin. Do we want to divide that one to each, one in the stash?
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
And that does fill up our stash, so we'll need to start spending our stash, getting vaults, whatever the case.
Right.
We do go up 3 reputation, tier 1 versus a tier 2 gang.
Wait, who was tier 2?
The Crows.
They were only tier 2? They're the war bosses of Crow's Foot at tier 2?
Crow's Foot's really small potatoes.
Yeah, in the
Are we
grand
tier
scheme
2
of-
or we're still tier 1, right?
We're tier 1.
We're tier 1. We're strong tier 1. Great. So as far as entanglements go, this is one narratively. I have an idea of what I would kind of like the entanglement to be, but we could still roll it if that's how you want, but this is what I was thinking. I was thinking our entanglement should be flipped. Because there is now an opening of leader of the Red Sashes, I think after the beating he received, my Lyra Clev would have offered our cash a new position, which he might be inclined to accept, which could leave us in an interesting and nebulous place with the Red Sashes. He might still harbor some goodwill towards us as a member of our crew, or maybe that beating really kind of went to heart and he has some ill will towards us. That's kind of what I was thinking of where to take the story forward. But if you guys want to roll it or you have other ideas, I'm willing to hear those out as well.
No, I think that's a cool entanglement. I just want to note, she's putting a fuck up in charge.
That might be by design.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's also like a yes man, right?
Yeah, but he's connected. It's political.
Hmm.
Yeah,
We
he is.
never... Oh, sorry. Would Never
No,
be
go
able to do something in response to Arkesh taking the job?
Sure.
It's just something simple. She would probably send him the bottle of Aruvian wine that she originally got from the Nighthawk as sort of like a congratulatory gift.
You mean Virgil?
Or
Yeah.
Virgil, sorry.
Awesome. Yeah, I love it as a
Regifting.
like a
Yep.
happy promotion. Excellent.
Perfect.
I like
So
it.
I,
Yeah.
I like it. I think I think it could be fun that if the red sashes, I don't know if it went to 0 because currently it's -2. But
It
I'm
would,
not sure.
it would be useful to have more friends rather than fewer.
Well, we're gonna get some today, regardless. So let's go ahead and do a reputation here. All right. So first and foremost, we get +1 status with the Hive, as was kind of promised last game. This would be the job that put us into allies
We're
with
made
the
med
Hive.
now.
That alliance then kind of creates a World War I type of situation. So we gain +1 status with the Ministry of Preservation, which is their boss.
Now, doesn't Stranglethorn hate them?
No.
That's the council. That's the council. Yeah. Okay.
Strangford has a conflict with the Ministry of Preservation about who should be in charge. They probably work together more against other concerns, more than they work against each other.
Gotcha.
+1 with the Dagger Isle Consulate.
How?
That's
Through the
through
Hive.
Maha's
Okay.
ties. +1 with the Lamp Blacks. +1 with the Railjacks. And finally, +4 with the Vultures.
Wow.
+4?
Yeah,
+4?
we're now allied with the Vultures, who are also being run by the Hive because they just got a stranglehold on all contraband markets, finishing one of their clocks, which means they have to have all of the smugglers. So we are allied with them. We work with them for the Hive. You will remember they have some perhaps unpopular ideas about Scovelanders, which our party might have
A fair
umbrage.
few.
I'll deal with it.
I'm pretty sure at one point we were trying to get rid of them.
They were next on our list, but they didn't
We
get there.
stole your boat.
We stole the Foghound's boat.
We
We
stole
all-
both of these
No,
boats.
their
Oh, we-
original boat.
we
We have the
vultured.
vulture. Yeah.
All right, so are we at war with anybody now? I think we're good now, right?
No, so the Foghounds are going to be
Yeah,
removed.
'cause
You
they're
can
gone,
delete
right?
their.
Just leave that as a blank for now.
We'll do. Initially, this was going to be a -2, but thinking of it, you guys kind of did a good job of obfuscating your involvement in it. So I think we'll just do a -1 with the Crows. You have grievances, or my Lyriclev has grievances with you based on the jobs you did for the Lamp Blacks, and it's going to be unsure how that impacts the Crows going forward. Because of all of the destruction of property, thank you, Nebra, we're going to take a -1 with the citizens of Crow's Foot.
Mm.
Y'all wanted murder. I delivered.
We murdered a lot of.
We
citizens.
always want
It's fine.
murder.
It was a
The
murder
red
of crows.
sashes were going to drop, but I think like with Arkesh being now in charge and with him still seemingly having a good relationship with Nebra, we'll keep it at the -1 for now, because if he's gonna swap that gang, he's gonna need some time to work and finagle. Or is he gonna be a bastard and turn on us hard? We'll have to see. And then coming in hot like a freight train, we're gonna take a full -2 with the bill hooks.
Oh yeah, they're not gonna like us.
We're taking a -2 with the bill hooks. Okay.
I mean, we scared them off pretty good, and
They attacked us.
Yeah, and I think they have a score they're working on, and it was not accomplished to whoever's paying them's.
Right.
I don't know. I think it's
Yeah.
bullshit if they want to get angry at us for when we beat them when they attacked us, but whatever.
That's not why they're hostile towards
Oh,
you.
okay.
They could care less about you other than you're a contract for them, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
I mean, they probably dislike you that you did beat them up. That probably didn't make them happy, but
Well, blew them up as a that's a better word for it.
and then so that's that. We'll go through advancement here in a sec.
Well, hold up on factions. No change with the Grey Cloaks. The only change we got with the Lampblacks was through the hive. No other changes with the Lampblacks.
No, I think not. Are Lampblacks allied with the hive?
I'm sorry, it was part. You had them in the
No.
lumped in with that.
Yeah, no, sorry. So the Lampblacks that raise has kind of been in the works for a while now, right?
Cool.
Like we have
Understand.
Been, yeah.
Understood. Because I did feel like there was one in the works. So if there's one with the hive, I wanted to ask about the other one. But then any change with the Grey Cloaks?
The Grey Cloaks.
It does feel like Cole's building a connection there.
Yeah, I think the connection is building. There's still a giant question mark because we don't know what they want with Virgil, right? And I think that could tip the scales one way or another, right? If they want to kill Virgil, I mean, granted, we might be okay with it. We don't know the connection, right? But
Well, thank you for clarifying. Sorry, continue.
yeah, so we'll leave the Grey Cloaks there for now. But I think you're right. I think you are building towards something, and if you continue with them, we could see some growth.
The Forgotten Gods are just fine.
They didn't notice us this time.
Yes. It's probably okay.
Cool. So, Rhys, through downtime, you'll have a visitor, but come next session, they will leave you to your own devices, having got what they were looking for.
Quick question, Kyle. On reputation, could I propose that these Spirit Wardens have cooled on us at all? Since it's been several scores since we have been tied to a murder.
Yeah. That's fine. And they're dealing with something else right now.
You
So
put them
that's
at -1.
Yeah. So it drops from negative, or goes up from -2 to -1.
Who is this with? Blue Coats?
The Spirit Wardens.
Spirit
Yeah.
Wardens, okay.
They had a busy night tonight, which they think is not our fault. Yeah, they think it's Bill Hooks?
That's
Somebody.
that's ended up being how it kind of looked. That's
Yeah.
what most of the crows think.
Yeah. So like Spirit Wardens are busy with some other people.
It also sounds like that's what the Lampblacks think.
Yep. Like pretty much the folks who were there, and my Lyra Clev could care less who was behind it,
She saw an opening. Yeah.
or planned one.
Right.
Kyle, you all right?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm filling out the factions as
no
well. The only other one I think we could see a potential increase, and I don't know if it's happening now, but like the Grey Cloaks, I think it's something that that Cole has started building to, is a potentially improved relationship with the Dockers.
That's true. They did say that they were looking for work.
So do we want to go +1 with them now, or do we want to save that to build up further?
I don't think we've really done anything for them, so I would say that probably save it.
Save it, okay. But something's in the works there, or there's some good waters there.
Yeah.
You kind of
It's like
just
0.5.
Yeah. So cool. Is people are people ready to do crew and character advancement?
Yeah.
I guess I have one other question on. Maybe this is just me, but Imperial military.
Yeah, much so. To be fair, right? I've said we're holding off on raising some of your reputations until things play out. We'll say the same with lowering your reputation with the Imperial military. They've caught wind. They're kind of keeping eyes, but they're not going to be interfering just yet.
Okay.
Cool. Who? Let's go ahead and maybe do the crew first. Does someone want to walk us through that?
Well, starts with execute a successful smuggling or acquire new clients for contraband sources. I'm not sure we did either of those. Does getting that body out count as successful smuggling?
I mean, aren't we now like allies with the vultures? Isn't that a new contract?
Wait, who? I forget, who did we give the body to? Who would like? What was the
We didn't
reason
give the body to anybody.
Why did we
Yeah.
need to get the body again?
We needed the body because that's where the ghost sits. And when the ghost comes out, the ghost gets bottled and was delivered to Jerry Maha so she can have a matching set. Here's
Sounds like
my
they smuggled the
lover.
ghost.
Here's the guy who killed here's the lady who killed my lover.
Okay.
I can
Mhm.
make them kiss. Or
Yeah,
however,
he
I'm
does
not,
have both of them now.
Now kiss.
Now,
I'm not sure what she's doing with them. That's her business. But
Sure.
I
then
don't want to know.
Smuggling
the
operation.
the body, like that might have ended up food.
Yeah,
Wait, for us?
the Veil people, right?
We grind it up and we hide it in a food shipment to frame the barrel
the-
cleft.
Yeah,
That sounds like an awesome downtime activity.
yeah. Frame.
I'm on
just
it.
add- yeah,
Oh my god.
I love. Yeah,
Your sawbones will saw the bones.
Scary. I mean, so we maybe. I feel like we smuggled a ghost, more or less. We acquired an asset and then transported that asset to someplace else.
And we
Yeah,
have a
okay.
new source of contraband, right? Like, don't we have access to some a whole other stash at North Point as well
Oh.
as
yeah. We
Yeah.
got territory, didn't
we
we?
got a bunch of shit. Like,
Okay, so we should decide what these claims are.
Yeah, we got.
Yep.
We
Let's do
expanded
the
stuff
the
there.
XP real quick, and then we can.
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that does actually sound like 2. Does that sound cool to everyone? All right.
Yeah.
Next is coped with challenges above our current station. Well, that was a
Yes.
2, so yes. Bolstered your crew's reputation and developed a new one. Well, our reputation is ambitious and brutal, and what we visibly did this time was
Ambitious, at least, and well,
But
pretty
here-
brutal.
Only Maha knows that it was us, right? Like we hid
what
it.
we were known to do was we engaged in a negotiation in the Tangle Town, and then we left with, well, we did brutalize those bell hooks. Like,
Yeah,
not
but did
not
they
in
know it was
Tangle.
us?
No,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
they
they-
knew
they
it was us at
100%.
Tangle Town.
Yeah.
In Tangle
When they-
Town, they did.
When they came
Because-
at us, we fucking brutally just brought all of the guns we had ablazing.
Which
Yeah,
is
I-
hilarious
I think-
because, like, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I think that could be one for the
Mhm.
all the crews rolling up and lighting them up.
Okay, so that's 4 total because we really only had 1 out of the contended with challenges above our current station. Well, are the bell hooks challenges above our current station?
They are.
There are 2 as well.
So that's actually 2 for a total of 5 so far. And then express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew. Did we have much inner conflict this time?
Mm-mm.
There's
I
a
don't think
little
so.
bit in exploring what we want to do about Bear.
Nighthawk almost blew up Silas, so there was some conflict there.
I think that was accidental though.
Yeah, but that's
I
what's
would.
else, like, afterwards,
Nighthawk wants to
they're like, "Bro,
mansplain sword
that's where you're
fighting.
dropping your fucking bombs."
I would say
mansplaining sword
goals.
fighting.
And the reason I say goals is because we one of the things we set out to do was to gain more territory, more turf or
Mhm.
claims, and that's something that we did in a pretty ambitious way. Like Who thinks that you would go into a war, murdering a bunch of people, coming to an agreement, then murdering that person that you came to an agreement with, and then coming to another agreement?
Well, the nature of our crew is ambition, right? And we were expressly ambitious in this. That we made deals with like 7 different crews. Like the Lampblacks were in on some shit. The Grey Cloaks. I think we were ambitious as all hell.
And I also think like we definitely explored, or not maybe not expressed, but certainly explored what the crew is about when we were deciding how to deal with Bear.
So that would be.
Do you
6,
think we
then.
get one there to bring us to
It's-
6, or 2 there to bring us to 7?
It sounded to me like, let's say it's 1 to bring us to
Mhm.
6.
All right.
Now your vengeful also works for crew, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now would
Who
this
on-
work that this was a vengeance kill on Maha's behalf?
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, I'm going to mark that for advancement for me because we mentioned it, and mark it for the crew. Cool. All right. That does bring us to 7.
Okay, great. Do we get it? Does that mean we all get a 1 for that as well? Personally?
No.
Oh, okay. That's
The
what I thought.
the crew and the messenger.
Oh, okay.
Unless
Sorry. The
you
crew.
two have vengeful.
No,
You can certainly take vengeful, but I honestly think if you're going to draw from someone else's, calculating or
Where do you put experience for the crew?
It's on the crew
bottom.
page. It's similar to where you put it for your.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was thinking of the cohort.
And then while we're here, before we decide these claims, just want to touch on heat. So you get +1 for a high-profile, well-connected target. You killed the ward boss of Crowsfoot. +1 if the situation happened on hostile turf. This will always click if you're doing it in the gang's HQ. +1 if you're at war with another faction, no longer. And +2 if heat or if killing was involved. Of course it was, multiple times. So that brings us to a total of 4 heat, which I will reduce by 1, due to the fact that there is talk that it was the billhooks who were behind it all, right?
So we were at 4 heat. That would put us at 7, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
yeah, we'll want to do something about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the turf, we can get directly to cover operation, vice den, luxury fence, and fleet.
Well, I would like you guys to consider what these assets are.
Well, yes, I'm just saying that those are the ones that mechanically we can get
Yeah.
to. Now, narratively, the assets we have are secret tunnels,
An underground dock. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
underground dock, and
A supply cache outside of the lightning barrier. I can take us back to the map and ping it for you guys.
I'd say
That would be right here.
right, neither of those sound like a luxury fence or a vice den.
I'd
No,
say
with these, you guys can pull from other crews or go off kilter.
so. I would say
Oh.
narratively we are closer to a fleet than anything because we want to essentially bear a new member of our crew is going to have their own vehicle.
Well, I could see the canals also as either and the underground dock as either fleet or maybe from our own thing, secret routes, which is actually more obviously secret routes, really. 1D engagement for transport plans, and the cache sounds like narratively sounds most like warehouse. Plus 1D to acquire assets.
Don't we need to acquire
However-
turf first and informants before we can acquire a secret route?
Well, that's
Not-
what he's saying. You can
yeah,
go
not for
anywhere
this.
because of the ways these are showing up.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I was misleading you initially when I was saying mechanically we can do these because that's not the mechanical limitation isn't there.
Yeah. Well, so so if you were to, let's say we wanted to follow the path and go to turf, that would be a score we'd have to do. If we wanted to go off base, right, off the path, we can do that, but that's like a multi-score thing. And so, like, for instance, Ancient Gate is something we're going off path towards, and we've already had a score that kind of dealt with that, and we'll probably have some more in the future. And in my mind, these things have been undergoing in the past 3 or 4 scores, right? Ever since this war kicked off, these things were on the table. So this is kind of the payout for resolving that, in my mind, right?
So like we could go with, if we wanted to stick to our playbook, we could go with warehouse. That could be the cash, which gives us an extra die to acquiring assets. There is a surplus cash turf if we go off of our play, like not on our playbook, in which you just get 2 coin during payoff if it involves product sale or supply. So there's just a bunch of stuff there that we could occasionally sell or find use for.
So
I think the
I
warehouse.
mean, I will always just put one in for like part of the family. Now that Bear's piloting a vehicle,
We're not
like-
looking at part of the family. We're
Yeah,
looking
we
at
actually can't
claims.
get that currently
we can't-
Claims.
Oh,
Claims, not
claims.
abilities.
because
Oh.
he gave us 2 claims. Like we got 2 claims from this.
Oh, gotcha. I
yeah,
see.
that's those little boxes that where like right in the middle it says lair.
Yeah, I see it.
I mean, so if we want really silly stuff, City Records gives you an extra die to engagement rolls that involve stealth. It could be that that in his cache there's just a bunch of blueprints and a
Where's
bunch
that
of
at?
other things.
He's looking on.
These are
he's
off
looking on.
playbook.
Yeah, these are
Oh,
off
I see.
playbook because Kyle
Oh,
said we
okay.
could look at off playbook things.
Oh, okay, I see. All right.
I think mechanically the most beneficial thing is if we can spin one of these into a cover operation.
I think that's great.
But
We'll really need to.
The supply port could easily be a cover operation. We could
The
be
supply
supplying.
port is outside the lightning barrier.
Oh,
I mean, we could literally we almost have an ancient gate already set up. So
well, right. I don't think those aren't really thematic to what we're getting from him, though.
Mhm.
no.
Yeah, I do want. I put mechanics aside. I do want it to be like this is what this thing represents, right? Like,
Yeah.
So, like in my mind, what secret caches or warehouse makes sense for the
Yeah.
North Port cache that Fair offered, right?
Sure. So I mean, if we're getting 2 claims, I think the 2 that make the absolute most sense are fleet and warehouse, just from a narrative standpoint.
Well, I
Or
think
secret
that
routes and
secret routes and warehouse are probably
Mhm.
closest. I think are closest narratively.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm that impressed by +1 die to engagement. Like I kind of like the engagement starting out choppy. Those are fun. What I don't
well,
like
it
is
is only
heat.
for engagement for transport jobs.
Sure.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Even then,
Yeah.
I kind of like the engagement starting out choppy. I think that's more fun. I don't like heat though. Heat feels like I got in trouble.
Yeah.
Still, as you say, fleets are fleet
He
makes a
is
lot of
without
sense.
trouble.
Well, would that be a okay? So let's see. How do we reduce heat? That would be cover operation.
well,
Hmm.
so fleet could be the underground grotto, not grotto, the underground thing that he got.
The
that he added,
docks,
Ground
yeah.
dock.
Mhm.
the docks. There could just be other boats there that
Yeah,
Right,
we
and that's
divvy up.
that's what it comes down to. Is there's other boats there. Maybe some of them are in disrepair, but like we're able to get all that set up. And at that
And you
point,
guys could use that as like a secondary harbor. I think that
Yeah.
would still be.
I agree.
right at that point, we have 2 boats: the Emerald Nighthawk and the former Foghound, the Foghawk.
It's gonna be the Emerald
Yeah.
Nighthawk 2.
we have the Emerald
I like the
Nighthawk and the
Foghawk.
Foghawk.
The Foghawk.
Foghawk. I mean, it's not going to work because of how it sounds when you say it fast. But like,
Foghawk.
Right. You Foghawk, buddy.
Foghawk.
And then on top of that, all of our cohorts will have ships.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of boats.
Yeah.
We would have many boat, which is neat.
Boats are good.
We can get people where they need to be pretty quickly.
We could like turn the dock into either a cover operation or a vice den.
Oh, because it's a facility.
Mhm.
Oh, man.
I like the idea of it being a cover operation.
Yeah, I like that too. What is it though? Like what is our cover operation? What are we telling people we're
Another-
doing?
Legitimate
Another
shipping.
import. Like it's,
Legitimate shipping?
it's a Phantom Imports franchise.
We'll just call
Yeah.
it legitimate shipping operation.
An extension of Silas's
And-
business.
Yeah, it's a franchise of Phantom Imports.
All right, I like that idea.
Phantom exports.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
we go.
So that would be fleet and cover operation.
But that would just be cover operation.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
I thought we might have already
probably the
decided
other
on
one,
that.
changing the other one to anything other than the secret cache. I'm sorry, what did you call it, Charles?
It's either warehouse or secret cache.
Secret cache.
Or sorry, surplus cache.
Surplus.
Surplus
Oh, okay.
cache or warehouse are the two that really thematically fit to the supply dock. or
I mean,
supply port.
Definitely not a tavern.
Honestly think like we can even make up some, right? If we had worked more with the Wasteland Scavengers, we could treat it as a barracks for some other kind of which barracks increase the size of a certain kind of cohort for you. Barracks do it for thugs, and there's another one that does it for cultists. But you could do that, but we're not building an army.
Yet.
So I don't. Yeah. So what should we erase from this? I don't think we're dealing with high class targets that much, because we deal with the weird stuff. So I think if we change luxury fence to supply cache, and we go with that in cover operation, does that sound
But you
all
don't
right?
need to change anything. You can. There's a button to add.
Yeah,
Down
we're not
below.
taking away. We're just adding.
Mhm.
Holy crap. Okay. You want to just branch supply cache off of cover operation then?
Sure.
Surplus cache, it's called.
Surplus cache.
And Charles, what crew is that under?
I was looking at the Blades in the Dark crew book here, but let me just find it for you real quick.
It's got to be
probably
Hawkers.
a Hawkers,
Kurt.
yeah. Yeah, surplus cache,
Yep.
Hawkers. And its deal is you get +2 coin in payoff for scores that involve product sale or supply.
Let's take those 2 heat off. Should lower our heat back down to 5 then, yes?
How are we lowering heat?
Because we took cover operation.
I think that's
No, we
probably
took surplus
enough time.
cache. Oh, and cover. Yeah, -2 heat per score.
Where are we putting this on
Oh,
the
is that
thing? Was it
retroactive?
just on the turf?
Yeah, if you hit plus under turf, it adds a whole nother row, and then you can add surplus cache underneath cover operation.
So wait,
So
we're not
Slash.
going with fleet though.
Yeah.
Well, I
No.
didn't know if that was so.
That was what I was suggesting, that it sounded like everyone agreed with.
Yeah,
Cameron.
yeah.
Sounds
I
good.
think that works.
Does
I
that
was
apply to
gonna
this
ask, so-
score or the next score? So do we
That's a good
immediately get
question.
-2 heat?
Yeah, let's say it'll happen next score because we need
It
time
makes
to
more
get it
sense,
up.
right?
That makes more sense.
That's
in
fair.
my-
Yeah, that makes.
What
that
I was
makes
going to
total
ask
sense.
was for the surplus cache. It could also theoretically go on either of the turf that are open right now, right?
No, this is
No.
an actual
Okay.
claim. So this would have to branch off of another thing as a separate thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because turf will help us increase our tier as well. This is not that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
And it sounds like what the messenger was saying is branch that off cover operation, which I
Yep.
think is fair since we got it both.
I think
at
it's
the
very
same
good.
time.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we move on to personal experience or personal downtime stuff?
Yeah.
Cool.
Did we do reputation?
Yeah.
did. We got
We
three.
Yeah,
got
we did.
3.
Yeah. Oh, also, isn't there or do we do that at the end? The like the thing where we roll our heat.
Yeah, so that's what
Yeah.
I was saying. Rather than rolling it narratively, we're going to go with flipped, and that was our cash leaving us for the red sashes.
Gotcha. Okay.
So if anyone overindulges, we might attract more trouble and have more entanglements. But
I have a plan for that for one individual.
Is Silas taking us all out?
Well, because I can only take it to where your advice is available, but
Yeah.
I'm thinking of taking Charles somewhere or Cole somewhere.
Alrighty.
But we'll get it's downtime.
All right. Let's
now-
do individual playbook advancement. All right. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Cool.
So I didn't do any desperate actions. Address the challenge with calculation or conspiracy. I think when I delegated to Charles to get the Grey Cloaks to do stuff for us, that seemed like calculation / conspiracy. I think when I was at the Centernalia Club in the beginning, I was kind of playing to my beliefs and background. You know, when I was talking to that guy about we're both kissing each other's ass, but also, asking each other for what we want. And as far as issues with my vice, I think that also counts for issues with my vice because I was trying to save face in front of my purveyor.
Mm-hmm.
And so that actually levels me up. And I think what I want to do, I'll really like calculating for in case we have emergencies with people. And that means due to your careful planning during downtime, you may give yourself or another crew member +1 downtime action. And that'll be my level up.
Next. So I addressed a challenge with technical skill or mayhem. I think I did a little bit of technical skill with identifying the dog's phase ability. I think that would count for 1. Expressing your beliefs, drives, and heritage or background. I think that entire first scene was kind of in that vein. Essentially just reaching out and trying to gain more connections for the crew. We got a couple connections, a counselor and her husband. That one's pretty interesting. So I think that's worth 1. And then struggling with my issues with my vice traumas or during the session, I think Rhys was definitely much more reckless this session than usual. I think that was much more on the forefront, as well as just the whole using some Quicksilver while on a mission.
Well, and that super secret fun time that you and I know about, I think will contribute to an issue with your vice or trauma.
Yeah. Well, I was actually going to say that I would almost say that he also addressed a challenge with mayhem a little bit there too, in that it's that he added an element of chaos.
So yeah, I would think that's about 4 for me. I don't get any advancements. I'm about it's only halfway through my trees. I got an advancement last time, so that's me. Who's next?
I can go.
Cool.
I did 0 desperate actions this game. Addressed a challenge with violence or coercion. I think I did that several times throughout. So I'm good with 2 for that. Expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I think, I felt bad that I took up so much time earlier, but I think that a lot of that stuff came from Cole's heritage and background, both as a Scovelander and former military. Kind of literally getting up on a soapbox, doing a lot of the legwork in a lot of these cases. So I was going to mark 2 for that. I don't think he really struggled with issues from his vice or trauma. I mean, he may later, since he's been hanging out a lot at the what is it, Saturnalia Club? Centernalia Club. But who knows? But yeah. So that puts me at 4.
I can go next, I guess.
Okay.
You addressed a challenge. Oh, first off, I did get the 1 desperate XP, which was great.
Oh, you're breaking up. Or is that just me?
Can you hear me now?
It might just be you. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. So you addressed a challenge with stealth or evasion. I mean, I stealthily caused a citywide food poisoning session, I guess.
Well, and a stealth or evasion, just in my mind, your deal on the rooftops and the use of the Devil's Footsteps, like that was very lurk centric. So I think you can give yourself 1 for that whole deal as well.
Okay. So would that be it's just the one, or would
I
my
think
other
you can get
example?
2.
Okay, sounds good. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I'm not 100% sure on that.
When you went to talk to your mother, I think that was definitely coming up there. Or not when you went to talk to her. When Cole showed up.
Yes. Oh, you what? You're right. Um, so that's one there. Would having Petra help with the scheme for the food poisoning scheme count at all, or is that too much of a stretch?
I'm not sure it'd be an extension of your beliefs and backgrounds. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, that's fair. I'll just do one for that then. And then you struggled with issues from your vice or traumas. I'm not.
I think you could probably take 1 for your vice, being that the whole scene with your mother and whether or not she overheard, I just shot the police commissioner and what that
Oh,
might lead up
the
to.
super secret fortune roll. Got it. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. All right. That'll be 4 for me then.
Awesome.
I could go next if you want.
Yeah, go
Uh,
ahead.
Let's see here. I did a bunch of desperate actions this game to mixed effect. But let's see here. Address a challenge with deception or influence. I don't think I did that very at all, really. I don't think I really did much deception or influence there. So I'm not sure about that one. You
I
expressed
would I would say that at least I would almost think that you get 1 for being like, what do you want to know about Virgil Caesarion, kind of thing. But that's maybe just me. Maybe I'm too kind.
yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I was trying to be deceptive there, but like I do think I did express my beliefs in heritage, like or beliefs specifically, like several times in the game, like multiple times. I think that came up in the beginning as well as the end. So I think that's probably like 2 XP there.
Yeah, for sure.
And like struggled with issues with vices or traumas. I think I did struggle with issues for like at least dealing with acting in the service of this forgotten god at least once in this game. So I think that's another point there. Yeah. Now I know for XP, those go into playbook or they can go into anything.
They can go into anything.
All right, so that would be 3. So I could actually go up 2 dots potentially because I have 1 rank left in 2 places.
And then
Well,
you
the
could put
desperate
1
actions go against the things that you rolled the desperate actions in.
Yeah, but
Right.
like these points could also go into the to
Yes.
prowess, right?
They could,
Yeah.
yes.
So that would actually then bump those 2 of them up over, so I could get actually 2 dots this session. It would be kind of nice.
That is cool.
So I'll do that.
Where are those dots going?
Resolve and insight, and I'll be really close on prowess too. But that's
Well, what are you taking in those in resolve and insight?
so for insight, I was going to add hunt, but for resolve, I want to add 1 dot and a tune.
Cool.
And I do kind of want to do a story element of that, like maybe talking to Emmeline about understanding that better, trying to commune with the forces beyond, better.
When you can conjure ghosts like me, then you will be ready.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And you could have your turn at that as well, at mansplaining that to me, and
Yeah.
that'll be great. Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
I think that's it for me.
Right. I'll go next. First, point for vengeful. Yep, this was very much a vengeance thing. You addressed a challenge with tracking or violence. I believe I did both of those. First, the paranoia fishing trip, and then the shot. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I think that was really all last time. I don't know that my academic background really came up, and I'm already
So
counting that point.
I might count 1 for your pamphlet. Personally?
That's actually how I got sharpshooter.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was counting that one from last time. So I don't think I actually brought up any of that. Have to do some role playing with our new Taikarosi cohort member. Struggle with issues of your vice or traumas during the session. I mean, yeah, a paranoia fishing trip. I don't think it came up other than that, though. My vice of seeking secrets. This was a pretty cut and dry job. There weren't any more secrets to ferret out. I mean, there are now, but like, that's downtime. And that's it for me.
Awesome. Emmeline can go real quick. She didn't make any desperate rolls. Addressed a challenge with knowledge or arcane power. She helped you through use of little ghost girl to make the shot. That's all I can think of for her. Expressed beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I don't think this time. And struggled with issues from your vice or trauma during the session. No, I don't think so. So that unfortunately is just a 1 for her. All right. Cool. So we can move into downtime activities. So real quick for downtime activity, I'll just get Emmeline out of the way here.
Sure.
She's going to spend the intervening time training more in prowess, because until she can catch that coin from that son of a bitch, the Nighthawk, she's not where she needs to be apparently. So she'll take that message to heart, and then she will work to reduce heat on the crew. And the way that will look is she's going to head back into Crow's Foot and attune with some ghosts to try to kind of throw scent off any place that we were, right? So in those ruined buildings, if people were looking for ye old forensic evidence or something like that, they're going to come into haunted locations, places that most people wouldn't want to look any further into.
Freaking ghosts.
So that will be an attune roll. So taking the 5, that'll lower us down 2 heat.
Nice. It brings us down to 5, right?
Yep.
Sweet. What else you doing?
That and training.
Oh, okay. Sorry. That's right. You mentioned you're doing training. My bad. All right. So now we're at 5 heat. Okay. Cool. All right. Who wants to go next?
I'll go next.
Okay.
And Charles will be coming with me on my first thing. But I didn't need to talk about like what really caused, like I'm at 6 stress. What really caused my stress this round? And that wasn't be that I almost got killed by a bomb or anything. It was that my suit just got totally wrecked. And that bothers me, like to no end. And so I'm going to take Charles to Dunrich and Sons, and I'm going to phrase it like this. Cole, let me tell you how to live. First, lose the goatee. It doesn't go well with your suit. And he'll be like, I don't have a suit. And I say,
have a suit, yeah.
listen, 2, get a suit. And I'm going to take him to Dungeons and Sons to get a suit.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
That's amazing.
I love it.
And I'm going to use...
Whole fitting goes about as well as you'd expect.
yeah, so I'm going to reduce mine...
Dangerously close to my crotch.
So I'm going to up that by 2 because of that. And so I'm at 1.
Then never mind. He gets a nice suit.
Yeah. It was more like, well, yeah, no, actually, I will buy that suit. I will wear this out. And then I will also reduce heat. And I'm going to do that by, after getting my new suit, going back to places like the Centernalia Club and like talking about how I was like in the district when it happened. And I said, what was the faction we carpet bombed?
The Billhooks.
The Billhooks. That I saw
Our
them.
first
like,
meeting with them.
who?
The Billhooks.
Your-
We've
our,
we have never met them before, and they
Our first meeting, we chucked bombs at them.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
love the
I
description
saw
of,
them all
like,
over the place, and they're clearly the ones responsible for what happened, and like I was scared for my life and all that stuff. Like over dramatize it.
No, what you did is you talked about how they fucked up your suit, and you just like explained how wrinkled
that
and
was
how
when I
ripped it
came up.
was.
That's why I was traumatized.
Like it's just this suit is all he talks about all night.
afraid for my life. I was afraid for my suit. You don't understand.
It's
you know
a
how
mighty
expensive
fine
these
suit.
Reds are.
This is.
So, what do I roll?
Whatever you
Oh, okay.
want.
Uh,
It sounds probably like a consort.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we lower heat by another 2.
Now, one last thing. Can I use this round?
Yep.
Okay. So, I'd like to save it for someone else if they need it.
Cool.
So
I can go next
we're-
since I was
Go ahead.
right up there.
So we're down to 3
Since,
heat now, right?
Correct. Yep.
Killer.
So yeah, I'll go next. I think so. I will also indulge my vice,
You indulge it.
which is pleasure. But I think that this is, normally it's like theater and drugs and things like that. But I think getting like pampered a little bit, because I assume that like it's one of those places where you walk in, they hand you a glass of scotch, like you're treated very well. I'm like, oh, this is nice. Nice things are nice. Feel this fabric, like everything here is
You're like
going
you've never
really well.
felt something that soft before.
And then you go home
Yeah.
and like sleep in the suit.
Definitely do not.
Oh,
But any chance that that
Oh.
your thing can increase that by 1?
Yeah, just one.
Yeah.
Yep. You're good.
Nice.
I can do 1 or 2.
Gotcha.
And it's really great that it's you that has this, since you're the one that has the most other people like yours. If the messenger took a functioning vice, no one else is going to benefit from that.
Right.
We don't want to read your zines for the last time.
oh my god.
He's out praying. and shit.
Yeah, right.
I tell you how I read it. You stuck it in a bog. I'll read it on the shitter.
I don't even know, but maybe I think the only other person may be Emmeline from the Nighthawk as well. I don't even think that's the same though.
So I think bedecked in his new suit, I think Cole, Lysander Colburn goes with the boss, Silas, around, explains how it definitely wasn't us doing anything. We were there or whatever. But I think so I'm also gonna try to reduce heat. But I'm gonna I think talk to more like, whereas he does his thing talking to the rooms of the Centernalia Club and whatnot. I eventually leave and I go to where the servants are or whatever else. And I'm like, yeah, I was there. He was fucking covered in blood. His like everything like the Billhooks fucking assassinated her. Like it's insane, kind of thing. And so I am going to consort.
Cool. So we drop down another 2.
We're now down at 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. All right.
And for my last action, because I will use my calculating, because I'm also calculating. I will use
Scovelanders.
Scovelanders. They're just sneaky.
And you noticed how we got another onto the crew.
We made a rule about having no
that
more
roll
Scovelanders,
out
and then
of
all of a
your
sudden,
Remember, as soon as we made that rule, I totally spat in it.
all right. So as one of the things that I will do is I will go down and continue my little bit of rabble rousing, but I will recruit another unit of Scovelanders, this time specifically for folks to work with Bear on the Foghound, or the Foghawk, as we called it. And so I will try to recruit those folks And I believe that means with the 6 they go up 1 level in tier or quality. I mean.
Okay.
And so we will have a group of Scovelander refugees willing to work for us as they have been this whole time.
Sweet. All
That's
right.
it for me.
All right, I guess I'll go next. So I'm going to try to finish off our secret project. Finish up the our daily. So this is going to be a tinker roll. All right, here we go. Oh, just barely.
Cool. Yep. So that completes it for us. So we have a personal lightning barrier for our boat.
Cool. I'm
That's
going
good,
to.
'cause we needed to visit the.
The cache.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm going to skip indulging this week because I essentially just did. But next game I'll be starting with 5 because I haven't dealt with it, but that's okay. And I'm going to reduce heat as well. So someone brought up the idea of mixing in, essentially cutting up Lyssa's body and mixing it in with the food and barrel cleft. That's what I want to do. Our
Jesus.
Sawbones is gonna cut that chick up, mix her in with the food. So I'm gonna do I'm gonna go with a wreck, I suppose. Yeah. To see if I can wreck that shit. All right. Here we go. Yeah.
All right. Well, that will lower us down to 0 heat. And I think you do so. I think I know Emmeline for one will not want to be anywhere near where you are doing such activities. But I think in the intervening time, as pieces of person appear in food, it only kind of uh, enforces the message that was in the messenger's pamphlet. It'll only reinforce kind of what Nebra does. So I think the Veils coming up are going to be in a quick spot of bother, to say the least.
I mean, there's people in our food. How could they?
How indeed.
All right, I think that's it for me.
All right. Well, time to indulge a vice. The messenger is gonna dive into it. Let's go look up some stuff and learn some things about probably just about regular weird shit. I don't think anything really weird happened this time. Everything went as planned. No one suspects anything. We're doing just fine. Great.
Not great.
I now have 5 stress. Let's see the magic happen. We are continuing to indulge vice.
If you want to
Going
use my
into the darker
rating
stacks.
for your a third downtime action, you can do that after indulging.
If I'm still around.
Oh, right. So don't fuck up.
Let's see if what's most likely to happen here if I fuck up is that I raise heat, right? Because that's that we get it down to 1 and then it's going to be bouncing back up, just thematically.
We're at 0 right now.
Yeah,
I thought
I lowered it to 0.
Oh well, I'm sorry about being about to undo your work, or maybe vanishing for a while. Nope, 4. Okay,
Nicely done.
down to 1 heat.
1 stress.
Down to 1 stress. Excuse me. Yes, personal heat with my own brain, head heat. I don't have anything I really need to do with the messenger right now. I can contribute to something, but anyone can with the third action. So
Do you want to start a project?
Who's left?
That would be me.
Nebra is
Oh.
left. Too.
Oh, Nebra has to
And-
go. Yeah.
Yeah, Nebra and the Nighthawk.
Yeah, go ahead, Nebra.
Sure. So I want to try to heal my battered and bruisedness. How do I go about doing that?
So if you're getting Rhys's help, so you roll 1 dice. If you have
Okay.
Rhys's help, you can get a 2nd dice to that. And if you entreat Cole to lend you his physical ally, you can get a 3rd.
Oh, I mean, okay. it- would I be able to get help from you folks?
Yeah.
Okay. Rhys,
Sure.
are you good too? Okay. I just want to make sure. Um,
Does that mean I'm providing a stress or?
Probably high though.
No. This is you acting as a physiker. You're helping her heal.
Oh, sure, I can do that.
So this is probably back in the lair, after a building collapsed on you, bandaging you up.
I
setting your
just got
bones.
done cutting a body up. What's going on?
don't cut me up, please.
Only a little bit. Hold still.
Ah,
I might need that help. Also, I got harm and like a bunch of stress.
I
too.
can help you out, boy.
okay.
Strip off that
so,
mask there. Let's have a look at your face.
So what exactly do I have to roll? Is it fortune?
Yeah, just a 3-die fortune.
Okay.
There's a
Or there-
heal.
there
if you
is a
click
heal
healing-
button.
Yeah, if you click healing, it'll roll that.
Oh, nice.
Cool. So with a 6, that is 3 filled up on your healing clock.
Sweet. Appreciate the help. Definitely want to indulge on my vice. So maybe, hopefully, Nebra's father is available to have, a serious sit down. Is that possible?
To indulge the vice.
Yeah, as part of indulging the vice, yeah.
Yeah. Kind of get him on a night after work. And enjoy that ham. That's
Enjoy the ham. Yes, totally. The delicious ham. So I guess that would just be a
delicious. I don't know what you're talking about.
that would be a consort. Oh, just do that.
Oh, sorry. No, this is an indulge vice, not a.
Oh shoot, sorry. Wrong button. Excuse me.
Freaking A.
So
Thanks for posting that, pal. That was helpful.
so bonus die. I'm assuming it's 0.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. 3. Okay.
Do you risk it while eating that biscuit?
Where you at?
Oh, I'm at 4 stress right now.
You guys get really stressed out during these missions.
More stress, no trauma yet. I
Because
wouldn't worry about it.
Silas does have a free action. You could also try to fully heal up your clock with.
Actually, yeah. Would is that okay, Silas? I can.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just use that to
What
heal
what are you,
again.
What was that, Nate?
what are you filling up? Which
The
clock?
healing clock.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
trying to heal it.
Cool.
Look,
And you just have level 1.
He's not fit for duty yet. You go back and heal her more.
No, no.
Is that what you're telling me? All right, boy. I'll go back and help her out. Show me a beer.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Scotland
And I'll just-
tradition, you son of a bitch.
And you just have the level 1 harm, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So that'll just fill it up, and you'll be healed up.
Oh, I don't even have to roll it. Okay.
Well, the minimum you could roll, because the minimum you'd roll would heal you.
Oh. I'll just do it just so we could.
Just for funsies.
Okay. Just for funsies. Awesome.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
yeah.
Nighthawk then.
All right. So I've got 1 harm and 7 stress. So I think my downtime actions are pretty obvious. I'm gonna try to heal my 1 harm.
Okay.
Could I get some help with that?
Sure. Like I said,
you
go
just
sit
gotta
on the
remove your
table over
mask
there
so
and you
you
gotta
can
take your
adjust
mask
your-
off.
No, the mask stays on.
Alright, you try to work around it. You just imagine the Nighthawk sitting there in his underwear with the mask still on.
I mean, that's what you're. Have you not seen some of the Batman shows where like that's basically what happens?
My
Yeah.
guy will also be there to
Like
help you.
Spider-Man when he had the bag on his head.
Yeah, like
Perfect.
that's how that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
All right. So I click healing,
Yep.
and then number of dice.
Would be 3.
Okay.
Okay, so you fill up 3 segments of the clock.
Nice.
If you spend one coin, you can change that to filling the entire clock, because it goes from 3 to 5 for a crit, right?
Oh.
Yep.
I could wait. How much coin do I have? I have a coin, right?
You just got
We
one.
all
one
got one
point
from
to-
this.
Yeah. I'll do that.
You're all healed up. Now you
Yeah.
can go indulge your vice.
So we could say that coin was to buy the good doctor the beer that Silas apparently owes him, right?
Right.
Son of a bitch, you ain't gonna come out and get
Put a
beer
little
with
extra
me.
in it, just for you.
I know you don't like the Scotlander Silas, but that's where you came from, boy.
All right. For indulging my vice, and this is like I think part of the attune too is I want to go looking to see if there are other shrines to this forgotten god, and like seek out, other places that other secret sites that might exist.
You wanna come experience the path?
And then so yeah, indulge vice.
Oh, only 4.
Oof.
Not bad.
Yeah.
You're down to 3. 3's not a bad place to start.
Three's
I
okay.
feel like that's better
Yeah.
than overindulging, which you have done in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
yeah,
couldn't
yeah.
overindulge this time because
I
he had
can't. I have
7.
7. Yeah. There's no way I could have overindulged, but I was hoping for 5 at least. But it's fine. It's fine. We'll be fine. So yeah, I'll go back down to.
I don't think there are any purveyors of luxury and
And faith, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be down to 3.
I don't know. I think the Centernalia Club might offer something along those lines.
do you have a room we can pray in?
Yeah, it'd be kind of interesting if there was. That would. I mean, there's probably occult shit going on in like this is Victorian area, right? There's weird sex clubs and cult like
I mean,
stuff
that's where
like.
the Circle of the Flame or whatever was.
Right, exactly.
I
There's
think we
probably
have-
something out there that fits that description, but
Yeah.
but no, I think he's down to 3 stress. So that's good. I mean, that's all I can really do for downtime. I do want to investigate some stuff, but I think that'll have to happen later.
All right.
I want to know what the Gray Cloaks know. I want to know what they what
You
their
need to
involvement.
know what
things
they
are.
know. It's
Yeah.
true.
All right. Sounds good, everybody. So if everyone's good with downtime activities, we can go ahead and move into rounds and wrap things up.
I think the messenger didn't really get much out of this one. Didn't really learn much about the world. I mean, what happened? We completed a job and it went well. The bill hooks are interesting. So there's something else out there moving, but it's not. And that shit like that just happens. Or there's that Jerry Maha setting up a cover so that this doesn't come back on the hive. Did Jerry Maha send the bill hooks after us? That's a possibility. But
Give them a tip.
yeah, I don't know if they really learned much about the world or themselves in this one. I just didn't put much out there. I just didn't. About the other, I really mostly interacted with Emmeline, and that was just Emmeline can sit a stakeout, so we could both be here and talk about weird stuff, and there was something we decided was somebody else's fault, I think.
Yeah, the explosions.
Yeah.
Whose planning were nebulous or did not go to plan.
Explosions. Actually probably nope, because that was later. We are already moving. I was wondering, did the messenger see the runes on the wall? The rest of the team had it stuffed together, though. Everything worked out fine. I don't know that the messenger really interacted with anyone else.
We talked a little bit, but that's about it.
Yeah, just a little bit of talk. Oh, good. No, they're at the end. Yeah, clearly Rhys is a little less forgiving or maybe more suspicious, which is good. It's good that he be that way. He just needs to focus it more. Of Bear, that's interesting. Of course, the Skovlanders are fine with another Skovlander coming on. Of course, the Spider is, because it increases his scope of control. And everyone else was kind of just reasonable. Like, we want what this guy has, and we want other people to give us stuff. That's fine.
Yeah.
I need to engage more with the other player characters. Maybe next time.
Yeah, this one was a bit hard because we were kind of separated up, but
Mm-hmm.
Next.
I can go next. I think as far as himself in the world, I think just particularly with his whatever entanglements he had with Strangford and trying to just saving face, he's getting more comfortable, I think, in his shoes as far as what his place is in it, to sort of better straddle the line between ruthlessness and control and like being friendly with people, and enjoying the delegation stuff. Like for instance, when Charles came to visit him, or Cole came to visit him in the middle of the night, as far as he was concerned, and was a little pissed off, but was able to be like, no, oh yeah, you're gonna do that. Okay, cool. But then also, I think the way the me helping him with the vice, like the way that whole thing played out was he was enjoying the environment, having a good time, but he was trying to be polite and didn't want to like overdo it, like overdo the hospitality, and was like, I'm not going to get that really expensive suit. And I was like, get that expensive suit, you'll feel better afterwards. And so yeah, and he still trusts Cole a lot, and I don't think that that'll ever change, because again, if Cole ever finds out, he'll just kill him, and he can trust that. Nebra is doing very impressive with everything. She should just quit school. Like, I don't know why she's still in school at this point. Like, surviving falling out of a building, successfully organizing the last heist. Like, Silas is like, no, this is
Most kills by far.
Yeah, it was worried about her in the beginning because it was like, oh, she's just playing crime, not like, really serious about it. I'm like, well, no, I think she might actually be really serious about this. And I enjoy that. I encourage that. Emmeline, we're tight and we'll always be tight as long as no one fucks up real bad. I don't know if she was concerned that I was gone for that the last job or not, but
well, she was definitely disappointed, if I recall correctly, because she felt you ought to have been there. That was your job to lead, not hers.
And for the messenger, we didn't really get a lot of one-on-one, but you do your job, you do it well, and didn't shoot me. I was not caught in any. I got blood all over me. That's fine. I don't blame him for that. It's just that was clearly part of it allowed me to play up the whole like, oh my god, what just happened? I'm covered in blood. And I hope he appreciated the little bit of, I'll make sure she's right in that perfect spot for you. Rhys, you gotta lay off the sauce, man. It's got sauce. I don't think I noticed anything weird about you, just because no, he's high. Like, that's just, see, guys, he's weird. Mercury, it's Quicksilver. Like, this is what happens. This is your brain on drugs. You get ghosts. But otherwise, he's also a good bone saw, good at all the things, helping heal the crew, and also a Skovelander, so that helps. And then Nighthawk, yeah, I'd appreciate it if you didn't bomb me, but it worked out okay. I got a new suit. I don't hold a grudge about that this time. But yeah, I probably should have been up climbing with you. That probably would have been.
It would have been
Silas
safer.
doesn't climb.
Yeah.
Be real.
I'd like to think that the excuse was, I don't want to climb, it'll mess up my suit.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. No, come up here. We need to come up here. No, I don't. You see how dirty that is? Look
It'll
what
mess
I'm
up my
wearing.
suit. Then, like, afterwards, his suit is ruined.
Yeah. But yeah, that's Silas. Keeping it classy.
I can go for Cole.
Mm.
Uh, I mean, this world continues to develop and be bigger and more dynamic, which is very cool and interesting. Uh, I think this I think our reputation, or like our faction reputation, kind of layout this game really is like showed that we're still a tier one gang, which is small potatoes. It's like 6 people max kind of thing. Like we're pushing that limit just a little bit, uh, or we're punching above our weight kind of thing. But we're now allied with 2 other gangs, one that's our size and one that's obviously our patron. um, we have eliminated and absorbed a rival, and in doing so have taken on 2 additional claims. Like there's a ton there that uh, you know is developing for that. And also there are folks that have taken notice of that, and I'm sure there will be more folks that take notice of what we have done, and what we have that maybe they think we're too weak to hold on to, that they would want to take. um, Thankfully it's pretty well known that we're in the pocket of the hive, and so we're gonna have to hopefully get some good protection on that. I think as far as Cole, um, I think I enjoy playing Cole quite a bit. You know, Lysander Colburn. I think it was very interesting to see him uh, not only end up in like a diplomatic type thing of trying to negotiate peace and uh, putting forth this like, hey, come work with us thing. Cole's not really sure how that's going to work out. He's going to kind of keep an eye on Bear, and that's why he's recruiting that group of Skovlanders that will be kind of loyal to Cole, is the hope here, because he wants to know if Bear fucks around, because he'll find out. Um, but otherwise, it was interesting to see him be like diplomatic and have that whole thing in Tangletown. It was interesting to see like trying to piece together some just leads. Like I did a bunch of like research on like the different faction things of like what would Cole know, having been part of this kind of underworld stuff, and just trying to find like who are the enemies of my enemy right now, how can I offer them, what can I offer to them, to help me out, and so doing some of that, which was really fun. And then yeah, but at the end of the day, he is definitely used to a military organization. So coming back to Silas, who is, ostensibly in charge, and being like, "Hey, boss, I got this lead. What do you think about that? They want to know information. What do you want me to do?" And Silas being like, "Well, I don't want to handle it." I'm like, "Well, I'll handle it. You just got to tell me that it's cool for me to handle it." And once I have that kind of cover, that it's okay, Silas told me to go do this. Now I can go pursue that, and because essentially I made that deal on my own, but uh once I had Silas's sign off on it, it was legit. um and then yeah, that gets me into the other characters. So Silas, I think Cole does really respect Silas's kind of control or like leadership in this, and I think as much as Nebra did a great job leading and Emmeline helped a lot with what she was doing uh, in the previous mission, I think, but she was obviously off doing Dimmer Sister stuff. Having Silas there, I think, changes the dynamic quite a bit. I think that's really interesting and cool. Uh, and yeah, I think Cole probably was very much like yeah, I'll go with you to do this thing you want to do. Like this isn't my bag. But I think that because his vice is pleasure, like getting kind of treated a spa day kind of experience almost of like, here, let's dress up nice, let's do this, like let's go out on the town. Like yeah, it definitely won him over, obviously, as he is now stress free. He's the most relaxed he's been in months. Um, uh, as far as Nebra, man, this is actually one of the times we had a really fun scene where we got to go do a thing on our own, and he got to meet your parents. Uh, as much as Cole is a thug, he's very clearly like, he loves the theater, but also he very clearly grew up being like a street kid and having to like lie and pretend to do things. And so if he hadn't been recruited into the military and been big and strong, he probably would have ended up as like a hawker or something along those lines, to where he would have been like a fast talker. And so coming up with, he's like, oh yeah, I'm here for, because he knows that you go to university. It's the only fucking thing he knows. He was originally going to pitch the idea that he was a messenger who had brought something from the library, but when people made assumptions, he just rolled with those assumptions, because that's 100% what he's about. So that was really fun. Nebra again did a great, amazing job. Nebra is the most competent criminal that we have. The messenger is the most competent murderer that we have. Nebra is the most competent criminal. And then, Emmeline is clearly the most competent, attuned person. So that's really good. But
Nebra's a pretty accomplished killer at this point. Let's be
Oh,
real.
Nebra's a mass murderer. Like but that's more of a I still tie that into the overall criminal thing. Like I think the messenger as a person is the most accomplished killer in that if the messenger wants someone dead, they're going to be dead. Uh I feel like Nebra is more of a like, it just happens. It's like circumstantial. Like, oops, all bombs. Like, you know, just
People shouldn't have been standing there. I'm sorry. I can't help it.
collateral damage. Yeah. Well, also just doing the things that need to be done, right? Because like, that's one of the reasons that I think Cole was so like, I was willing to like check off armor and take the blast or whatever to like protect Lyssa, because it lined up perfectly with Virgil dropping the Nighthawk dropping the bomb on accident and like in Cole's brain, because again, he's not the brightest person in the world. He may think that was on purpose. He may think the Nighthawk did that like as like a thing to like get them to hurry, you know.
And Nighthawk is the smartest of all of us.
Right, yeah, he might be playing like he was there when he was gonna be back up at the last mission, and he was there. Like, who's to say that the Nighthawk didn't see the whole Bill Hooks thing and was trying to get us to like fucking hurry up and get going? Like, adding a little pressure to the pot meant that we got everybody into the sanctum, and we had a bunch of witnesses that saw that none of us did it, kind of thing. And ostensibly, our entire crew was seen on the Nighthawk with our rovers. So I mean, pretty good alibi as far as I go with that. As far as Emmeline, I enjoyed get chit chatting when when Cole was off on his investigative mission, trying to discover information on one Virgil Caesarian. Um, so that was really fun. And then also, yeah, Emmeline's the person that deals with ghosts, and Cole is very happy to stand behind the person that deals with ghosts, uh, and hope that she deals with all the ghosts. He'll beat anybody up that comes near her, but he doesn't want to deal with ghosts. That's I think that's where his line is. Um, as far as the messenger, um, didn't actually get a lot of interaction because we were off doing our own things. It was very clear that the two of us had like very important pillar parts to play in this. Um, that's one of the reasons we actually had an extra die on there, is because for our difficulty at the engagement was because it relied upon us getting Lyssa to the exact right spot at the right time with the right conditions. And so I think that was really interesting. But I think much like how Cole gives gives the Nighthawk credit, Cole gives the Messenger credit for they set up the shot and like basically had set up this whole deal, and Cole did his job. He got the person where they needed to be. It just happened to be that Silas was also there and was able to like maneuver that. But Cole was going to do something very similar of like basically positioning himself to where she had to be in framed by the window kind of thing. Um, he made up this whole thing about how he needed to get papers signed and Bear had to sign it and Lyssa had to, countersign or whatever for for guaranteeing it kind of thing, to get everyone into the office. The fact that the bill hooks were there was that was very good. From Cole's perspective, he assumes that Jeremiah probably put something together, or they just hate us. So who knows? Um, for Virgil, for the Nighthawk, uh, man, Cole. I think Cole wants to like and respect the Nighthawk. He doesn't see it. Like he doesn't understand why this person is ostensibly one of the three founders of this gang. But honestly, again, that's kind of above Cole's pay grade. He's hired to be a thug. He's hired to do stuff. He gets paid relatively well. He hasn't had any issues. I mean, Silas could have come and like been a dick to Cole about how he caused a scene in the Centernalia Club. He didn't, like, so like ultimately, Cole is like, okay, well, I mean, this is one of the things you accept in the world. The Nighthawk is also part of this gang, and the Nighthawk is eccentric and crazy, and you just kind of have to roll with that a little bit and try to stay out of the way so you don't get hurt by it. Um, but I also think as a player, I really enjoy seeing you play the dichotomy between Nighthawk and Virgil Caesarian, and that all of that. So I would encourage you if you wanted advice, just unasked for, but I would encourage you to try to play up more of using us to get information for you, because Cole would be perfectly happy to essentially not double cross, but to, be a double informant here of like, oh, he's informing the Grey Cloaks about Virgil Caesarian. He could also be informing the Nighthawk about the Grey Cloaks. So I think that's interesting. And then for Rhys, uh, man, this I think we didn't have a whole lot of interaction, even though we were right there, and I think part of it's because Cole is a little worried about Rhys, and doesn't feel good about it. He Rhys was very out of character, I feel like, and that was very apparent to Cole, but Cole wasn't really sure what to do about it because like it's one of his old friends. This guy, they went through the war together, and he doesn't know if it's PTSD or what's happening, but Rhys is having some issues.
Mm-hmm.
That's it for Cole.
All right, I guess Rhys will go next. So let's talk about the world. It's beautiful and wonderful, and it was really fun to have a look at it. Like super fun. Um, uh, there's a lot of spectacle. A building fell down. We got to watch a lady get shot and fall out a window. That was amazing. Yeah, the world is fantastic. Now in terms of Rhys, Rhys is terrified and exhilarated all at once. This was a crazy night. A lot of stuff happened. But he's also like a little bit exhilarated for the future and where that's gonna go. There's a lot more to learn. I'm gonna leave it at that. And see, in terms of other characters, Cole is a little disappointed in you. He thought for sure the two of you would pop a couple rage potions and go chop some folks up. Disappointed. Regardless, was impressed with your ability to make a deal on the fly. That was very Silas of you. You're learning a lot. Let's just jump to Silas. We didn't really get to talk much. Not a ton of engagement. Fine, that's fine. Nebra, I mean, helped you out a little bit. I didn't want you to get eaten by doggos. And you know what? Having the doggos kind of jump around me was a little more fun anyway, so it was cool. The messenger, good shot. Hell of a shot. Best shot I've seen. That was a spectacle and a half. Something just will never be forgotten. It was fantastic. You are the messenger. They are a wonderful individual. The Nighthawk. I mean, we didn't get to chat a whole lot. Which, but I did get to help you pull Nebra out of the woods, or out of the explosions. So that was fun. Getting to see a superhero go jumping into the smoke to save a fellow friend. That was really interesting to see. I mean, Emmeline is a threat. It's a real threat. We're gonna steer clear of that. That's what we're gonna do. So that's where I'm at right now. Who wants to go next?
I can go next.
Sweet.
What does Nebra think, about the world? I think Nebra, the character, and myself, the player, did not realize how much of an impact the whole food poisoning thing was going to be. Because when I came up with the plan, I thought it would just be limited to, just Barrowclef, because, that's who we were targeting, that's where the veils are, and so forth. But now that I realized that wasn't the case, I feel like maybe for Nebra, in terms of like coming up with similar plans in the future, she might have to kind of think bigger, because again, her thought was it would only be limited to one district, but now I think she sees that the impact can be greater, and that she needs to keep that in mind for future plans. In terms of Nebra the character, I guess this is the start of her villain arc. I don't know. She did some nefarious things today. A
In her
lot.
villain year.
Arc. Don't.
What do you mean today is the start of your villain arc? You blew up a hospital like game 2.
Yeah.
Okay, the hospital thing was unintentional. That's the
was
way,
it though?
That's the way she saw it. This
You also
time she actually
intend to
meant
give
to.
everyone food poisoning, and you also
Yeah, she intentionally wanted to give food poisoning, and she also intended to kill, a handful of people. So I feel like that's why today is the start of her villain arc. She's caring a little bit less about trying to minimize the body count, if that makes sense. Is there anything else? Oh well, I lost my train of thought there, but oh well.
I think you fit right in with a crew of ruthless criminals.
Right, yeah. Now she fits right in. So in terms of the other characters, Cole, it was really great interacting with you. With the parents. Was not expecting, Nebra definitely was not expecting Cole to show up at her door, but again, she'd rather have Cole show up than other people, so. And also, it's probably obvious that Nebra's mother has taken a liking to Cole, so there you go.
Want a doctor to come visit you at your house.
Reverse yellow sand fever.
Yellow sand fever, yep. Oh, that was great. For Emmeline, didn't really interact too much, but she's still Nebra's homegirl. That's not going to change anytime soon. For Silas, Nebra's still a little upset that he was gone, and she had to be a spider when she clearly is not capable of being a spider. So she is happy that he's back, but she's still a little hurt. um, but still, she's happy Silas is back. For Messenger, again, didn't really interact too much, but as Charles mentioned already, you're a very good shot. You did what you needed to do, and you're a good asset to the group overall. So she can't complain. And also, I think future plans, Nebra's going to have to maybe look more into, Tycheros as like was it as a kingdom or a country? I forget which,
Yeah,
but
nation.
a nation. Yeah, she's going to want to probably look into that more and get to know the new Tycherosi cohort person because he seems to be pretty cool. Nighthawk, uh, Nebra still likes Nighthawk more so than Virgil, very much so. And he did pull her out of the rubble, so she does appreciate that. Still a little cautious, still unsure what his motives are and all that. And the lurking in the shadows, that just gets a little old after a while. She's not sure what's going on with that, but she's gonna let it be. And then Rhys got to interact together a little bit, which was good. I don't think she was around with the whole, behavior change and stuff. So she's probably unaware of that happening, but it's probably going to come up in the future. And full disclosure, I actually took Ghost Voice as a special ability in the last session, so that's why I was asking whether or not Nepper would detect anything, but again, it would have to be, something more obvious for her to see or to hear. Yeah, I think that's about it for me.
I think I'm up.
Yeah, I think you're the last one before Kyle.
No, okay. So yeah, for the Nighthawk, I think he definitely is trying to understand what this what this symbolism means with the forgotten gods, and delve more into that. I think that's why I took the dot and attunement to kind of like understand more of that relationship. But also, someone mentioned something about my parents, and he's like, what do they know? What do they want? What do they care? They might know nothing. It might just be a loose thread. But I feel like he's the kind of person who would like that struck a chord with him. It's like the Gray Cloaks now are like on his list of like, I need to know more, right? Like it may have just been an empty thread. They may have just been like, they don't like Stranglethorn or whatever, and they're like, well, don't associate with that guy. We hate him, right? But that's I don't think that's how he sees it. 'Cause he's like, wants to know more about their history, what they might know, and all that. So we'll see how that goes. It might go nowhere, but I think I'm interested to kind of explore that a little further. And as far as like the world, I think this is a really fun, interesting outcome for the game. I'm really like. I definitely like the mechanics of failure in this game because I failed a lot of rolls this game, like a lot. Like I think half my rolls went bad, and I'm like, oh man, it's just one of those games. But it's fun, like because I realized like it's like, well, if I mess this up, because I had like I have a dot and everything in prowess, like I have 4 dice to roll to resist, right? Like there are mechanics, there are flashbacks, you can do things like, so it is kind of fun to just roll with it and see what happens. And so like I definitely really enjoyed playing through a lot of that like today in the game, and so that was fun. As far as the rest of the world, like I think it's it's good to see our crew like gain this like reputation and prestige now. Like we're actually like we are a level 1, we are a level 1 threat, but we can handle a level 2. Like that's solid. Like we're coming along quite well in terms of developing that, and I like that progress. As far as other characters, got some interaction with Cole for like I think one of the few times we've ever interacted. I honestly I think Nighthawk would be fine interacting with Cole more. Like I think I think that fundamentally at least the persona of the Nighthawk I think aligns more with the kinds of things Cole is about. The persona of Virgil it does it's not right like because I think there are these different people that this is the character right like different disguises that he plays and I think it's kind of fun to play those up but yeah I think there probably will be future opportunities or incidents. I think this time around it made more sense for him to stay with Silas, although there was a moment where I was considering going with you. Like, we'll figure that out in the future. As far as Nebra, like I think it's perfect that you blew up all those buildings. Like, and I do like the like he falls off the building, but like manages to roll and land all right. It's like, and he broke some ribs, but like nobody saw that, right? Like we're cool. Like gets up, and is just ready to get the body. He's like, okay, pass it down to me. He's like, oh, okay. Like, you just took the quick way down, right? As as Paolo said earlier, that dynamic was I think was pretty good. I think yeah, you're a ruthless member of this ambitious gang. I think it works out great. um, as far as Rhys, yeah, I think Rhys is kind of an asshole when he's not. When he didn't have his source, I think he made some comment in the background like, "Why do we have this guy around?" That's the kind of thing of like, boy, this guy hasn't had his fix in a while. Like he's just grumpy. He hates everybody. I think that's kind of how like the Nighthawk would have perceived that of like, dude. Um, I didn't get. I don't think I had any interactions with the messenger this round because every scene you were away or off somewhere far off. Like you got to see me. I did not get to see you do anything. Yeah, exactly. Like you're like, oh, he dropped the bomb, and I'm like, I hope nobody saw that. But yeah. So like, I mean, I think we're fine. But yeah, we did not have much interaction this round. I think it would have been cool if there could have been a Silas and Nighthawk moment because I do feel like some there's some interaction there. Like I feel like it's almost like Professor Farnsworth and like Dr. Zoidberg. It's like why do you keep him around? There's like some dark secret that we have not uncovered, like from their past or some reason. It's like no, that's why this is still a thing. That's why it was a thing in the first place or something. And maybe we'll have that get to play that out at some point in the future. But
Just imagining
yeah.
some scenario of you seeing like his hairpiece fly off and he's just totally bald, and that's the big secret.
Tell no one.
Tell no one. I kept the secret, so we're all good. As far as Emmeline, like there was that scene with the fist. The thing is, I thought it was hilarious because, like, once again, this is like the like slide, being the slide. I guess is like we actually have the same dots and finesse. He's not actually better than you. But no. As far as a tune though, like, I mean, I think that'll be a fun dynamic to like if we want to play like a quick, small, short scene, maybe at the start of the next game or something to like show you kind of showing the ropes of a tune. That would be kind of fun. It doesn't have to necessarily have a role. It's just more for like an RP kind of thing of just like because I think there is like he's learned how to do the basics of a tune and he wants to understand that better. And I think you could definitely like be kind of smug about it or however you want to play it up. But like I think that would be kind of fun to play out regardless. And yeah, I think no, but like I think Emily is an incredibly useful member of the crew, and like her attachment and her ability to understand like the otherworldly things, I think is interesting. Is interesting to the Nighthawk, and this is something that like I don't know if she understands that he shares to a degree, like, and that could be interesting to see in the future as well. Let's see. I think that's everyone.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, Emily.
So for Emmeline and the world, I think like for her, what we've seen here is like when you have a supervisor at a workplace who goes on vacation for a while, and then they kind of come back and see like what's the order of the house. How are things going? Because she's been spending so much time with doing work for the Dimmer Sisters. This was the first time she's kind of reconnected with the crew in a while, and but it was interesting to kind of see how well you guys have done. The job with Strangford went well. Congratulations, Nebra. We've ended the war with the Foghounds. We've gotten an expanded new territory. We're now allied with the Hive fully. So it seems like our trajectory as a crew is going forward, and that's kind of great that that can happen even when she's off. And I think like her time with the Dimmer Sisters and engaging in more of the uh, mental and cognitive abilities, spiritual abilities that she has, she does realize there's a bit of a deficit when it comes to, fighting back physically, right? Which is why she was like, if we're going to do this, if things go south, I want to be able to protect myself, protect the other members of my crew, and I'm going to kind of devote myself to that. Because she was with the messenger, only heard about the dealings with Bear and everything that happened in the tower and stuff like that through Cole and at the end. But the appearance of the billhooks are kind of a question mark, and it definitely seems like they were willing to draw the ire of the crows in breaking some established rules because they have a presence themselves in Crow's Foot. Um, to what end? Whose payroll are they under? Because we've never interacted with them at all, so it seems a bit odd to her that out of the blue they would come looking for blood. Was impressed though to see our gang and their attaches just swarm together and really blunt that assault. That was impressive on many a front. Um, as far as other characters go, Cole, we had some interaction when we were training and stuff like that, and I think like Emmeline really appreciates you, and like in this too, I think we know that you're a thug, you're a cutter, you're the guy we send out when we need to deal uh, with a problem through violence. But I think in this one we also got to see, and she kind of took notice of this, is you're kind of stepping up into kind of that role of like a capo or a lieutenant on the street, right? Like you're handling your own affairs. You realize something needs to get done, so like you loop the management in, but you're like, I'll handle it. I'll tell you when it's done. You don't need to worry about anything else, which is kind of cool. That's on some levels what you want from an employee, right? So was kind of cool to see. She's not a fan of Kassarian or really any noble, so I was interested to see how your investigation plans out and what the end game is for that. And then pleased that you finally put this thing to the Foghounds to bed, and that we came out on top with more territory, with more things. Silas is gonna have his work cut out for him organizing this Phantom Exports cover business. But that's his bread and butter. I'm sure he can deal with that. Rhys avoided Emmeline, and she was off in another part of town uh, to where you are, which was probably for the best. I'm not sure. I'm undecided if Emmeline will be able to identify what's going on with you, if that's within her realm of expertise, or if it's going to be kind of obfuscated based on the way it's going down. And as said, we won't need to deal with that next game unless you choose to. Uh, unless you choose to. But yeah, did notice a little bit, especially back like the some things struck her as odd. The fact that like you're a Scovelander, shouldn't you like Bear? Like, isn't this the whole thing the messenger's been warning us all about? Is this Scovelander block we have? And here you are, like, no, I don't trust him. We should kill him. And then like, I'll get rid of Lyssa's body. And like, Emmeline is not big on killing of the living because in her mind that doesn't solve a problem. That just creates a new one. And like, yeah, we need to get rid of Lyssa. And I guess like I see your point, chopping up the body. That drives the narrative we've been selling home. But that's a bit brutal for what I know of Rhys. That kind of changes the page. And granted, she didn't want to have any part of that, which kind of worked in your favor. But yeah, very curious about what's going on with you. And if it's the drug use, I mean, there's a reason she chose not to indulge this time, I think. As far as Nebra, um, we didn't get much interaction. As a storyteller, I really enjoyed your scene you had with Cole and your mom. I thought it was great to kind of see your family. But as far as Emmeline, the only real thing is that the last score went well, and that was your first score leading it. So props to you. And if you're going to deal with explosives, you have to work with the military folks to understand timing and distance and scope, so that you do not injure yourself or any of our assets, because this is becoming a running trend with you. So do explosives, but do them safely. Um, Silas, glad to have you back. Glad to have you running things. We didn't um, interact all that much, but I think there's some level that I can see as being kind of the norm. Like we will kind of talk to one another when business needs to be discussed, but otherwise there's a level of trust that I know you're going to handle the things you need to handle on your end, and I hope that you have that trust from me. And and yeah, I think she kind of had to laugh off your whole insistence of getting a new suit and how it was ruined and how that stressed you out, because there's a level. Silas, what did you expect? You knew what we were going to go there and do. Dress for the occasion, listen to Cole, pack some extra clothes. For the messenger, I like to think, during that time, as 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 anyone on the battlefield, you have those just moments of boredom where you're waiting for the action to occur, and then you have that moment of adrenaline surge as the action commences. So we were probably just sitting on that rooftop for the good part of an hour talking about weird stuff. Um, really really diving into our shared interests. And then yeah, you took the shot. It if it didn't go down, that would have been a whole other story, but you made the shot just as you had planned, and it kind of wrapped everything up nicely in a bow. We were able to escape without notice because of the lack of blue coat patrols, and um, you know job well done. um, for the Nighthawk, you are getting on Emmeline's last nerve. Who is this 18-year-old brat coming and telling her that she's not on your level yet? Uh, that really pissed her off. And then, here she is sitting with the messenger being like, why, how is he a founding member of your group? And like, you know what? That's a really solid point that I think the founder should all sit and address. Because maybe you and Silas have some history that working together is all hunky dory. And I'll grant you, you've played your part several times, but couldn't we get Bear to play that part? I mean, couldn't we get literally anyone else other than this pimply faced kid? I don't know that you are, but this is her mind, who thinks that in order to survive in the criminal underworld, you need to run around with a mask and talk in a deep voice, hiding in shadows. What in the actual fuck is kind of her thought on the whole matter? Um, the fact that then you're coming to her like, hey, let's attune together. Yeah, we can play that out in as an upcoming game. Feel free to bring that up next time, and we'll see
I mean,
how that plays out.
if she would not refuse, that's fine. Like I get the dot no matter what. We don't have to play that out.
No, just remind me, because I might forget, and I want you guys as players to have control of your scene and what you want to do. I don't think she'd refuse you. I don't.
Yeah,
think
because like
she's
if
that
she's just
petty.
gonna be like, well, no, I'm not gonna do that. Like, well, then there's no point, right? Like,
No, like because you're still a member of the crew, and so long as that is the case, she wants to make sure you're an asset and are trained and can succeed. Like she's very business minded. Like in her mind, you are still an employee. I mean, granted, you're management, but I mean there are tiers here in her mind. And uh, you know, she wants you well equipped for the job at hand. But there is that striking suspicion is like when performance reviews come up, like what are we going to say about the Nighthawk, Silas? Like what's going on here? But yeah, that's about where she's at. I'll say like, you know, sometimes you roll well on that engagement roll and things go relatively smoothly. The bill hooks could have been a bigger problem. They had some kit that they weren't able to utilize because of a swarm of Scovelanders showing up. Um, but sometimes them is the breaks. Um, I'll say like now we're at kind of not necessarily like a midpoint in the entire campaign, but we've kind of finished kind of this first arc of you know, really assassinate Lyssa was one of the first scores that was offered to us. Find Roric and I will get you this thing, and we've kind of completed that quest chain, if you were. We've also really established ourselves. We're now allied with the Hive. We have other gangs that we're working alongside. We've expanded our claims. So what I'd like to know from you guys, thinking about next game, is what would you all like to do from here? Would you like to try to go after more claims or more turf? Would you like to try to get some coin and a kind of a normal score? Um, what are your guys' thoughts? What would you like to play?
I have a soft preference for a coin score so that we can get a little better place for our next tier up, because that is going to be expensive. Because I'd rather not take a patron. As Charles has made clear, patron would make that a big difference. And I think I'd be fine with like never getting past tier 2. Like if we just pursued other goals that were more narrative driven.
Well, that's not very
that might,
ambitious.
but the mechanics, well, yes, player and character differences. But the mechanics of tier 3 aren't as big of a difference as the jump between, you know, 1 and 2.
And it should, the way the system's built, become harder as we tier up because, uh, you know, we're gaining rep at a pace right now because we are dealing with higher tier gangs, and we've been dealing with some higher level players early on, but we saw today dealing with just one, our rep gain was kind of lackluster, and that can go down to a rep gain of 0, right? If we're a tier 3 going against a tier that's 2 lower than us, right?
I will say though that uh, while the increases may not be necessarily dramatic from like tier 1 to tier 2 or whatever, or from the higher tiers, uh, it does change the scale and quality of our cohorts, uh, which is massive. Because like currently, if I go out and recruit a guy, it's 6 dudes, like it's 3 to 6 dudes as a cohort. If I get a tier 2 cohort, it's 12 guys, right?
Right, and I don't find the difference there narratively interesting the way I found the difference between 1 or 2 and 6. I'm not saying don't do that. I'm just saying I could be satisfied staying at tier 2
Yeah.
because the difference between tier 2 and 3 is not as narratively interesting. But
Yeah.
I would like to prep for
get
that
to tier
jump
2.
to tier 2, and certainly going to tier 2 strong.
Yeah. Mostly the reason I bring it up is because currently, especially at tier 1 or even tier 2, if you roll poorly, it actually subtracts tier from your asset. And so you actually would get a smaller cohort temporarily, kind of thing, or a worse asset.
True.
Atlas is always down for coin.
Yeah, I think a smuggle score would be a good one.
Yeah. help us get used to our new assets, and then and of course Silas wants to have us be the best of the best ever, but we need some coin.
Yeah.
How's everybody's retirement looking?
Not
I mean,
Not
great.
good.
What if we haven't put any coin in? We're at 3 in our stash currently, right?
9.
Correct.
Nope, you're at 9. Every time the crew advances, PC gets stash equal to the.
All
Oh,
right.
it's tier +2.